Why so quiet this morning? Come on, let's get this going.
Did you look in the side yet?
Yeah, the regarding SpaceX IPO.
No. That's the DM in the side chat. In the side chat here, in this server. Dance moves.
Oh hell yeah! It's a real hoedown.
Yo, that SpaceX IPO is horrible. It's straight up. I don't even know how they get away with it. Straight up. I guess when it comes to like IPOs, as long as you say you're doing fraud, it's okay. As long as you disclosed it.
You know, I was listening last night to some of the points you raised. You're entirely spot on. What this does to people's pensions that they don't really directly control. I mean, this stock has the ability to rocket up with the Magnificent Seven and find its place up there and just dominating the equity space, right? So this results in concentration risks and all kinds of other issues that you may not want. But people who are index investing and not seeking active management instead, I mean, I think they're going to get hurt the most because there are going to be plenty of active managers that are looking at this from a fundamental perspective and be like, oh fuck no, maybe I'll buy a little bit. Like I got a risk budget, so this might get like the lower end of my risk tier, just in case it actually does do well over a long period of time. But of course, you got other active managers who are boneheads and be like, "Oh yeah, we're going, 30% all in on this." And yeah, so
It's saying that that the potential market. Now, first of all, they've disavowed themselves as a rocket company or space exploration company, even though they're called SpaceX. They say that they're an AI company.
oh,
That's what the what is it, the S8 or whatever it is, the filing it says that they're an AI company.
more than 10 years ago, 20 years ago, even, I was kind of in that industry, and they were already talking about deploying artificial intelligence in the space realm, but for mainly for doing onboard processing and stuff up there, and for improving fuel use.
I don't understand where to the AI data center and space thing, where how that's advantageous.
Yeah, well,
I heard people say it. Well, uh, space is cold, so it has to. It's going to cool better. Space is supposed to be a vacuum, so whatever heats in the data center is going to stay there. The
yeah,
only way to
yeah,
it can only radiate it away with infrared, right?
yep.
Radiatively, not convection or conduction. So, like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not helping yourself. Like,
It goes back, Indio, to like this bifurcation of technology where the public thinks space is one thing, but you read NASA shit's the other thing. Like NASA technical report server is full of cryogenics and frick like plasma shit way up there, magnetohydrodynamics, like all that is there on the technical report server, and the general public seems to be completely oblivious. There's something else happening potentially.
well,
Like maybe it's all bullshit. Who knows?
I mean, remember in the beginning? I don't know if you remember in the beginning of flat Earth, people would talk about the thermosphere a lot,
Yeah.
and like, how do you have? First of all, if the thermosphere was a real thing, you have quite the steep temperature gradient between, you know, mesosphere and the end of the thermosphere. It goes up 4,000 degrees.
Right.
Y- That's a lot. 4,000 degrees is pretty warm. That's that dynamic alone is just like, okay, that's pretty crazy. but then you're like, "Yeah, we got shit flying around in it too." "Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sure you do." And
Well,
but then
we've
I
heard the
used to
joke,
ask them, I'm
right?
like, "How do you know how hot it is?" Well, they'll say something like, "Well, it's that hot, but that's not really, but because the air's so thin, the objects don't heat up." I don't understand how that makes any sense either, because, okay, it's not an efficient heat transfer, but eventually the heat will transfer. I mean, you know what I mean? Like
I know what you mean. They kind of likened it to standing close to a bonfire and an occasional hot ember lands on you. And that ember is going to be for like a hot chip will just fly at the ship once in a while and smack into it. And then you average it out over time and it's 4,000 degrees, I guess, or something. I don't know. They never really
yeah,
clarify that.
I think they did do a, kinetic energy, conversion to temperature, right? That there's particles. Because I asked them, like, "Well, how'd they measure the temperature if you don't" they like, if you're, because they would say, "Hey, there's not enough particles, to make it heat up." Well, how'd you measure the temperature in the first place
Right.
then? To get it to 4,000 degrees? Because that's how a thermometer works, or you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
how'd you get
Like is
temperature in
your
the
time
first place?
series, is your time series graph absolute zero for like 30 minutes and then spikes to 5,000 degrees for a millisecond?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot, like you said, there's a lot of stuff when you look into details. It's really hodgepodge. It's it's like one team of researchers looks at a particular thing, and it's like there's almost no overlap with other things.
Right.
It's pretty odd. I remember
That's
looking at, I
what
think this came
bothers me.
from
Yes.
the I think it was it was either, it may have been the Russians or something. They came out with like a diagram or a graphic, and it showed like, yeah, all the energetic particles that come from the sun, they get caught, and it was like zebra stripes around the globe, like the globe was encapsulated in like these, I don't know what you would call them, like pockets of protons that were clumped together, right? The plasma, right? Like a plasma. But they weren't, it wasn't like a uniform plasma. It was a plasma that was like chunky kind of,
Yeah.
right?
Layers.
I'm thinking of it as
Right.
like ropes, right? Like a
Yeah.
rope would be like where there's a whole bunch of protons, and in between them there'd be like a little bit less. And that's kind of how it was, like this shimmering, weird freaking soup. But then I tried to find stuff afterwards using the same, what they say is the same phenomenon, right? Solar wind or whatever. And then like you can't, what they come up with is completely different. It has nothing to do with that. You know what I mean? They don't go like in regular peer review, right? They'll be like, they'll cite some previous paper that researched what they're researching, and they'll just make note of it at least. But it's like that other stuff doesn't even exist. It's very odd. Like the
Almost like they can pick and choose from an abundant field of different interpretive framework, and then take their data and then conform it to that. So if they want to do like an Einsteinian relativity based universe, they can do that. They can use the same math, right? Or if they want to do like like a magnetic driven universe, they can do that. And they have the
yeah,
tools for that.
yeah.
They got the Poisson's theorem where you can convert between gravity and magnetism by just flipping the variables out. I mean, there's
They do
more than
this all
that.
the time with general relativity because the invariant under transformation property, right? So they'll
Right.
use a Hilbert space, or
Yes.
they'll use like they can use any coordinate system, and then within that
Any
framework,
system.
they can interpret it any way they like, whatever way they have a. There's a unique interpretation for that particular framework that's different than all the others. So you could have, you know, 10 papers about the exact same thing, all under a different framework, and you read them and you wouldn't even know that they're even related, other than the title says general relativity.
Dude, like hypothetically, if I were to have visibility of some kind of space watch center, I might actually see ECI frames of the space assets being tracked. And they appear to be doing circles relative to each other in their own space. It looks nothing like an orbit around an Earth. I don't know if you've seen what I'm talking or have an idea. I can probably find some.
I always thought it was weird, even when I was a kid. You know how how they have that they would always show this when they showed like satellite stuff. They'd have that globe projection where it's like I don't even know what you would call it. It's like an oval, but like the halves are split. Like it's split in half. Or it's split into four pieces.
Pisces.
I've seen that. Here, I posted in side chat what I'm talking about. So these, what you're looking at here are satellite orbits around a globe. Does that look like satellite orbits around a globe?
What the heck?
That's the
Hmm.
ECI frame.
This
So
is just a time.
what's the globe part? The blue? The blue ball? The blue
Yeah, the
circle?
blue, the observer. The blue is the observer on the ground. Well, but yeah, that's also supposed to be the Earth.
That looks like
But
epicycles, I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, it's true.
What?
Yeah, yeah, it's a mind warp. You have to really you have to, when you're exposed to this a lot, it's kind of easy to flip back and forth between reference frames, kind of like when you become a flat earther at first, and you can look at the stars and think about them from your observer centric view, and you don't have to do like the pretend God's eye view from movies anymore. So you
Yeah,
can flip
yeah.
back and forth. It's kind of like that with this. You know,
Okay,
when
so
you
if I go down, it seems like there's hot stuff like lava, earthquakes, seafloor, lava flow. If I go even down, what do you think's down and
Lava's
up
only on
then?
the surface, Newt.
But buddy, the volcanoes are erupting on the ocean floor right now, and I think they're traveling 2 miles up and creating plumes on the surface. I don't know if you've seen the news. What? Like the water has depth to it. I mean, there's
I'm just telling
oceanic floor.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So, there's like really hot stuff underneath the watery, like cool stuff. And then if I go
okay,
underneath the
there
hot stuff, what's underneath that?
uh, I don't know.
Uh,
Lemonade.
so it's flat, but you don't know it's up or down. And then you don't agree there's
No,
all
I
this other
actually
stuff.
know it's up or down. You don't even believe it up or down.
All right. So, we'll see soon.
I want to finish talking about this because you kind
Yep.
of
Go ahead.
interrupted some shit, dude.
Yep. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
be a
So
cornball.
the circles you're seeing are satellites in an elliptical orbit, and the stationary ones are satellites that are in a regular just a more of a circular orbit. They don't. They're potentially so the ones that are stationary are like geostationary. The ones that are moving are in like an oblique because
Yeah.
their height, their elevation is varying with respect to the ground, up and down. So it's basically like, you know, if you do calculus or something, you're working with derivatives off of different dimensions, plotting the coordinates differently.
And this is like Keplerian dynamics in an EC in the EC, what'd you say, ECI frame?
It's ECI frame, yeah. So it's fixed with
I'm actually
respect to the
familiar with that.
stars.
I'm gonna check that out. Let me see that shit.
Yeah. This would be good to bring up to all these globers that talk about satellites. Be like, all right, an animated GIF from a situation center, watch center.
Oh, inertial frame. Hmm.
Why don't you satellite engineer explain this coordinate transformation to us? What am I staring at? I've got another one. This one fucks people up too.
Hmm.
And here's the secret.
I can't read this Wikipedia. This Wikipedia article's trash, dude.
But yeah, most of them are.
This one especially. So I'm like, I'm reading this. I'm like, yeah, you're just giving me, useless information. It's not really telling me very much. It's just going into equinox, obliquity. Like it's like, oh, let me read the jargon to you. Yeah, well, what's it got to do with this? Like, it doesn't tell you what it has to do with the ECI frame. And
They
then I
never
look, right?
explain it well.
Yeah, then I look, I'm like, okay, let's look to see. I'll go read the citation. No citations. So some nitwit came on here and freaking typed all this crap out on Wikipedia and didn't put a single freaking citation for like 5 paragraphs of nonsense.
Sounds about right. It's even worse if you like look up Coriolis and look at all the images that pop up on Google image search. They all get the reference frame freaking wrong.
Every time.
Yeah, because it's like they forget that the Earth spins. So if you're well, not that it spins, but if you're going from like the equator to the north, the Earth is going to be rotating from the west to the east underneath you. But they depict Coriolis backwards from east to west deflection in almost every freaking image.
Huh.
So
Okay, I
like
get it.
yeah, you see what I mean? Like if you take off from the equator somewhere in South America, you'll eventually end up like, and you go north, supposedly you'd end up like flying through Alaska. But they have it go the other way. What they depict with their pictures, they make it look like you go even more eastward instead of the west being brought underneath you. They show the deflection going with greater magnitude towards the east, and it's wrong. It's wrong. Like almost all of these images, like Google Coriolis image search, it's all wrong.
I'm trying to figure out what would this look like if you projected it on an AE map?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Would it just look like an NLM or something?
Yeah, so the one with the Sirius satellites, they're doing the analemma. How that works out is with the animated GIF I show underneath it. They're leaving out a dimension.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's the secret. Yep.
Hmm.
So that's how to understand it within the globe dynamic. But still, even then, what you're seeing with this explanation, the big reveal is just an interpretive frame too. So how would that look with I don't know, what kind of azimuthal equidistant projection? I don't know. I kind of toss that thing aside. It's useless to me. What I want is a ground-based coordinate reference system, completely ground-based.
Good luck, man. I mean, I it's I just say good luck because I'm not very encouraged when I challenge the globe earther to like they're like it's 69 miles per degree. Okay, who measured that? Like and they start talking about surveying or whatever. Like no, dude, I want the actual ground distance measured distance, right?
Dude,
Not I'm gonna calculate it based upon I think there's an arc length and all that shit. The actual distance. And come to
correct.
find out the longest change distance is like fucking 7 miles, dude.
Yes, that's it. And they extrapolate, and they do
Seven
this knowing,
miles?
yeah,
I
and
mean,
they
you
do this knowing
kidding
full
me?
well that the angular relationships change with latitude. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off too.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
excited.
no, no, exactly. Like th- that's why I said good luck, man. Like I'm not very an earth based terrestrial map. Good luck, man. They can't even seem to want to do a chain more than 7 miles. It's I don't know. There's
Well,
got to be a
what's also,
reason for that, dude.
well, I don't know. It's kind of like the R value. I went on a quest looking for the golden seed value for the 69 to 1 rule, right? So, I've got all these old textbooks. I went online to search their university pages. I've looked at all these Geodesy Academy videos online. It seems to converge onto a French guy in the late 1500s who counted wagon wheel rotations from Paris, France to a town almost 70 miles north of Paris, and he measured the ascension of Polaris or something.
Hmm.
And then he counted how many revolutions his wagon wheel did over 69 miles, and then used that as his linear ground-based measurement. And that is the golden seed value for the 69 to 1 rule. Somehow, what he did in a freaking medieval wagon, bumpy fucking wooden rickety wagon wheels, slipping around in the mud and all that other shit, somehow that was rigorous enough for him to get the exact precise value that is claimed to match what lasers do from satellites.
Yeah, I mean that's I feel about that same way I feel about Eratosthenes when they're like he was within 10% of the actual radius value. Oh, how do you know that? Because can I have the measurement you compared that to that you know is actually accurate? Like to know that
Yeah.
his was within 10%. That's it. That's the funny thing is they'll just say this person way in the past they did this measurement and they were this close. This close to what? The actual
Yeah.
value. Well, where'd that come from?
Right. And then you find that their actual value had to use in some way was reliant on the assumption of the value in question.
Yeah, I know. Right back to the beginning. It's like just a big circle again.
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy how this. So it's like either there's like some demonic genie at work, which is still possible, or something else. I don't even know what. I don't know how we got here. With all this.
Well, I'm sure you know what the influences were, and they
Yeah.
weren't good ones.
Nope. Another one was brought to my attention from reading King's Dethroned and talking about Ole Romer and the angles to the eclipse of Jupiter's moons with respect to the sun. And he calculated the speed of light in like the 1600s. Just
Oh, are you talking about some of the stuff like that Shane and Alan went over that Romer shit?
yeah, yeah. When they went through that, yep. But that's that
Yeah,
that was all
that
from
was really
Gerard
good.
Hickson's.
Yeah, that was really good.
So,
That was some good shit right there.
so like Ole Romer's like even the claim is not correct. They had to update. Shit, I forgot how it worked, but like Ole Romer was working off of a much bigger, I think, solar system model in the first place. His assumption was that the distances were further.
Yeah,
Yet
that's like
somehow he got it
Ptolemy,
right.
right? Ptolemy had a 10% smaller globe, and that's what they were using before. They didn't use Eratosthenes' globe at the time of like what do they call it? The age of exploration with the conquistadors, and they were
Yeah, so
using
why not?
Ptolemy's globe.
Why did they use the more accurate one that's older? Like, come on.
I don't even think they knew about the Eratosthenes one. I
Nope.
don't think that became like common. I shouldn't call it common knowledge, but commonly accepted as like the more accurate one in the West for like another couple hundred years or something like
Which is
that.
which is amazing, right? Given that age, given how much closer they were to that point in time, given all the smart brains from that Renaissance era and beyond, and they did know about Eratosthenes. They had access to like Chaldean astronomy freaking tablets.
I
But
think what
no,
they had was basically was Ptolemy's Almagest, and pretty much that's it, right?
that seems to be the case.
Because allegedly Christopher Columbus, kind of tamed the natives where he went because he predicted an eclipse or some shit.
This is what's so baffling. We read different accounts of history, and it seems like in the more modern age, we've ascribed historical knowledge to people that's out of time and not appropriate. So,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Newton
especially.
supposedly had access to all this ancient, like deep mystery knowledge. But then you read Newton and he's a freaking idiot. Like, I'm not talking about gravitation, like his work on that and his math. I'm talking about like all that other weird shit with, you know, alchemy and
Well, that kind
drinking
of just kind
mercury.
of you went a little bit full circle to where did all this come from? A lot of these guys they were into the occult, and like I don't care what anybody says, the globe has its foundation is in paganism and the occult. I know it is. Like, you, I mean, the Babylonian sexagesimal system. I mean, you think about what are all the what about the foundation that the globes are built on? There's certain key concepts, and if you look at where those key concepts come from, they all come from some weird pagan occultic nonsense.
Yeah, I think that the biggest standout example of this is the Big Bang cosmology, which reads just like the Gnostic doctrine of emanation from a creator. So the idea that God basically sacrificed himself, killed himself, broke himself up into millions of pieces, which further fragmented and integrated almost in a fractal way, giving rise to condensed matter and a gradation of being in between the condensed matter and its ultimate resting state here and higher forms of energetic existence all the way up. I mean, it's crazy. It's Kabbalistic, but even that's kind of a new thing relatively.
So they say. I'm not hooked on the chronology. I'm not sure everything is spaced as far apart as they say it is in time. I mean, it could be spaced further apart. I don't know. I'm more like I don't really care about like what idea came when. I know I can tell when the ideas are similar just because how they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a worldview that is
Divination is
associated with every
divination.
age.
Yeah, divination is divination, right? Like you're trying to tell the future from the stars. I don't need to know it's Indian astrology or Chinese astrology or Western astrology. That doesn't matter. I know they're all trying to do the same thing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, observe and declare.
yeah, how they do it's kind of a little irrelevant.
Right, like tracking the position and time of things. It's pretty pretty
Yeah,
soulless.
I was who was it? It was some guy I saw. He's talking about that the beginning of science when Thales predicted an eclipse, and then people finally realized that the celestial events weren't just random. I'm thinking, man, this dude is just like ahistorical buffoonery. There's so many things that are just like ahistorical that mainstream scientists, academics believe. I don't know where they get this stuff. It's like the thing you posted with the Pythagoras,
Yeah,
or was that DJ who did it?
I'm watching a video where a guy is explaining how even in the ancient times, even the Hebrews and the Aramaic, they used the stars. Like there's names for these stars. There was no coincidence. When you said like Columbus and all them, they navigate through the sky.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't changes, and it tells like a story. That's why people, they think the narrative. Sorry if I'm interrupting, but
No,
um,
you're not.
okay, I'm just like trying to get this before I leave. But it's like the narrative is written in the stars. So you know how people say, "Well, the Virgin is in the stars," and then they hijacked it, right, and they make it, "Oh, it's witchcraft." The stars is not really telling you that. But overall, like, and you said it perfect. Like, how did they know? How did they know? The wise men knew that the Star of Bethlehem. How? Because it's written in the heavens.
Well, that's also more mysticism, right? It's like how did all Romer figure out the speed of light when his mathematics was all wrong? That's what I wonder. Like, how do they get all these conclusions correct, even though their methodology and process is demonstrably wrong?
Yeah,
It
because
happens again and again.
yeah, because back then all they didn't have like MTV, they didn't have ESPN, they had the sky. That's why the pyramids are aligned. And it is funny because the narrative does change and they make it like it's taboo. Like I get it, like we're not supposed to worship the stars, but they are the handiworks of God. I mean, why name the stars and he knows the numbers of it if there's no glory in it?
Name them after the fallen ones.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, the astrology, I mean, I don't want to get all into it, but astronomy was invented because of astrology, not the other way around. A lot of people don't. A lot. The whole point was there's esoteric roots in all this. The thing that they call modern science, its roots, its foundation are in the occult, and the materialist atheists that exist nowadays, they don't want anything to do with that, so they pretend that they're not worshiping something in the same way that people worship a religion. That somehow their their philosophy, I guess, is grounded in reality, and there's nothing about it. It's just this is just the real world the way it is, purely mechanical, materialistic, and they think that their worldview is that when it's actually not.
Indio, you had a great way of putting that because if you boil it down and ask these people the right questions, all that their beliefs come down to is faith, and it's faith in the people that are telling them these things, right? And that is the basis of any modern religion. It's faith. So these people are almost having the same faith in these scientists as what some of these Christians have in God. So these people are all knowledgeable and able to explain everything, and they're all good, and they're all loving. They love humanity, and they just want to tell us all the secrets of the universe. Like, yeah, for sure, whatever,
As
buddy.
if they knew them, right? The one
Mm-hmm.
that gets
Yeah.
me is this one. They go, uh, "We understand X, or we understand, stars, or we understand the cosmos." You don't understand anything. You really don't. You don't understand how any of that is in reality. You think you understand, and just because you deluded yourself doesn't mean you actually do understand.
Exactly.
We look up and and I've asked Colbert, does this like, people have been looking into the sky since human beings came from wherever they came from, making up stories about how all that crap works. Every generation of people that exists thinks their ideas about what that is are the correct ones, and that the people before them were wrong, and that they have the answers. It's just like call it like generational arrogance or something, right? And now, only now, like in the modern last 50 years, the people claim we know scientifically 100% those little dots of light, we know what they're made of. We know how old they are. We know how far away they are. We know how fast they're moving. We know this, we know that, we know all these things about it. How do you know that? Well, I looked through a telescope. You got all that from looking through a telescope. That must be one hell of a telescope. Well, look, there's a light across the street. What's that made out of? How old is it? When was it? You know what I mean? It's like they claim they can do ridiculous things that are not even possible. and with such certainty.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're interpreting it for us, right? I mean, they will tell you what it means. This is the bear, the dipper. I mean, they will tell you why. But again, how do they even come up with it? It's crazy.
Let's say, well, the Big Dipper is composed of 6 stars, and this star is this far away, and it's this many years old, and it's a white dwarf, and blah blah blah, and they've come up with all these stories about you know the Big Dipper and what it actually is, right, in their worldview. They're stars. They're millions of light years away, or whatever many light years away they are, and they know what it's all composed of, and and they'll say something stupid like, "Oh, if you could sit there and watch for 2 million years, it isn't going to look like the Big Dipper no more. It's going to look like the ladle or something." And how do you know that? Well, because astronomy predicts it or something. They'll say something stupid. So it's just like story, but the point of all is they're just telling stories the same way that anybody else, any religion, any uh any cult or anything else just tells a story about creation, reality, what it all means, all these things. They think somehow that they're not doing that. They think that they really think in their mind that they're doing something unique and different than all the other crap. That's why I give Newton credit, because at least he admitted that, yeah, this gravity idea, yeah, it's useful and it works, but philosophically, it's fucking meaningless because we have no idea. We have no mechanism. We have no reason why any of this happens, and that's philosophically unsound if you're trying to figure out the laws of nature, right? Because that was kind of what was the point of natural science, was to figure out what the laws of nature were and what nature actually was. But all they could do was say what it did instead of say kind of what it is. Whatever the it is.
Yeah, that's what's fascinating to me because the constellations is so consistent. Saturn, they will rise, and the other one will go down, and it's funny how it seems to point to the north. Polaris. The stars seem to point to it for some reason.
Yeah, well, they'll tell you that Polaris was not always Polaris, and it was some other star based upon some Egyptian frickin' hieroglyph that you can't make heads or tails out of. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, dude, that's like the procession of the equinoxes and the monuments.
Yeah,
A bunch of baloney. At least I think so.
yeah. I don't think the precession of the equinox is
I
there's a
mean, it
precession of
makes
the equinox, meaning what constellation the sun rises in changes over time. But I don't think that the mechanism that they say causes it has any justification for it whatsoever, other than because of the monuments, right? The Earth monuments. That supports geocentrism.
yeah, it does.
But then you also have it actually supports the old school view of the what was it, the harmony of the spheres, the crystals or whatever, nested spheres inside of spheres, because you'd have the Earth, right, and then there'd be the stars because the planets don't precess. The equinox doesn't precess with the planets, and they say that you're in the solar system, and then the stars are outside of that, and then that's precessing. So the sun, so the solar system, right, is embedded in the celestial sphere. And the sun, which way it appears to rise, moves against those background stars over time. and that's the precession of the equinox. But the planets where they are, they should also precess, but they don't.
That's a good distinction. It's not like the entire, yeah, it's only a certain portion of the night sky that would appear to. But a lot of the base claims based off of the placement of monuments alone, I don't think is enough, at least for me, to draw a compelling case that these ancient people erected these massive structures in such a manner that was so old, you know, because the amount of time that's required for them to claim that these things exist, I don't think is borne out by the archaeological suppositions that come with the interpretation of these civilizations in their place and time.
Yeah, and like if you take like places like Stonehenge, let's use that as an example. That's not the original thing. They built that, so it's like they reassembled Stonehenge. I'll be diplomatic.
I mean, don't we have images of their placement and construction?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the cranes and everything. So they reassembled it. Let's just say that. So the oldest one I know of, a physical building, which is aligned to the equinox, is like one that's it's like in Thailand or something. But that's only like from the 1600s. I was actually surprised that it was only that old.
And then you have the mystery of the Egyptians, and I'm not talking about the Hellenistic Greeks. You know, supposedly on one hand, their civilization's far older than Babylon, but there seems to be a lot more in the historical record supporting that Babylon is older than them. So I really don't understand. I can't make heads or tails. I mean, was there in antiquity already people retrofitting or backdating tables of kings and all kinds of?
Well, this is why I'm like the chronology. I'm not too hooked on the chronology of what they say, what happened in what order. Like I don't necessarily, or how far. Like this is where we get back to Fomenko. Fomenko, regardless of what you think about his new chronology, he has a freaking point
Yeah.
about the chronology that exists now and how it was made. They didn't use what we would consider modern scientific methods to figure out when to place and date shit. They also didn't use. There was also a big. The ideas that like people, the calendar itself, right? So there was no like ubiquitous. There was no dictionaries. So like people like they have ideas about the way things were in the past that it just didn't exist that way. Dictionaries are our new invention.
Right.
Spaces in between words, that's a new invention. Writing vowels down in your words, that's a new invention. All these things, right? So you got to read something from the past. There's no spaces between what would be words, and then the words themselves. Oh, there's no dictionary. You don't even know if the person that wrote that down, like like you have no idea really what the meaning of that is, and you can't look it up because no dictionary existed at the time to look it up with. Right? And it could just be like some local dialect or something. But then, even given all that, the date itself to look at something and go, okay, what calendar did they use? Okay, where do the calendars overlap? Right? You
Yeah.
use the Gregorian, I use the Julian, someone uses some lunar solar calendar, someone uses the Chinese calendar, another person uses a Islamic calendar. Okay, where do they overlap so we can take each calendar and say, yes, this is how we're This is how we're keeping time together. This is how we can match the calendars up. Oh, there's no
Yeah,
method to do that.
that's a big problem. Like take the founding of Rome, for instance. Founding of Rome coinciding, I think, with like the Persian Medes Empire or something that took over whatever existed before, expelling everybody. But their calendar is already like 700 years old. And then the Roman calendar starts at like 500 BC or something.
Yeah, and like, how hard is it to
Calendar.
change the calendar? And
And you
were
got the
they?
Chinese.
Yeah, and they weren't dating shit like that. It's not like nowadays, right? Like, we're told in school, right? Write your name and date on the top of the paper. They weren't doing that. They weren't even writing their name on it, much less the date.
Right, or for official government documents, it'd be like the third reign of Emperor Claudius, whatever. The third year of Emperor Claudius.
Yeah, it's the same way. Like, I just know, like if you look at in the old English cases, it doesn't say, hey, like you said, it doesn't say like 1322. It says, uh, Henry 3, roll 5, folio 16. You know what I mean? It has
Right.
Henry. So you know what king, the third. It's the third. Like what parchment it is, and then when you get that parchment, that folio, and you take it out, there's no date in there. It just describes the case. It doesn't
Yeah.
say this happened on August 31st, 1322.
And then Europe is an entire freaking mess because you've got like the Anglo-Saxon calendar, the Frankish calendar, the Christian calendar, the Julian calendar that is at the time. You even have like a freaking Slavic calendar used in the eastern parts of Europe, which is going to be different than all those. And they got all these tribes conquering each other and reconquering each other and replacing that portion of the world with their calendar. I mean, it's no wonder. Like, it really does look like one of the things that came out of Anatoly Fomenko's work I thought was interesting was how it looks like the Merovingians and the Carolinians are a copy and paste job of each other. I'm like, wow, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty funny, man. I mean, the
So,
funny thing is the techniques he uses is basically he uses just regular inference correlations and inference, and he uses Bayesian inference to get probabilities on whether some story is the same as some other story,
right.
right?
Right. And knowing that certain astronomical alignments are so profound that they were recorded, and that really every night sky is its own fingerprint of that particular point in time. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I find
concerning.
that very compelling. The zodiacs are very compelling. I guess the weakest part of that argument is the interpretation of the symbols. I mean, he does a good job of breaking them down. I have no doubt, but I would just say interpretations of symbols drawn into the side of the wall without any freaking clear, you know, basically what we call nowadays a legend on what the symbols are. It's always prone to error. That there could be an error
Yeah.
there because it's just you're interpreting what it looks like.
That's a good example of where he reaches. And I think a lot of that was driven by his mentor. What was his name? Began to the net Novikov. His mentor Novikov was like staunchly anti-Western, and I think was the author of much of the overreach because he basically had a bone to pick with the entire West and went to undermine like all of Western chronology because capitalism, no shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's. I'm not complaining that he does that. It's just that it's because that's the only thing he has available. I do think it's very funny though that if he uses because I think he's done like I think there's 5 zodiacs that he's analyzed that are available, and they all come within like a couple hundred years of each other. Now, just as a coincidence that you have zodiacs that are one's in frickin' Rome, one's in frickin' 2 of them are in Egypt, one's in some other place, and if you take where the planets and basically the horoscope of basically it's a horoscope of that room. For them to just like if they were just randomly placing these figures that they would come within 100 years of each other or a couple hundred years, that's
Yeah.
I don't even know how you come up with a probability for that. That's just
Comes from fallen angels, brother.
Yeah, or the god of the gaps, if you want to go that route.
but I
You know, like
do
the story of Prometheus giving humanity fire, right? Kind of that kind of thing. Well, probably a fallen angel gave us access to the stars when he wasn't supposed to, or she, or whatever.
anyway, the point is I think from it like the modern history that we all the chronology. Now, maybe the events happened, but the actual chronology of events, how important the actual timing and spacing of when the events happened. That is the problem. That is just it does like if you go, hey, dude, the Roman Empire probably didn't really take place. Like you're denying the Roman Empire? No, it just happened 1,000 years later, or it happened before, or it's a conglomeration of a bunch of different civilizations. The only reason we have these spacings, Greeks, Rome, like these events, the chronology is what makes the story that way. Now, if we didn't place things in the right order, the story is going to be completely different. And then, like I said, Flamenco looked at how did they come up with this ordering, this temporal ordering, and it's trash. It's absolute trash. It's look, it's not even good enough to be called guesswork. So why not start from scratch and go, hey, dude, let's like we have better methods of figuring out ages of things and when things happen than we did in the past. Why don't we forensically go back and forensically examine a bunch of shit and try to place these things in the timeline accurately and start from there?
You know what? I just thought of how freaking weird it is. How like the Scottish people appear everywhere from like Kazakhstan to the British Islands to Northern Africa. Like the Scutia, right?
Yeah.
Look on old
Yeah.
maps and they're all over the damn place. Like, except on this map, they're here at this time, and a few hundred years on a different map later, they're here at this particular point in time. It's like, what the fuck? And also the Phoenicians are the same. Like, you got these people that seem to be just like the miscellaneous box for what they don't really understand or know. Like, oh, that's Phoenician script. Oh, wait, no, that's Canaanite script. Oh, no, that's Paleo-Hebrew. Oh, wait, no, that's Paleo-Greek. Oh, wait, no, it's all the fucking same.
So here's something like, so it's odd, not odd. The legal system, because they have the idea of judicial precedent exists. There's a history there, and the history is independent of our modern propaganda history because it only concerns the judicial system and how laws changed and how they should rule. Now, there's references in the laws. The reason I'm bringing it up because you brought up the Phoenicians. There was something called the laws of Oleron, which supposedly they go back to the Phoenicians or what came up with it. And it's a law.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's a law of trade that people would use when they, it's a law that deals with how It's the law that deals with merchants and trade in the Mediterranean, basically. So, if you have a ship and you go somewhere, like whether you like, how do you adjudicate whether it's been paid or not paid, or whether it's the right cargo, or all the how the sailors get paid. So supposedly the laws of Oleron are the precursor to the maritime law, but they're cited to go back to like 1140, right? Which is pretty far back, about 1140. Basically, if you start looking at the legal systems of Europe, you'll get like actual cases that actually exist. A lot of them are in French, or they'll be in Latin or something like that. But you'll get to about 1400s, and then it's like a fucking brick wall. And occasionally you'll see some reference to the laws of Oleron, just generally, not as like anything specific. Something like, oh, this goes back to the laws of Oleron, which was during this person's time. But it's like there's like this wall, this chronological wall, that like when you start peering, that goes to like the Dark Ages, right? When they say the Dark Ages were. Which kind of goes with what Fomenko said too, that there's like this imaginary, this wall of when you try to peer back into the past that you can't see past.
It almost terminates with the schism in 1054, whenever that was.
Yeah, it's all in that. It's all in that from our, I guess, in the current timeline, 1,000 years ago.
Something I keep meaning to look at from this angle is the Eastern Church's canonical laws, which may be better preserved and least manipulated.
I was gonna say also got to think about the Chinese chronology, where they have dynasties. Like those star logs are pretty on point. They haven't really deviated much, but then again, they were influenced by the Jesuits in the 600s. So who knows?
Oh yeah.
What I found out, there's something called like what was it? The seal of the Emperor of China, or something like that.
Yep.
And that it's been lost for a long time, and that's what actually gives the emperor his authority, and it's been gone. But over the fences. So
I'm not really sure about that. I don't know.
I was looking at the other day. So the fences, is it like a lot of these timelines that we're talking about, supposedly back in the Renaissance, Middle Ages, their calendars, what they were trying to compute was they were trying to compute when the Judgment Day was.
Oh, okay.
Right. Wasn't that something Newton was obsessed with?
Oh yeah, they were all like
Yes.
obsessed with
Yeah.
it. They were
Yeah, he had
psychotic.
like 30 different Bibles too, and he was obsessed with trying to find the Philosopher's Stone, aka the key to God's mind. Tried to recreate Solomon's temple.
Have you ever seen a movie called Pi, Indio?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
A nice movie.
I went to the theater to see that by myself, man. I was like, what the fuck? I walked out of there with a headache. Then I went back and watched
Is
it
this
again.
the one with the tiger?
No. You're talking about the black and white movie, right? Over the fences?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No tiger. So to compute when Judgment Day is, you got to know when creation was. So that was their issue, really, of what they were trying to figure out. When was creation? When would Judgment Day be? And then they had to like sandwich, they'd try to make the resurrection or birth of Jesus symbolically somehow in there to make sense. To because they would probably use that as part of their argument, like, well, if Jesus was born this day, then this means it's like People get obsessed with, like, it has to be an even number or something. Who knows? But that's part of the problem is that, like, if you try to take, okay, this person used this calendar, this person used this method of chronology, then we try to overlap them, we can't figure out where they freaking overlap. Then, like, who was keeping a calendar anyway? How many calendars could there
Yeah.
possibly be? You know, it's probably just certain, you know, so-called learned people locked up somewhere.
Ballers.
Yeah, ballers, future ballers.
You know, Jesus said, "No one knows the hour, only the Father in heaven."
Yeah, apparently they didn't care back then.
To India, I'm going to get you this book that I found that I've only even read the preface on it, and the preface alone is full of information. It's basically this British guy from like the 1800s who is doing exactly what you said to do, which is to like try and give the most fair account of chronology possible by taking in all the different stories, calendars, events, yada yada yada. And I only read the preface. It's a thick book, but I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh, cool. It's a tough
Is
task. I'm
is
not
that
saying it's easy. It's super hard.
is that the book where he used eclipse history as a foundation?
Might be. That
Yeah,
sounds familiar,
probably.
but I don't know. I'm gonna post it and you let me know.
Good. Yeah, I've been trying to track down that book. It's been talked about here and there. There might be 2 volumes of it. I could be mistaken about that part. But it was one of these older books, like 1800s ish, maybe early 1900s. Where it's a total deep dive on the Sarocycle eclipse history of the Earth.
Flamenco goes a little bit into that too.
Yeah, he does. Yep.
I'm just hesitant to ascribe to people in the past our modern sensibilities. Like, oh, he wrote down that the stars were here, and like,
I got it.
I don't know if they're going for accuracy. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, listen to this title. It's insane. The sacred and profane history of the world connected from the creation of the world to the dissolution of the Assyrian Empire at the death of the Sardanapalus and to the declension of the kingdom of Judah and Israel under the reigns of Ahaz and Pekah with the treatise on the creation and fall of man by Samuel Shuckford in 2 volumes from Oxford University.
This is a physical book.
Well, I have it digitally, but
Oh, okay. I'm just what. Can you post a link in the chat or did you DM it?
yeah.
Yeah, let me check that.
Let me know if that works.
It's downloading. So far, so good.
Should be like 608 pages or something. But dude, just reading that preface alone is insane. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. Trying to figure out let's see when it was printed. This is interesting.
One of the interesting things I like about the book, I got to like the end of the preface, and it talks about how here, I'll read this. It says, If the natural knowledge with which the ancients had was traditional, if the succeeding generation received down only some reports from the generation that went before it, where was the fountain? Who was the author of this knowledge? Moses was as unlikely as another to make discovery of these truths by any powers of reason. He was indeed learned in all of the learning of the Egyptians, but we do not find any principles in the Egyptian learning that could lead into the secret of these things. It is remarkable that Moses' account of the creation is a bare recital of facts. No show of argument or speculation appears in it. He relates that things were created in such and such a manner, but has no attempt of argument to establish or account for any part of his relation. We must, I think, allow Moses either to have had these truths imparted to him by immediate revelation, or we must say that he collected the dogmata of those that lived before him. If we choose the latter opinion, the question still remains: who taught the predecessors of Moses these things? And then he goes on, but it's really good.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Checking it out right now.
Anyway, I gotta head to work. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, man. Thanks for that. That was good shit right there.
No, I've had the same question for a long time. About chronology.
Yeah, I have no opinion yet.
At the end of the day, Indio, right?
It's
like
right.
we need to know what is true in order to do what is right.
Well, I mean, even if you look at current events, man, they rewrite history in real time while you're watching.
Shit, people are living parallel histories. Yeah, people are living in entire different realities based on their algorithm.
I know,
anyway,
right?
Have a blessed day, everybody.
Thanks, you too. I just think that we project our modern understanding of the world and of time and how everything works onto the past, and we really have no way to verify that things used to be that way. I kind of think about how, like, if you've seen Inception, and they realize they wake up in the middle of the dream, right? And they don't question how they got there, and we're kind of like that, we're kind of in the middle of the dream, and we have all this past behind us, and we make it make sense based on our own modern understanding, and that's what we're looking for. But maybe a lot of it just can't make sense to us because it's just completely different than anything we can imagine. If this is a created realm, then things could extend. They could be far more um complicated or just fantastical, I guess we would say, by our modern understanding than anything we could conceive of, right?
Yeah, I think you're right, obviously, about our modern conceptions of how the world works are probably way different than way it did in the past. Probably way different. Like nowadays, right? Just especially in so-called internet era, a lot of the information people know, there ends up being a record of it somewhere, digitally or on pieces of paper somewhere. That probably wasn't always the case. So the past is probably just we're just hearing like faint echoes from the past and trying to reconstruct what it was actually like from just nonsense, just from nothing. Meaning like most of what happened wasn't written down in the freaking first place. And for whatever reason, because they were oppressed people, because it cost too much to make paper, because they didn't give a shit, because they didn't think about the world that way, or maybe they did write it down and it all got destroyed. But this is like a unique era, as far as I can tell, as far as like information about the world being memorialized for the future. It's totally different now than information overload. It's just too much.
It just feels like the modern era is completely material, you know? And that it wasn't like that for people in the past, is the way I see it. You know, we just have this very finite material existence right now. And, you know, some of these things we can't explain from the past. I mean, maybe it was just a completely different existence. But
Could be, could be completely, could be absolutely different. I mean, the way they thought, all it takes is just a difference in value system and the things they take and think are important. So you remember when Facebook first came around, right? And people would just take pictures and upload it to Facebook of the most mundane, innocuous events. I went out to eat and had a ziti dinner. They take a picture and put it up on Facebook. Why?
Still bothers me.
Still bothers you?
Still bothers me, man. Yeah, I still rail against it. But yeah, you're right. It became normalized. But you know, we're at a point in time that looks nothing like any other that's come before, technologically speaking.
Well, the point is that brain space, right? You have to think about the world a certain way to compel your body to do those things, right? And be like, I'm gonna log into Facebook and I'm gonna push the button on the camera and I'm gonna freaking take 5 minutes of my day to take a snapshot of my food, right? Whereas,
Yeah.
100 years before that, that 5 minutes, they were thinking about something completely different, right? Like, who knows? Maybe they're just trying to swat the flies out of their food. Like their whole experience of dinner was something else, and like it might seem like, hey, that's just one minute instance. In the totality of the waking day, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of differences that contribute to people thinking about the world in a completely different way.
Yeah, the dinner time conversation was way different too.
Dude, I used to hate going to dinner. Hate it. When you're a kid, so
Yeah.
boring, so dry. You're a kid, you want to run around, right? Like, pull up your chair, use the right fork. I'm gonna stab everybody in here if you don't let me outside to play.
Maybe that hasn't changed.
Well, you know how it was, right? Is that there was everybody got home for dinner, and there was formal dinners, and you know things were different. It was just it was a different dynamic at the social level. But knowing I don't ever remember when I was a kid thinking, I'm doing this thing, I should record this. You know what I mean? That I write down what I did. Like maybe there was Dear Diary, right? But that stuff was for girls, right? Girls have diaries and try to keep a record of, the past. And cameras were cool, but no one just wanted to take a picture of everything. So if I'm just saying from my experience in the last 50 years, if I think another 100 years before that, they probably never ever thought of documenting their daily life.
It's ironic, right? Today they document everything, but it's all digital. So if we start getting EMP by the sun, that too gets erased.
well, we also have this fundamental difference too, where people suddenly believe that everything about them is so fascinating to the rest of the world, right? Like, who
They're the main
cares?
character. Didn't you know
Yeah,
that? They're the main
yeah,
character.
and they don't have that experience of humility. There's no one there to tell them nobody cares, right? They think everything that they do and think is really really important, and so there can be no growth when they come from that point of view, right? Because they think they're already there in the center.
That is the main character syndrome phenomenon. I mean, I first noticed it about 20 years ago. Had nothing to do with the internet. I noticed it during the holidays, right? During Christmas shopping. especially the last 2 or 3 days before Christmas. You know how people are rude Christmas shopping. It's because they got main character syndrome. It's like they're the only people in the store shopping for Christmas gifts because they're so focused on whatever it is they're doing, right? I'm Christmas shopping, yay! There's nobody else in here. I'm the most important Christmas shopper there is. That's when I first noticed that. But now it's just like all pervasive. They think they got like a film crew following them around. And everybody else is just a bunch of extras. Anyhow, the point I was trying to get at is 100 years ago, people never thought about recording their mundane life. So, like, who knows what they were doing? Like, our sample size of what people did or what they experienced in the past is too small to probably even have a judgment about. And I thought Howard, I'm sure Amish knows, maybe you know too. Howard Zinn, The People's History of the United States. I think in the foreword it says, history is always written from the viewpoint of the people in power or the people that are famous. And that his history book's written from just like the viewpoint of ordinary people and what they experienced during these time periods. Though this is me talking, he has a political twist to it because he's a pacifist. So he did cherry pick some shit to load it in there. The point being is that what's happening to what makes it into the history books isn't what's happening.
I'd like to link that to de Tocqueville, the French philosopher, historian that toured America in the early 1800s. The kind of world that he documented then is also quite foreign to what we could even conceive of and recognize today. And I don't think it's required reading.
De Tocqueville?
Yeah, like I was going to say, like just real quick, it's like ask a random high school graduate who that was, and nobody has a clue.
Oh, I beat that dude into our heads. They were fascinated by him. But it was always couched in like the revolutionary, in America, freedom, fuck yeah, democracy. Because he was like the precursor. They would attribute that. I think it was American history, maybe world history that we learned about him. But they would always attribute that like he was a major influence of the French Revolution because what he saw in America and blah blah blah, right? So basically, it led to if people are exposed to American culture, then they'll have democracies, and everything will be just peachy. Spreading freedom and democracy around the world. Got our heavy dose of Cold War propaganda and everything. It's so subtle, though. You know what I mean? You got to think about how subtle that is.
It's kind of like the foregone conclusion that democracy is somehow an ideal to uphold, that everybody should universally agree on this.
I love when they switched to capitalism. That was great. They didn't even tell us. Cold War's over. Now the most important thing to uphold is capitalism.
Yeah, except it's also a mixed system. So the cog disk is already built in, baked into the cake. And that leads to all these arguments that people have online.
Now, that's the beauty about, even though it's not a great sample, that's the beauty about I mean, people like I know this probably sounds like beating on a dead horse over and over again, the same thing. The legal system is a treasure trove of information to what people actually experience. Right? If you wanted to know, like, Hey, what was going on like in the 1920s? You could go down to the court, like pull all the cases, all the civil and criminal cases from the 1920s, all of them, all the trials, everything, and you could read the transcripts, and the transcripts would be of events that happened, and people testifying to what they saw or what they didn't see, and what they thought, right? And it's a treasure trove of like what the reality of the world was, even though it's of course it's going to be slanted a little bit because you're going to get information that pertains to some court case to a degree. The point is that there's it's not being filtered. It's literally just like peering into, you know, some event.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of going through the backlog of bug reports of glitches in the system. You want to learn about how a system works? Head first over to the bug report.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Head to the legal system. Go review the cases.
Well, I'm gonna bring up something probably a little kind. The slavery thing, I still it just
Yeah,
gets my goat, dude. When they say that like people were enslaved because they were black, that it just makes me so just it drives me crazy.
I figured you were going there. There's so much more to say on that very precise topic.
Well, I mean, think about it. Just think about it for a second. I'm what? It's 1840. I'm a white dude walking down the street, see a black dude. Officer, he's my slave. Lock him up. Okay. So he's automatically my slave because he's black? No, right? That that guy, he'd be able to he'd be able to go to court and be like, I'm not his slave. I'm a free man. And I would have to prove that that black guy is my slave. Do some type of documentation, a bill of sale, a manumission, all sorts of ways that I could prove that that guy's my slave. But it wouldn't be automatic because he's black. Okay? That wouldn't be the reason. That's why it freaking irritates me that if you even think about it for 3 seconds, was slavery based upon being black? How could you ever enforce it?
Yeah, the modern mind kind of thinks it was like Django Unchained.
Yeah, just like black people. Oh, you're a black person. Where's your master? Oh, I just freaking just a Roman black dude. Snatch him up. Like it's kooky.
Yeah. Something I keep finding amazing the more I look at is how the ancient world was more interconnected and tolerant, seemingly so, than we're taught. Like the patron saint of Germany was a black dude.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, Saint Maurice.
The patron saint of Germany is a black dude.
Yeah,
Wow.
named Saint Maurice. Yeah, just as
Did
an
they find,
example.
I thought they found a bunch of did they find a bunch of Arabic coins in Germany too? Like a treasure trove of them?
Yeah, I got to go. Be back in like 20.
All right. Anyway, just so no one's fucked up. My point was, is that the determining factor of whether someone was a slave or not wasn't whether they were black. There were other factors that determined it, legally speaking. Might be interesting to find out whether you could sell yourself into slavery within the United States or whether you had to be imported as a slave for that status to hold. Might be interesting to find out.
How y'all doing? That's good. That's good.
We're good, J Dog. How are you?
I'm doing well. Doing okay.
Yeah. Been doing any investigation into the globe claims?
I mean, not too much recently.
No.
Interesting questions usually just pop in my head as to why the Earth could or could not be flat. Um, this, like, what do you guys think of the? I know I'm just jumping right into it. I'm just curious for videos where it's like interviews, for instance, on the ISS, uh, continuous footage. How are they weightless for so long? I know there's planes that do that, but those planes aren't capable of doing it for more than a couple of minutes, maybe, if even that. Like, there's that video I found. There's this one of one of the Artemis 2 astronauts, actually. It's like 20
Well,
plus minute long videos.
yeah. I'm
And they're
sure
not in
you've
water.
you.
Sorry. I'm a little high right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then we won't get too
I'm
deep.
enjoying. You can't blame me. I'm enjoying my Saturday, so. But yeah, go on.
Oh, I would just say, like, haven't you? There's multiple ways that could be easily accomplished, right? I mean, you've seen a movie before where there's, astronauts floating in space or whatever, right?
Yes, but
There's no way to know
the
it's
movies.
live,
The
right?
movies are not as convincing as what this is, right? Like,
Why? Why is that? Why are the movies less convincing?
because they don't have the technology that they do to send these people out into space. They're not sending them physically out into space to do some of these shots. Maybe some
Uh,
I don't know. There's probably movies out there that exist that maybe they have something
Well,
on the ISS, but
that's not my question. I guess what I'm saying is you've seen depictions of this in movies since, since the 60s, right?
yeah, Stanley Kubrick, yeah, sure.
Okay,
It's
so
not
so clearly they could right. So there's no way to I don't know what you're comparing it to that you say it's more believable, right?
than like a Stanley Kubrick film, like
Yeah,
2001: A Space Odyssey.
yeah, exactly. I mean, we
This
were
is definitely
depicting
more
this
compelling,
long ago,
right?
right?
Because this is uncut footage. That's the other thing.
How do
This
you
is
know that?
uncut footage of
How do
people
you know that?
appearing, and visually it looks because you just I mean watching it, where are the cuts? I guess you
Okay,
don't
well, when I watched 2001,
like
I
when
I
they're
don't
talking.
see obvious cuts either in those scenes, so I'm not quite sure how that is relevant.
Yeah, but those scenes are in a movie. They're not going to have a scene go on for more than like, or not necessarily a scene, but they're not going to have a cut that goes on for more than like 20, 30 seconds usually, unless it's like something special. They do have
But
cuts in movies like that, whereas this is to me uncut footage. And also they're
okay,
being
but
interviewed by like kids in schools at the time too. Like they'd say
well, you don't.
something.
Yeah, you don't know where they are though, right?
I can't prove it, right? I agree
No,
with
you
you on
you
that.
can't. And we have plenty of NASA bloopers that show people on wires, right? Pretending to be on the ISS.
Uh, I I've seen videos like that. It could be chalked up to a lot of things, like
Well,
artifacts in the video. I know the typical excuse is artifacts or some shit in the video, but yeah.
maybe you haven't looked at a whole lot of them. I'm gonna post something in the side chat for you. Just a second.
Point being, this one video is 25 minutes long. I mean, I don't know if they have like a little intro first. Let's just say 20 minutes of uncut footage of this person being weightless, and I don't know what a better explanation would be other than the one they feed to us, which is that they're on a space station 200 miles away from Earth.
So, because you see uncut footage, that must mean that a rocket went into space in violation of thermodynamics and they're floating.
Well, this is an impressive thing that none of us have really observed this with our own eyes, right? This is
Exactly.
something
So you can't
extremely
validate it.
impressive.
You can't
Right.
validate it then. Like if I
However,
showed you gnomes, invisible gnomes doing something, right? And you just said, well, it was 24 minutes of invisible gnomes, right? That makes it legitimate.
I think to pull off something this visually compelling, though, once again, 20 minutes long, this person appearing weightless, you're not really seeing strings or lines on these people, at least.
Why is it
I think that
compelling
would
to
be the
you?
most.
Why are you convinced?
It
I
would be
mean,
the
you've
most
seen the movies.
impressive. It would be the most
Why?
impressive. It would be the. Let me just say, it would be the most impressive use of either CGI or magic of some sort that people are not able to determine what's going on with it. I think it would be the most impressive like trick ever, right? Like that would be insane to
Not
pull off something
really.
this convincing. I think so. It would be because
Okay. I mean, you and I have very different ideas of what impressive means. Like, that seems like the easiest thing in the world for them to pull off. I mean, they have $70
what?
million a day. You think they can't do a 20-minute appearance of weightlessness? Like, I'm not quite sure.
But how do they achieve that on Earth then? Because it just doesn't make sense for that duration to be able to achieve
How
it
do all the movie studios achieve that as well?
for 20 minutes
Sure.
uncut.
You've
That's not.
never Well, how do you know it's uncut? That's my point. You don't know any of this. You're just making assumptions. Saying it's not possible doesn't prove it's not possible, right?
Well, I mean, it's a movie. It has cuts in it all over
You
the place.
but you can have a scene. You're just making assumptions that because something looks very crude and rudimentary that it's somehow more believable than something very polished from a studio.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up the Big Bang Theory episode where they went to the ISS and they did a special making of for that episode. They were able to demonstrate sustained periods of weightlessness using special effects as well as objects like necklaces floating around and deforming in what appeared to be zero gravity, but it was all computer generated. I could interact with these objects. It looked very realistic.
Let me compare this. Gotta, some ISS
That's for a stupid TV show. Like,
ISS toilet malfunction. It's gonna be tough to find. So what they show like a shot of someone who's supposedly on the ISS in the Big Bang Theory.
yeah, and it's like one of the characters. They showed him manipulating, this floppy thing in front of him, but and then they revealed how it was just superimposed layers and augmented reality tracking of virtual objects on a superimposed layer against the foreground. And then you also had the background, which was also CGI.
Yeah, but once again, that's a short amount of time. I haven't seen this video, but the only thing I can say is I know for a fact it's not going to be as long as these videos for them doing something like that. Also fences. I've seen this video, I believe. So I remember like in the beginning, for instance, the coverings that look so flimsy. Those are like thermal coverings, from what I recall. From what I remember looking into it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't necessarily claim that everything in that video is a legitimate fail, but there's enough in there. It's very long, obviously, but there's enough in there. It's just comprehensive. But yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Other things. I didn't watch the full thing, but I did watch like 20, 30 minutes. Barack Obama. The thing is, it's funny. These videos, all these flat Earth, like any media that you guys produce, it's always like grainy as shit. And I know you guys are pulling from older videos and stuff too, but it's just so funny. It has a certain look to it. It just fits the conspiracy aesthetic, regardless of what you think.
Kind of like NASA's live videos. Yeah, yeah.
I just think it's funny little thing.
So I would ask you, how many minutes have to elapse for you to determine that it's true? Like, do you set a hard limit at like 15 minutes? Is 14 minutes not believable, but 16 minutes is? Like, how did you come up with this idea that a certain amount of quote unquote uncut footage makes it real? Especially when you know that the whole concept is a thermodynamics violation and you know the surface of the earth is measured flat.
Well, I think things gradually become more and more convincing over time. I don't want to put a hard limit on where that cutoff would be, but of course, just the idea of it being that long, uncut, my current understanding of how weightlessness works and how people can achieve it right now,
But you don't have an
it
understanding, right? You have a belief of weightlessness.
well, what I mean is like I know people can take those little plane trips and then the plane drops for a little bit, but I know
Right, they're
that those do not
falling.
last for as long as that. So they're either taking the plane much higher, which I don't. I mean, yeah, it
Why do
just
you
doesn't.
assume that they're actually weightless? That's the question I was
All
getting
right,
at for you.
maybe weightless isn't the right word, but they're pulling something off that I think is really impressive. And I know you could say they're on bungee cords or strings or whatever, but
Well, was it
I-
that like did you watch Gravity and say, "Oh my gosh, they're really in space"?
no, because
Okay.
that visually it just is not as convincing.
Okay. I disagree. But
I mean,
I don't know what
to
your
me that
standard is. What's your standard to determine that it's convincing? Your standard is it came from NASA.
knowing how CGI works in other movies, or not necessarily works, but looks like we've seen CGI in a lot of
You
movies. Like
think
no one
$70
can jump.
million a day they can't accomplish this illusion?
Well, I think that we can only do so much with so much money, though, right? Like I think we can all
How
agree
much
with
can we
most
do?
things. I'm just let me just make a point on the general premise of this, saying that the more money you dump into something, usually you get diminishing returns. Is the point I'm making. So like you could put a lot of money into like video game software, but you're not going to make something that's 10 times better by putting 10 times money into it. I think that applies to a lot of things, and this is
Yeah,
one
but
of them.
video
Where
game
like
If you
companies
believe that's
don't.
what the
no, no,
money's
no.
being used for in the first place, like
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
video
so
game companies aren't getting $70 million a day, but from you'll see that Yoder posted the Big Bang thing for you in the side chat. If you take a
I'm
look.
just I'm just saying it would be really impressive that the U.S. government was able to develop the software, and
Have,
then other people aren't able to get even close to what we're able to achieve with these videos.
well, you understand that we are not necessarily privy to the technology that the government has, right? Like it takes a long time for us to have access to that stuff, right? Like AI has been around a lot longer than we've been aware of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I just remembered
So
too. Or what's up?
some of this stuff we don't find out until after the fact, right? So I wouldn't assume that my understanding of how things should be is an accurate one, you know?
Yeah. So the other thing I just remembered was that I've seen videos of people flying through what appears to them being weightless through the ISS. So with strings and cords attached that they're editing out put in post or whatever, like it just doesn't. It feels like something would go wrong with all of that, right? Through like all these corridors in the ISS.
Again, I'm sure they'd absolutely film all the bloopers and show them to you.
I'm just saying, like it seems like people are turning around and going up and down in the ISS in one continuous shot. I remember seeing one video of this at least. I can try and find it.
Hello.
Hey, welcome to the room. So
Thank you.
J-Dog, basically it seems your argument is incredulity, right?
I mean, what's your argument? Is that we're not able to verify this for ourselves?
My argument is it's impossible because the surface of the Earth measures flat and space, as the heliocentric model claims, is
Yeah.
impossible.
So, to be fair, a laser measurement is technically not a perfect and direct measurement of Earth's curvature. It's not, you're not necessarily measuring the curvature of Earth with a laser just because you can hit something on the other end. You're not directly interacting with the Earth itself. So I think there's somewhat of a flaw to with that, and I think I mean we
We're going
discussed
over water, which is flat. I mean,
yeah,
we're not measuring a tangent, right?
and not to like reopen this can of worms with Snell's law, but like there's clearly flaws with the ways that a lot of these people are performing these experiments.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but you have yet to prove that, right?
What, that them using just a basic Snell's law is incorrect in the FE core paper?
Can you explain to me how they hit the target and how understanding or not understanding Snell's law would change that outcome?
So the laser was much larger at the end, right? Over the 21, at least for the one leg, 21 kilometers. It was much larger at the end.
Yeah, does that mean it can overcome curvature blocking it?
So it did scatter a lot.
Yeah, but
Curvature blocking it. The issue with using that though is that we're not considering refraction. And I know this
dude,
is
you're
the
saying it had a really big diverging cone. Excuse me, not dispersion's chromatic. It had a big diverging cone. Well, if there's still something obstructing that cone that's diverging, then it still wouldn't work,
what do you
right? It's like
no,
radar shadow, right?
it's constantly bending. It's
Oh,
constantly
really? It's constantly bending now.
well so I don't want to get back into this discussion with Snell's law, but you understand that when they perform Snell's law, they are only considering one boundary point, right? They're considering one homogeneous body, and then that passing through one point and then going into another homogeneous body. So it does not consider the fact that this is non-homogeneous. So it's a gradient of the refractive index. And
Yeah, there's a gradient, sure. It's a
what's
vertical
important with
gradient,
that
which
though
they demonstrated.
is that this is a linear equation that they're basically setting up, and the problem is that this is not a linear change. It is there's change at
No, that's not the problem. That's absolutely not the problem. The problem is they measured a vertical gradient stack and not a horizontal one. And if they had the beginning point and the end point horizontally, they could have used Snell's law as an approximation for the Eikonal ray equation.
No.
Yes, they could have, because if you only have 2 data points, you're not going to need a whole integral. Your integral then would be integrating what? Data that they didn't collect, so therefore they'd have to apply a model, right? I mean, they sidestep all of that by just using simple Snell's law. Take a simple differential, 2 points, discrete match, boom, done. But the problem is they did this in the vertical direction, not the horizontal direction. And this is where your description of it being wrong is actually also wrong.
So the best way I can describe this is understand the beam is at 90 degrees relative to the ground, right? It's perpendicular. You start that out, right? And then it reaches a different refractive index than what it originally started at. So it's changing a little bit. Okay, so now you're working off of that change refractive index. Let's just call it 1, or whatever. Let's just call it angle 1. I know it doesn't make any sense, but let's say it's 1, right? It hits the change in refractive index. Now it's 1.1. Okay, now when it hits the next change in the refractive index, it's not at the baseline of 1 anymore. It's changing relative to 1.1. So now you move 1.1. So now it's like 1.21, right? So it's not relative to the 90 degrees anymore. I'm trying to think of compound interest, for instance, too, where you're not multiplying off of the base amount you started off of.
If I shoot a laser over
based off
water, will it bend down into the water and then it go through the water?
I'm just saying you're not multiplying based off of the base amount that you start origin. You're multiplying based off of a constantly changing principal amount. That's why compound interest works with banks and stuff like that, so that you can get interest based off of a changing amount, not based off of like, oh, every year, which is basically what happened here. Snell's law is you doing interest every 12 months, and then you considering that your change after 12 months, one time, versus compound interest being you actually deriving the equation to figure out that change. That's
Here's your problem, J-Dog. It doesn't matter whether these people are complete morons or not. The laser still hit the target. Like, they can be the dumbest people in the world. They can claim to misunderstand everything, and the laser still hit the target.
Right. So the modification of the beam path would be tempered by the atmosphere, right? By the medium that it's going through. And the amount of change that you're required for this to produce a flat image, or actually a curvature conformal beam, and the geometry that's required is actually going to be much more difficult than what is oversimplified in diagrams that many globe earthers like to present to us unknowingly. What's going to have happen is you're going to have a recurve in order to produce a flat image. It's not a simple parabolic arc, but a sinusoidal wave.
But
nobody ever accounts for that geometry either.
So typically,
right? Because how else does it straighten out?
The refractive index of a solid versus a something like air, for instance, right, that is passing through, is going to be very different. So it's hitting that different refractive index too when it curves down, if it does go down, or it goes up. It's ducting, and I know you cannot visualize ducting very well.
I
You've
can
shown me.
visualize it. I can actually work with it because I did when I was working with radio frequency
Right. You
optimization
can
techniques and antennas.
yeah, you could visualize the total internal reflectance, right? Whatever. Um, you can visualize that with stuff like fiber optics. Like we know that's possible. We know you can bounce light to that degree and have
Yeah,
it
what's
travel.
impossible is the geometry and the conditions that would be required for it to be true.
No, because I think there's a failure in accepting what the geometry is. They're using Snell's law, like I said. I think there's a lot of flaws
No,
in their
you
math.
misunderstand the claim in this instance. It was they used a vertical gradient at one place instead of a horizontal gradient at point A and B. They didn't
In
even use
regard
a
to,
gradient. They used the change from vertically from at one place.
I'm just saying, I think there's a lot of
Yeah.
issues with these papers, and they're not considering a lot of things that we should be considering
All right.
for
So,
why we can see objects that should be covered by hundreds of meters of curvature over.
all right. So what did they
tens
need to
of
consider for it to be curving?
Well, I just brought up, for instance, Snell's law. I brought up ducting. I know people talk about looming and a lensing effect sometimes. I think these
All right. So you
things are
don't have
just
an
not
answer.
considered. What I gave you several answers. I don't have visual evidence to show you right now. I could show you.
You don't know what's required for them to produce this effect around a globe, is what I'm saying.
I don't, but it doesn't seem like they would
You have no
anyway.
clue.
I mean, I could go research it right now.
You're not
I
going to
could
become
literally,
an expert instantly.
right. Do you understand though? Like for instance, Snell's law in the FE core paper. Like I don't know how many of you actually were aware of that. It's worth looking into
Yeah,
because
it's
it's a major
irrelevant.
flaw in
But
the paper.
I don't know how many times do I have to say iconal ray equation before you pick up on it?
The reason I bring that up though is that
You have no clue
I
what I'm
didn't.
talking about.
The reason I'm bringing it up is something like calculus. I didn't understand until like 10 years ago. Right? There are gaps in our knowledge, and we can fill those gaps by learning more. And I think what you do and a lot of other flat earthers do, all of them, are just make assumptions based off of the knowledge that they do not have.
What
Right?
assumption do I need to make? I'm back to that. What is required for this to happen on a globe, Jay?
Well, for one, you guys assumed that everything was correct enough in FE4's paper that it proves that the Earth is flat. When I feel like a paper with a major flaw like that should not be used at all.
Everything was done good enough, dude. Yep, Earth is
Good
flat.
enough.
So
Good
you
enough.
don't know what would
Yep,
be required
yep.
for this to happen on
Good
a globe
enough.
in the first instance.
Good enough for
Secondly,
government.
we
Good enough
do.
for close enough for government work. How would you like that saying? Because that's an actual true saying, and I learned that when I was going through school for what I do now. And there's a thing called close enough for government work.
Yeah. I'm just saying, look into the Snell's law thing. I would understand it for yourself, and then realize maybe
You're
that you
telling me
had
I
that
need to
gap in
study
your
this,
knowledge.
really?
I'm saying we're all flawed. We don't know everything, and we shouldn't be drawing assumptions and conclusions based off of those gaps.
There's no gap for me. I don't know why you think there should be a gap for me. I'm asking you what the
I have
gap is
gaps
for
in
you,
my
and the gap
knowledge.
for
I
you
don't
is
have any
exactly what I keep
gaps.
asking, dude.
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, how much does temperature modify the path of a beam like this over distance? How much temperature do you need for any given deflection?
There you, brother. We can teach each other different things. I'm open to that. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't.
And it's
Right. So
okay to
you
say
have
that.
no clue. Your argument is therefore from incredulity in this. You just don't know,
Yeah,
and you don't
about
believe it.
right. Sure, I don't know about that thing, and it seemed like no one really knew about the Snell's law issue.
Yeah, we do know though. So here's the problem, right? We
You
know
just
you don't, and you don't want to find out, and you don't want to listen.
man.
And you want all of us to be just as ignorant as you are on this topic, because that'll make you feel much more comfortable.
Do you really
Misery
believe
loves
that?
company. Yeah, misery loves company.
Hold on, Yoder. Do you really believe that? Do you really think that even if do you think that I believe the Earth is flat and that I'm trying to make you guys ignorant?
No, that's non sequitur. How many times do I have to say iconal ray equation before you pick up on this?
Hold on. You're saying that I want to make you guys ignorant. I truly believe in what I'm saying, right? I want to not make you guys ignorant. I want to make that clear.
No,
So that
you want us
kind
to
of bothers.
be as ignorant as you, not just ignorant as you.
Yes, but do you understand my
Yes,
viewpoint? Is
exactly.
the way you framed it was to make it seem like like it's my intention for this to be an ignorant thing to begin with, right?
As
Like
ignorant as you are on it. Yes, you want us to be on equal footing of ignorance, so that you can
yes,
go on believing that the Earth is a globe.
but you framed it as if I'm trying to mislead you guys,
No, because the
right?
truth is, we are
Is that
actually
I
more
know that?
informed than you.
Just to be clear, yeah. All right, this isn't going anywhere with that. I'm not trying to make you guys ignorant, unless I myself am ignorant, right? But to be clear, I'm not trying to. Whatever, dude.
You admitted you were ignorant when we talked the other day, right?
Do you think I would admit
And
that
you've
I'm
and you've
ignorant, though?
illuminated that as
Hold on.
well. We also exposed the
Right.
fact that you've never
Hold
actually
on.
looked for any evidence to support your globe claims at all, and just immediately jumped into trying to disprove laser tests without any foundational knowledge of the heliocentric claims or providing any evidence whatsoever to support those. So yes, you are ignorant and you admitted it. And
Hold on.
I don't hold that against you, but for you to come in here and argue about FE core when you don't even have the basics, as I told you before, is really presumptuous and pretty foolish. And to claim that Yoder doesn't know stuff about this that you do, or you think you've made comments about how we're stupid and such, but you're
Oh
just
my God.
exposing your
You
own
gotta be.
ignorance the more you're on here, and it's disappointing. Like, I really thought you'd go seek out some more information so you could come back more informed.
Well, in all fairness, you're talking to someone who's not sober right now, but I am trying to convey my feelings in an honest manner,
It's
right?
always the same
So
excuse with these guys.
hold on. The point I was trying to make is that we're all ignorant of different things. I'm not saying you guys are ignorant on a specific subject, but I think you guys have gaps in what you know about how light works, for instance.
But we know far more about it than you do.
Right, that may be the case. It's also
So,
relevant to the argument.
but here's the issue. I brought up just one instance, right? Maybe you guys know a lot more about light in general than I do. Sure, I'll accept that. But in this case of Snell's law in that paper, it seems like no one was aware of that except for maybe DJ yesterday when I spoke to them. So, or maybe that was 2 days ago. But it seems like everyone just kind of accepted that, and people even defended it in this chat. I mean, if we go back to the YouTube videos that are live streaming right now, people defended them using Snell's law.
Okay, well, how about you talk to us?
That's correct. I think it was.
I can find all kinds of idiot globers out there that I can point out and try and make an argument for FE. But that wouldn't be honest. Why
I'm
are you
just
doing
saying
that right now?
there are a lot of people who are defending that equation, and I feel like there's going to be a lot less people defending that now after I've spoken up.
Jay,
Well,
you
Show
must
me how
you
it
must be
works.
new here.
the chief purveyor of this Snell's law through the atmosphere was somebody that we booted now almost 2 years ago from our server, and most of his followers seem to have left with him.
Nathan Oakley? Is this Nathan Oakley?
No, but you can include him. But Quantum Eraser.
Sounds familiar. The point being,
He's famous for saying that Snell's law is the law of refraction, and therefore all refraction claims must only conform to the law of refraction, of which Snell's law is the law governing it, which is not true, because that's a specific case of a more generalized phenomenon of refraction, which can take place in multiple different ways, not just at an interface at a boundary between two isotropic media. Snell's law is very specific in the case, and that it requires a thermodynamic boundary layer.
yeah. To be clear, changing the path of the laser, the people in that experiment acknowledged that refraction existed, right? And the very fact that the one thing that would counteract that laser hitting curvature being refraction is the thing that they fucked up on, I think is a major issue in that paper, because refraction is the thing that people claim is the reason why it wouldn't hit. Or I probably cut out there, but why it wouldn't hit the curvature.
Yeah, you think we deny that refractive conditions exist?
The point
Oh,
being is
we
that
embrace it.
I think that's an important part to get hung up on, because that's exactly what would cause it to avoid the curvature. That's why. So someone messing that up in a paper like that, where they're trying to disprove curvature or prove curvature, and refraction being the one thing that makes that laser bend or not, I think it's important that they get that right.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
why I'm
So I'll tell you what's required for this to happen on a globe is a horizontal gradient from point A to B, typically of increasing optical density, which is what I'd assume is the case here, right? Because that's what causes n sine theta to be modified along its path. Now, if that's the case, then the temperature at point A and point B must be completely different. And also, the gradient must be such that the gradient itself conforms to the rate of curve around the globe. So the change in optical conditions must equal that of the rate of change of curvature around the globe. So this is the claim on the table from your side, and I'm asking for evidence that that's the case.
we can get to that. I just think the FE core paper is an important part too, because I feel like it forms a lot of your worldview on how, no pun intended, but how this all works.
Yeah, well, so you know how many times they went and actually conducted measurements in how many countries?
Is it like 17 or something?
Isn't it funny how this one instance is being cherry picked, where they
The
didn't
reason why,
collect enough data?
well, the thing is, they did this for all of their refraction calculations. They used the
Oh,
same thing for
really?
all of those.
All of them? Okay, show me another example. One more.
Let me find the paper. Fuck Edge. Open up Chrome. So, do you have the paper? I could also upload it here, possibly.
To be clear, what happened in this one instance was one temperature gradient reading at one localized position, a vertical gradient reading. That's it. And your claim is that it's the same thing that they did everywhere.
I'm not talking about their temperature reading. Well,
But I am.
ties in-
That's what this is all about, dude.
no, no. Well, no, it's not, because I'm talking about the refraction calculation itself. So, do you
How
have
do
the
you
paper?
think causes refraction, dummy?
Brother, I'm
Temperature.
saying the way they plug in the refractive indexes into Snell's law and how they're using Snell's law is incorrect.
Well,
That's
no,
the
you
issue.
you
It
don't
doesn't
really
matter how
understand
they
what
get to.
you didn't understand what Snell's law is for until I explained it to you,
They
and I differentiated it from a different form of refraction. It uses a different form of calculation, which you
and
seem to know about, but not by name.
to be clear, with the temperature stuff, guys, that's how they get their refractive indexes, and then they plug those refractive indexes into Snell's law.
Yeah, I
So
mean, and I'm
they
here to tell you there's actually nothing wrong with using it. If you measure a temperature at point A and a temperature at point B, you can you can forego doing the entire calculus along the path and actually use your endpoints. You like to
you're
bring up
not doing.
financial math. This is kind of like calculating your compounded annual growth rate from your beginning point and your end point, and you come up
The,
with
the,
your rate of return.
no, this is a linear. This is a linear ray. That's what this assumes. That this is a
Yeah, and you
linear
can
ray.
approximate it with CAGR in finance just as you do with here.
But that's what they're not doing. That's my issue. They're treating this
Well,
as a linear ray. That's my problem.
yeah,
There's no change undergoing on this ray at all, and that's
that's
something
pretty
that,
phenomenal, right?
well, that's what they're assuming in their equation, and that is
That's what
ridiculous.
happened
Because,
too.
well, it's ridiculous because they accept that refraction occurs, but they basically say that it only occurs once because they're two homogeneous bodies, when that's not clear, obviously, or that's not true. This is not a
Now you're trying
homogeneous
to
body.
recharacterize something that didn't happen.
No, I'm not. What? So how do you get from two different refractive indexes, right? Like, how do you go from one refractive index to the other? Do you just jump? Like, does the
Yeah,
temperature go
you
from
can take
50?
your beginning point and end point
No.
and use Snell's law as an approximation. How many times do I have to say that?
Can you go from 50 degrees to the adjacent molecule that's 60 degrees? Like, does that work? and they just live in perpetuity like that. That's not how that works.
Oh,
Things don't
so
just
now you're going
jump.
to bring up the some specifics required along the path. Well, great. Now, which atmospheric model or would you like to use in order to
The
base this
point being,
assumption on?
the refractive indexes don't jump from 1.00029 to 1.003, right?
Well, they do
They
if you
don't
only have 2 data points. Yeah, they certainly do.
But in the physical world I'm speaking of, right? The
Okay,
numbers don't,
so how much degree of fluctuation in between is possible?
and that's what I'm drawing what's so
You-
important here is
Right.
the
So
fact
what
that
I'm here to tell you is you'd have to have a change in temperature. Do you know by how much over what distance?
I'm just saying this is very important because
You
this is
have no
not
clue. You have no clue. So what you think is possible is impossible and has never been measured.
let me ask you this. Do you think that this equation that they use, Snell's law, gives the exact refraction that would be occurring in this experiment?
How many times do I have to say it's an approximation?
So you think this is accurate enough?
No, in this case, they did not apply it the way that I would have liked to have seen, which is what I said. Now I'm saying for like the 5th or 6th time here is a change in temperature from point A to B. Give me a
Yeah.
temperature reading at the height of point A and a temperature reading at the height of point B.
The temperature doesn't necessarily matter here because I'm talking about what they get to after the temperature readings. So they could
The
have
temperature does matter. It is absolutely the biggest key crucial point. And maybe second to that, and more distant second, is the amount of moisture that's in the air, humidity.
so you're saying the temperature matters, right? Because it leads to the refractive index calculation, right? Or the
Temperatures
N1 and N2.
temperatures are the biggest reason that causes the deviation of light through a gaseous medium like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So it changes that N1 and N2 that we then plug into Snell's law.
Yeah. Now you're getting it.
I agree. I am with you on that. What I am saying is that them using Snell's law at all is just bad in the way that they did because it doesn't account
If you only
for
have
change.
2 data points, you can use it to approximate.
That you cannot approximate because this is such a long distance and the ray is not always starting at the origin point at 90 degrees relative to the surface when it goes through this body because it's non-homogeneous. So when
Right.
it
So
goes through a little bit, it constantly changes and curves upward because this is
yeah.
a
Okay.
great
Okay,
because
so you need
N1.
a modification in the atmosphere to produce that. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Okay, since you like financial math a little bit,
I just
you
thought that was an
calculate your
easy
compounded annual growth rate from your starting value to your end value. This does not tell you anything about the standard deviation in the middle by how much variance there could have been from point A to B. Now, what you want to believe is that there's enough variance possible between point A and B such that your CAGR actually produces a value that does not really describe the total journey that the path took and could mislead people as to how much variance there was in the path that it took to get from A to B. What I'm here to tell you is for any of this to be true, what I require is a measurement of some kind showing the temperature change over distance along the path. I would like Globers to present this, and guess what? I've seen plenty of documents where they've done very meticulous readings like this. In fact, there's one that was done in Hawaii, the 149-kilometer beam propagation path, using 2 control beams in infrared and 1 blue-green, like 560 nanometers.
Sure.
And they were
Maybe
able
can't.
to.
What's up?
Well, yeah, well, the amount of refraction that they did measure was not conformal to terrestrial refraction, was not even conformal to the entire U.S. atmosphere model, which is completely falsified by this, which is, by the way, the model that surveyors use when they make their assumptions about how much refraction corrections are required to get their dip angles to the horizon.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Maybe they can't produce that for you, but I'm literally just speaking about them using Snell's law in this paper. You kind of went off there, and sure, I don't know what people.
Yeah, what you're trying to describe is that there's enough variance in the middle of the path such that it could be rounding around over curvature. In order for that to happen, and produce a conformal beam path that appears to be straight from end to end, requires actually some kind of sinusoidal waveform.
I don't like the word variance here because it implies it's all over the place when we know that obviously N1 is less and N2 is larger.
Right.
So
Well, it has to go
there's a
over
general
curvature, right?
trend. I'm just saying there's a general trend of what the refractive index is going to be changing from N1 to N2,
Yeah,
and
you
it's going to
require
be up or down.
variance conformal to Earth curvature.
Yeah.
That's why
And
it matters.
and we just have to take into account that the beam is not always starting at 90 degrees relative to the surface or whatever, or parallel,
But
I should
otherwise,
say,
they'd aim it into the dirt of the globe curve.
right? So it's constantly adjusting because this is a non-homogeneous body that it's
So
passing.
if you're shooting over water, does that mean the beam eventually just bends down into the water and then goes through the water?
That's the thing. I don't know.
Right. The other thing
And
is the
that's
curvature
Answer
that you
is
claim to exist in the
no.
first instance has yet to be measured. So for something there to be refracting around has to be there in the first place.
I'm just drawing an issue in making the claim that the Earth is flat based off of something like F equals paper, for instance, because that is a major flaw. In my,
No,
I don't
not
know how much
really.
I'm cutting out here, but
Not really. I mean,
Not
they
the alpha
didn't
paper,
detect
if that
any
makes
globe
sense.
curvature from it. That's the issue for you guys.
I'm not claiming curvature here at all.
Okay. All right. Great. Then I guess we can move on. Thanks. I'll clip it.
Well, to be clear, my claim here is that there's an issue with this paper, and it does not prove that the Earth is flat. It does not prove that the
Well,
Earth
they
is
set out to
measured flat.
falsify WGS 84. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different undertaking than is claiming the Earth is flat. They falsified WGS 84. Right? It's kind of like in court. You are not guilty. You're pronounced not guilty. It's not the same thing as innocent. There's a different level standard of evidence that's required for exoneration.
Yeah. I didn't claim to come here with all the globe evidence. I'm just saying this instance of FE course paper is something that should have eyes on it. People should consider it. Tell me about it.
I actually think this is the weekend the globe is going to be proven. So I would get as many people to hang out in here as possible.
That'd be great. I'd love to put this topic behind me.
Me too. Then I don't have to worry about slipping up at work, calling somebody an idiot in front of everybody.
Well, we probably wouldn't have to argue so much if people actually had a proper education in physics.
What would be a proper education? Like, would a professor at a college have a proper education in physics?
Most of them do the disjointed education. So you learn one thing over here one day, then they skip over to a different topic, and then they teach you another thing over here that's related to the first thing. But you've already forgotten the lecture about the first thing, and you're not connecting the two dots here. That's what they kind of like to do.
I don't know. My experience, I feel like a lot of them specialize in certain things too, especially when people are doing like their papers, their final thesis, whatever they may
You're
do.
right. That's precisely the problem. It's not interdisciplinary enough, and this topic is very interdisciplinary.
But I mean, these people are also looking into this stuff a lot. You guys might think they're looking in the wrong places, but they're also putting a good amount of time, like you guys may be.
How much time do you spend in academia?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm done with college. I'm done with that. I work now.
Well, the one guy who who studied physics for a very long time, he came upon Michelson Morley, and he goes, "They never taught me this at university." So yeah, they sort of do leave out certain things that are uncomfortable topics.
Here's a challenge. Find any astronomer or astrophysicist that's heard of Aries failure.
Yeah.
Aries failure.
You know, this is kind of one of those honesty tests that I like doing on people that come in, because we'll have people that come in who claim to be brand new to this topic, and yet they're going to be hitting on some of the very arcane points that we know are not widely discussed at all whatsoever in mainstream. And we know it. Yeah, we know at those points in time that the person we're dealing with is somebody who's probably been coping with this topic a long time and is trying to conceal that from us.
You know that dude Itar? Itar
Yeah.
now he was a PhD candidate for astrophysics, specializing in exoplanets. He didn't know the basic stuff about anything as far as like he didn't know how they got the distance of the sun
I
or any of
remember
these
that.
planets. He didn't know. I don't think he knew what proper motion was. He didn't know about a bunch of crap, which should be very basic.
It's kind of funny, right? Amateur astronomers seem to know more about a lot of these things, which is
Yeah.
funny. Yeah, hobbyists. Yeah, that was really enlightening when I think you were actually talking to him about the cosmic distance ladder. He had no clue. He had no clue how it started.
That was shocking, man. Yeah.
It's like the radius value for the globe, right? I mean, we're looking for the golden seed value for that. Pretty much everybody thinks it's Eratosthenes in the mainstream.
Hey, Master Yoder, I got a question.
Hello.
What are your thoughts on refraction?
It happens.
Okay.
Yeah, but does it happen around a globe? I'd like to see that.
Some people in this community from like the FE side claim that like, oh, refraction's fake. It's like a glober
That's not true.
glober
Stop
paradigm.
Stop that, dude. You're just lying.
Well, relax, bud. And then
No, tell
those
the truth. Then I
same
will
people
relax.
claim that light only travels in straight paths, and
No, it's a claim
others.
that Snell's law can't be applied to the atmosphere, which is true. You can approximate with it and get very gross examples. It won't tell you anything about the variance of the path to light in the middle. Now that variance in the middle has to be modeled because nobody can like model each individual molecular interaction with light along the path.
The approximation becomes less and less accurate as you go further in distance, though. That's the issue.
Wait, what approximations is that? Can you post it in the chat?
The fact that they use Snell's law to approximate the refraction that occurs. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't know compared to what.
No, they don't. They don't use it. Not in a gradient.
Are you saying they're not using Snell's law? Sorry to distract from the other
No,
conversation.
what I'm saying is, in a gradient index medium, which would be like the air, Snell's law
Yes.
is a special case of Fermat's principle. Okay, you need two mediums with a well-defined boundary. No one ever said the air is like that. It doesn't work. It just, you can't simply just go, I'll use Snell's law and use calculus or make an infinite amount of freaking thinly sliced layers of the air. They're not mathematically equivalent.
Yeah,
and there's papers in the academic literature that say this such. So it's not my opinion.
Well, in Effie course
The problem is that paths are not reciprocal, are not symmetrical in their reciprocation.
It doesn't matter what Effie core used. They could have just freaking thrown down meaningless symbols. There is no accurate model, so it doesn't matter what they used. Because you can say, hey, they didn't do it right, and I'll go, hey, then show us the right way. You do the calculation based upon their results. And you can't give me any model from which to do the calculation with. This is just FUD. It's bullshit. It's literally lame and annoying, quite honestly, at this point, that y'all are still doing this shit.
Indio, have you ever...
Look, okay, I'll concede. FE Core did it 100% wrong. Now show us how to do it right, J-Dog, right now.
Just to be
Yeah,
clear...
that's right. Show us the right way.
The point being, I'm not going to show you the right way.
No.
But
You can't say what they did was wrong if you don't know it's right,
Indio,
can you?
Just because I can't show you the right way doesn't mean this isn't wrong.
Then how do you know what their way is the wrong way?
The point being, I've explained this like a million times.
How do you know their way's the wrong way if you don't know what the right way is?
Here's an interesting question. Jedi, do you think
So
that
you're gonna ask me a question? I want to know how you know. I'm asking in your mind.
Okay.
This is a question about J-Dog's mental state. Okay, J-Dog, in your mind, how do you know their way is the wrong way if you don't know what the right way is?
Because I know, since this is a non-homogeneous body, right? We can agree that this is not homogeneous, right? So the refractive index is not jumping from one strict number to another. It's a gradient, right? And since it's constantly changing from it's not starting at the origin point every single time. It's constantly changing from where it starts. So when you calculate this, you have to calculate change.
Calculate with what?
Turbulence.
Hold on, no. Calculate. When you calculate what, J-Dog?
You have to calculate.
That's the thing. I'm asking you to show us how to calculate it and how you know that methodology is correct.
So at the end, they calculated how much the laser dropped, right, based off of refraction. So what they failed to do...
Are you ignoring me? Are you just straight ignoring what I'm saying?
I'm trying to establish a baseline of things because
I'm trying to establish. You said, hey, look, brother, J-Dog, you said, hey, you got to do this and you got to do that. I want to know is, how do you know that that's the correct way?
How much do you know about calculus, Indio?
Dude, how do you know that? Don't ask me a question again. How do you know that's the correct way?
Are you really this inept in math that you...
Dude, really simple. How do you know that the methodology you're applying to model refraction is the correct one and theirs is the incorrect one?
I'm curious if Jedi agrees or disagrees.
How come you won't answer, J-Dog? I've asked you the same question 10 times now. Because you don't know that, and you know it, and you don't want to say it.
Indio,
you don't know their method is wrong, dude.
I'm really trying not to call you certain names like dumb.
Dude, you can call me whatever you want. You don't know their method is wrong. You're just asserting it.
All right, let's
Demonstrate
say
it's wrong.
I'm just taking a shot in the dark, but anyone who's, I guess, smarter than me will know that this is wrong. I'm curious of what
How? How
other
will they know
smarter
it's wrong?
people. Well, I'd like to hear from people who are smarter than me, I guess, at this point, right?
How will they know it's wrong?
You're not going to accept anything I say, Indio. So I'd rather just hear
No,
from people that
no,
to you are smarter than me.
dude, you're
So
not
let's.
giving me any information.
Bro, he
I'm
doesn't owe
asking
you
how
anything.
you
It's kind of
know.
getting annoying now. You're like desperately begging him.
So a better way to frame it, J-Dog, is to say it doesn't appear to be rigorous. I would accept that.
So
I'm not saying what they did is right or wrong.
I
I'm
won't call
saying
them out by
you're
name,
claiming it's wrong.
but
How
someone
do
else,
you know that?
another flat earther, a very prominent person here, a couple
Don't
days
give a
ago,
shit, dude.
agreed with
Don't
me
give
that
a
they
shit.
were wrong. Someone that
Don't
you
give a
would call
shit.
a friend. So I think there's a lot of debate now among this topic.
I don't
and
give a
we can
shit.
really
That
discuss
doesn't
why
mean
or
that they're
not
correct.
Snell's law.
They can be a flat earther. They can be whatever. I don't
I
care.
know.
It doesn't tell me how I evaluate which is the correct way. See, the whole point of all this is to illustrate there's no substance
All right.
to any of this refraction shit.
All
It's just empty fucking rhetoric.
Indio, I'll say I don't know. I don't know. But let me ask
I
you
know
this.
you don't know. Nobody
Let me
knows.
ask you this. Can I ask you one question? I'm going to ask, do
Yeah.
you think that Snell's law is correct to use there? Do you think that is the
It
correct?
depends.
I'm asking in terms of the second refraction setup that they do. Page 41 of Effie Core's paper.
Is this the vertical only at one locality?
Yeah,
6
they do
degree
like a
difference in one
vertical grade.
position.
I don't know if
Go to,
it's correct or not.
go to page 41, and they say
I don't know
angle of
if it's
refraction
correct
is
or not.
calculated with Snell's. You don't know. So are you taking this paper without even understanding it at face
No,
value? You're just saying this
no,
is correct?
I understand it perfectly
You
fine.
don't know. So,
How
but
would
you
I
just
know?
said you don't know. You
Yeah,
just
that's
said you
right. I don't know whether their methodology
So you're
is
just trusting
correct
it.
or not.
So you're just trusting it.
No,
You
no,
just blindly trust it.
no.
You don't know. You just said you don't know.
Yeah, whether that methodology is correct or not. There is no correct methodology.
I got
I
you.
don't think a refraction should be accounted for at all.
Just said
There's
you
no
don't know.
justification for it.
And now, okay, so now that sounds like you're making a solid fact. That is,
There is no well. Is there a justification for using terrestrial refraction other than the Earth looks flat?
how do you know this is fact?
Is
My
there any justification for quote unquote accounting for terrestrial refraction? Why are we doing it?
good.
Is it a
Absolutely
sacred
should.
cow?
Yeah,
It's a sacred cow. There you go.
Wow.
That's that was great, dude. I don't even know what to say after that.
So I'd love to come back to this page.
That
41,
refraction's
though,
a sacred
Indio.
cow. That's crazy.
Angle of refraction is so you either don't know why they're using this, don't understand it. What are you doing here?
Yeah,
What are your thoughts on it?
I just gave them to you, dude.
Is that you
Really
don't understand
simple.
their methodology, so you're just blindly
I do
trusting
understand their
this?
methodology. Their
You
methodology
said
could be
you just said you
completely fucking wrong. It could be completely right. It could be completely wrong physically. Spit out the right number. I don't reify mathematical models.
and yet you trust this without understanding.
Trust what?
You trust Fe Core's experiment without even understanding everything about it.
What are you talking about? I know what a laser is. I know that's what I need to understand. See, you're not dealing with the experiment. You're dealing
Math
with
is part of the
concepts.
experiment,
Like
my friend.
no. Listen, brother. You're not dealing with the experiment. You're talking about concepts, right?
The math that they perform in the
The
experiment
math. No.
is
What part of
the
that math
experiment.
was recorded in the experiment?
The math recorded on page 41, my favorite page of the experiment.
So what instrument was that taken with?
What do you mean, what instrument?
Yeah, yeah. The experiment is what was
So
recorded with the shit that existed in the physical world. There was a laser. There was a tape
Right.
measure. There was a laser level. There was a tripod. There was a camera. There was a fucking lake.
Yep.
There was a GPS fucking pointer. There was a salad. So there was all these physical things in the real world, right? Those things are what I am what I am relying on. I am not relying on the fucking concepts that are written in the report on the paper. I'm relying on the measured values that were written in the report. The
Yes,
measured values of things that existed in the real fucking world.
I agree. That matters. And we plug those measured values into equations, correct?
Yeah, sure.
So does that then mean that these equations matter? The math
Well, we're doing
equations?
a test of it. We're doing we're testing for a geometric relationship.
Yes, but I'm saying since the measured values, just raw values, since those matter, and since we have to plug these into equations to determine certain things with them, the
Yes.
equations also matter.
Okay.
So
The
coming
equations
back
for the
to this,
geometry matter. The other equations, like for refraction, that is purely conceptual. It is unknown.
I don't think
The-
we're
the-
gonna get anywhere. I don't think
yeah,
we're gonna get
because
anywhere.
you can't. Well, no, we did get somewhere. It's a sacred cow to you, without justification.
And Dio, you
Listen,
changed
J
your
Dog, let me
stance on
ask
this
you.
like
Can you
several
answer
times during this
point blank a
conversation.
very straightforward question? Why are you accounting for refraction? What is the basis for it?
Why
Why
am
would
I
you do
account?
it? Yeah, why
I
would
want you
anybody do
guys.
it? What?
I want you to stop making assumptions about me. This because right. I just want to talk about this paper. I don't know anything about refraction. I don't know anything about this world except for page 41 of this paper.
Okay,
So
why is anybody accounting
don't worry
for it?
about what I believe in. Don't worry about what I believe in. I'm just asking about this paper that you right. That's yeah. I'm a fool.
Yeah,
I'm an
and
idiot. I
you
don't know
look,
anything.
you can go back to page
I like
47
to
in the
talk about.
refraction. You can't tell us why it's wrong. Why is it wrong, J Dog?
I I've
Because you have a
been
concept of the way refraction is supposed to work and it doesn't match it?
got it. So I'm just gonna say
Yeah,
this
so
again.
it doesn't match your concept? Is that what you're saying? So
Let
it's
me just
wrong?
get this out of my mouth, please.
J
I,
Dog,
I
how do you know it's wrong?
dude, come on. Can I please?
No, dude, tell me. Look, I've asked you almost 20
I can't get a
times.
word out.
Well, because I've asked you 20 times. You're trying to get words out, but not the words I want. I want the words that tell me how you know it's wrong. And you can't tell me how you know it's wrong. But you keep asking, why do I trust it? Trust what?
Yeah, how do you do it right, G Dog?
This is just FUD, and you know it. It's just a FUD tactic. Oh, look at this
Seems
part of
like
the report. This can't be right. So they're wrong about the whole thing. It's fucking weak, bro.
I mean,
It's
I'd
weak.
love for you guys to discuss this with each other. Then I'll stand to the side because I don't know anything, and you guys know a lot more. So I'll let you guys discuss why you guys disagree on
Well, I
this.
mean, why would you bring that up anyway? Why out of that entire report, which is 100 something pages, did you fixate on that part?
All right. Maybe I just got lucky, and I'm just gonna call this out. So, do you guys agree or disagree that this should be used as the equation? Should they be using Snell's
What
Do
law
we
to
agree
for?
to
calculate the refraction? Like
say
this
that
is.
again? Do we
What
agree or
for, J
disagree with
Dog?
what?
What for?
Do you guys? I'd love for you guys to just discuss whether or not they should have used Snell's law here.
It doesn't matter. Like I said, it's irrelevant. It'd be cool to have temperatures at point A and B, which they do have for some of their observations. I don't think it's necessary to have.
It does matter because this is
You don't
literally the
think,
one.
J Dog? Can
This
there
is.
be J Dog? Let
Can
me
I
ask
just
you this: Can there be
Indio
horizontal? Can there be horizontal temperature gradients?
Indio?
Can there
I
be
can
horizontal temperature
I
gradients?
literally cannot get a word out. I've
Can there
not been able to.
look because you're trying to bullshit, and I'm trying to cut to the freaking chase, dude. Okay, so can there be horizontal temperature gradients? Yes or no? Could there be a horizontal temperature gradient profile that looks like what they did in the diagram?
Thanks for driving that home, man. I tried to do that with him earlier.
So I'm like, how do we know
Oh
that's
my
wrong?
God, the lapse rate equals the curvature rate. But even then, right?
Hey,
Turbulence.
Doug, you can talk for yourself, man. Get out of your DMs, dude. Really simple. How do you know what they did was wrong?
Sorry, I'm just consulting with Professor Phil. One sec.
Of course you are. Probably in my DMs too. Hold on, let me scroll up. Fucking Zappa's in my DMs. What the fuck?
Remember that one, Indio?
Professor Phil sucks at refraction
Oh,
arguments
you don't know
anyway.
anything.
Indio
He's
thought that
yeah,
I was
blanked.
discussing with Professor Phil a couple weeks ago. It was like
Yeah,
in
I
his
remember.
DMs in
I
real
get the
time.
joke. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you
I
were.
know.
I just thought that was funny.
I mean,
Yeah,
if you weren't, it'd be still good to blame your retardation on him.
Has this guy answered one question?
I don't think so. I still want to know why are we why are we accounting for any terrestrial refraction in the first place? Why? What's the reason?
Indio, I don't know anything. I just think this Snell's law thing is interesting on page 41 of FE course paper. I don't know. I'm just
Yeah,
cool with
yeah.
it.
You just loop right back to the beginning. So how do you know what they're doing is wrong?
I don't.
I
I'm
know you
just.
don't.
I'm
And why are you
just like,
fixated on
I don't
something?
know.
Like,
Snell's
it's
law.
odd, I
Find it
think, that
easier.
you fixated on something that you don't understand, and that you admit you don't understand it, but you're fixated on it. It's almost like you Googled FE core debunk. Right,
I think he
J-Dog?
copied page. I think he
You got
copied page
Jonah's site.
41 into AI and said debunk this or
Yeah,
something
and you
like
got
that.
Jonah's site. Jonah fucking what was his name? Jonah
Yeah.
something or other.
I mean, DJ, I don't know why you're saying anything because you agreed with me a couple days
No,
ago.
this is what I agree with, right? Nobody has ever accurately, that I'm aware of, measured refraction over a long distance observation and been able to validate that it was accurate.
No, but
I
you
don't think
agreed that
that.
that was a
Yeah, look,
mistake
it's never going to be
according to
accurate though.
Snell's
Even
law.
when professional surveying companies go out to test, right? They take temperature, pressure, and humidity measurements, and then they're off, right? Their calculations are off what they observe. So when people are going out and trying to account for refraction, right? How do they know it's actually accurate? I don't think there's anyone that's able to account for refraction accurately because there's so many variables. It's not fully understood. Okay, I don't think that in the FE core paper that they accurately accounted for refraction, right? Taking one vertical measurement just in front of the laser at 2 points and then saying this is what the refraction's doing. It's not accurate, but nobody's able to accurately do it. Okay, so while it might be off, when's it on? Who did it correctly? Who name one person throughout all of history that accounted for refraction and it was correct? You won't be able to. You don't even know how to do it.
That's fine. Let's just say we can't. But this now shows that the math that we're using now to prove that this laser did in fact hit a target on a flat surface
No.
is wrong,
No.
and that there might be an issue with it.
No, dude. No,
Yes,
dude.
there
No.
is.
No,
You
look,
cannot
that
use this
refraction
if you cannot
calculation,
calculate for things properly.
that refraction calculation is irrelevant.
Yeah, the
Why would
laser
you
hit the
use something
target.
that is wrong? Yes,
Look,
but
that
I'm saying
refraction
we have
calculation.
things.
How
We have
much does it deflect, J-Dog? How much does it deflect the laser? That refraction calculation. What did they calculate? 48 millimeters.
I want to. So the laser hits the target, right? But we acknowledge that refraction exists to
How
some
far
degree.
away should the laser be from the target if the Earth's a globe?
I want to answer DJ's question first because I like that one
No,
better.
I want to get to no because you're trying to fucking pull bullshit, dude. You just said that it did, based upon this calculation, they're reaching the conclusion the Earth is flat, right?
We all just listen to Indio talk. I'd rather do this.
Is that correct? You're so cowardly.
He only likes the low hanging fruit.
Real simple. That refraction calculation, for whatever reason they put it in, I don't know why they put it in. Hopefully they just did it to fucking humor you clowns. Because it doesn't matter what they put in. You can't tell us what to put in. They didn't reach their conclusion based upon the refraction calculation, whether it existed or whether it didn't. Because the result, now listen closely, is 2 orders of magnitude different than the globe prediction without refraction. Without it.
Your
The
changing tune
laser
about
isn't
that
moving.
calculation is amazing. So euphoric. I love it.
The geometry calculation.
No, but it sounds like your opinion is shifting a little bit now on that
What are you
page
talking
41.
about?
I don't know, just the way you're talking about it. You're a little less sure about it. Having
Dude, you
second
can't
thoughts?
gaslight me, J-Dog. It ain't never gonna work. Good try, though.
Do you ever think back to
But
what
this
you
ain't
said
amateur
like
night at the Apollo, bro.
days or weeks ago? You remember
Look,
what you said and then think, is that what I still believe in today? How do I feel about that? Has anything changed?
I
Have I
don't
heard
I
something
don't
contrary
I
to
don't do
that?
things based upon feelings about things.
No. But I'm saying, do you reflect on things sometimes and think like, what did I believe in the past? What do I believe and know now?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay, just curious.
Doesn't everybody do that?
Yeah, some more than others, but yes. I'd like to
Usually,
hope
what
that.
I'm pretty steady that way. I would say to really find things where I would think differently about. I have to go back to like when I was a teenager, very young,
Wasn't too long
40
ago
years
for me.
ago.
No doubt.
Well, you make lots of
Absolutely.
mistakes. That's your problem. That's because you don't think about it. See, you think about it retroactively. I think about it beforehand, right? So you take in a lot of information and then you decide, whereas you're just jumping to conclusions and then going, "Wow, I found out I was wrong," and then you retroactively backfill your mistake with new information. I get the information in the first place,
Yeah.
so you're just
I'm
doing
just
it backwards.
I'm just recalling what Miss Johnson told me in 5th grade.
Miss
It
Johnson
was
talked to you about refraction in 5th grade.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah, sure. Did she tell you not to lie?
Told us not to lie, and she told us to just believe everything we're told in this room
Why?
because she wants little drones to work for the government and not question anything.
Oh, because she has a job. She gets
And
paid to do a job,
that.
right?
Yeah. And she
Her
doesn't know
job.
anything about what she's telling
Her
people.
job is to do what the principal and the administration of the school tell her, and that is to teach a certain curriculum. What that curriculum consists of, it depends on what the school board voted on. And what the school board voted on depends on what the funding for the fucking curriculum is. You think they're just like, hey, dude, we have their committee where we're just going to find information of truth and we're going to teach that to the children. Don't work that way, dude.
Do you think in general people have good intentions, like the general public?
Do I think the general public what?
Like a teacher, for instance, or a firefighter, or a policeman. Think all these people, in general, have good intentions? How about you, Jedi?
Look,
How would you
their
define those good
intentions don't matter.
intentions?
What the
I
fuck
gotta
is this
eat.
guy on about, man?
If it costed them nothing, they would do what's in the best interest of someone else that's not really related to them. If it costed them really nothing, like a second of their time.
They gotta
or something.
eat, dude.
But my question is, do you think on average most humans have good intentions in that way?
I think people
No.
do what causes them what they think is the least amount of
No.
pain.
I think that answers a lot of things for me.
I think that people do the things which they. Oh, you think people sacrifice first?
Who
Think
was it?
people
Spliff?
sacrifice for truth?
Spliff said that most people do not have good intentions.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, in overall,
people are
if you go into
selfish.
the ethical good or bad.
Yeah, people
Yeah.
are selfish. Good intentions for what? Themselves and their family, but that wouldn't necessarily be good for you. It's really ambiguous.
People are yeah, I get that. People are out for their own people, kind, their children, whatever. I'm more speaking to like if it really meant nothing for that person to help someone else that wasn't in their sphere of humans that they're taking care of or whatever. If you think that they
You know
would
why
do
people do that?
something good, or
You know why
most people.
people? This recently came out, like I think 2 years ago. Why people do things altruistically?
For
Why?
good
Not because to be nice. It's because they're afraid not doing it will have repercussions. So they do it to avoid that person somewhere down the road saying, "Oh, I asked you for this charity and you didn't do it. Now I'm going to do this bad thing to you."
So you don't think people do things like charity sometimes because it makes
No,
them feel good
dude,
that they're helping others out?
bro.
It's
How do
ambiguous.
you get from the primary motivation to nobody ever does it? Yes, people do things for charity,
You
obviously,
because
but
the
that
way I
isn't the
set this up,
primary motivator where people do altruistic actions.
you
You're
realize
dealing
that's why
with
I set
people's.
this up in a specific way. I said,
Dude, you're dealing with
yep,
people's capacity, right, for love and
yes,
hate.
absolutely.
Yeah, so people have both.
I agree. People are sometimes willing to trade off and harm others so that they can improve themselves. And yeah, everyone has their own little spectrum of that. I think a lot. I think you're underplaying how many people get fulfillment though out of doing the right thing and helping others and not actively lying, for instance.
Most people will put
I
themselves in situations where they never have to make that choice.
True, but there are a lot of people that do. There are people that serve in the police force. Whatever you feel about the police, they're
What do you know about
either
the
a lot of great
police?
ones. I'm just saying, there's either a lot of great ones or a few great ones. However you feel about the police, firefighters, same idea. People who are working in like the EMS, like there's a lot of people who, sure, they're doing it for a paycheck, but there's people that are risking their lives for people that aren't even in their own family.
And there's people
I
also
would say
risking their lives on
firefighters
oil
risk their
rigs.
lives. Police don't
Sorry, India.
risk shit.
Oil riggers risk their lives every day. People risk their lives all of the time, dude, for a paycheck.
Hey, J-Dog, what do you think the most dangerous job is?
What do I think? Underwater welding or some shit.
That's just commercial fishermen.
Is it?
Just a run-of-the-mill commercial fisherman's the most dangerous job in the world.
Yep.
I think we should buy them frickin' armored cars and fucking bulletproof vests and helicopters and fucking spy machines and shit.
I'd say that's
Because
wrong.
they're doing a super dangerous job.
I'd say that's wrong. So you're basing that off of what, fatalities, right?
Yes.
Right. U.S. president,
Fatalities, yes.
much more dangerous. More
What is?
fatalities per capita. United States president. In terms of like assassination, right?
3, 2.
Oh God.
So
What is it? 5 out of how many has it been? 100?
There's been a couple. There's been
Two
more than 2.
presidents shot.
JFK and Abraham Lincoln, but didn't was it like William McKinley or someone else also got assassinated?
William McKinley was killed.
Right, so that's 3 out of 45. 45, I think. Yeah. So that's much higher than what AI is telling me. 100 deaths per 100 workers.
RAF fighter pilot in the Battle of Britain, literally known as the 20 minuters. You had 20 minutes to live before you died. Probably the most dangerous job. But why are we doing this?
Why am I doing this? Because Indio just said as a fact that commercial fishing was the most dangerous job, and I'm showing that you had incorrect information. You had a gap in
No,
your
it
knowledge.
isn't incorrect. Your freaking stat is apples to oranges because we're talking about it on a per annual basis. You're talking about a 250-year span.
So we're applying all these parameters now to what makes a job.
Well,
like, when
that's
you
what the
consider
stat I was citing is the highest number of people, the most dangerous job per annum, dude. That means the number of people killed per year per 100,000. It changes every year.
So you think when people talk about something being a dangerous job that's not, let's say a certain job's performed by 100 people, right? And then one person dies 1 year, and then nobody dies the next year. How do they report on
Okay.
something like that?
So
Do you see what the issue is with how you poll things like that too?
In 1976, what was the fatality rate for presidents?
In 1976,
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to add up the
Zero.
sample that died.
How about 77?
You're saying
Zero.
that's specific.
78. Zero.
But you understand when they talk about the fatality rate, like the risk in a
Well,
job.
yeah. So let's include 250 years of fucking commercial fishermen.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably talking like millions of people now.
And also, president was killed kind of recently since the start of the United States of America, right? 63. So that's not. I mean, that's pretty recent. Over 250
Look,
years.
bro, you're trying to mix and match. You compare apples to oranges. Okay.
I'm just saying that is how you should be considering data like this.
Deaths all time.
Yes? No?
Yeah, deaths all time per job.
Oh, deaths. Well, for a job like that, yes. I think something like commercial fishing obviously becomes safer over time with certain regulations. We have better equipment and whatever, right? Whereas President of the United States, it's not quite the same idea as commercial fishing. So just taking it for like a couple years and saying that's the per capita fatality rate for United States presidents is a ridiculous way to do this. And that's why I brought up the instance of why, if you had like a small sampling, for instance, that would be a ridiculous way to do it. You'd have to do it over a long period of time, unless there's like some major change or revolution in like how they do something.
You're giving us good evidence on why you have to frequently look back and go, man, I fucked up. Bro, you're comparing apples to oranges. I don't know why you're digging even deeper into it. An accurate comparison would be all the commercial fishermen that have died versus all that have lived in the same period of time.
The way you described this was what is the most dangerous job?
Yeah, I meant a normal fucking occupation, dude.
Okay, so we're applying the word normal occupation now to this.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Words matter. Semantics
Yeah, words matter. The word, like, per annum, that word matters. So you wanted to discard that word. You just chuck that out, try to pretend it doesn't exist, and then used a 250-year bracket of fucking people that worked at this particular job, and then use that as a counterexample. Well, dude, that ain't flying.
Yeah.
There's no doubt being a commercial fisherman is more dangerous than being the fucking president of the United States.
I mean, there have been several assassination attempts on him, but
so what? There's it right now as we're speaking. There's a fish trying to assassinate a human being somewhere on the ocean.
Yeah, but there's also many human beings that aren't being assassinated by
and then there's
fish
probably a
in
wave
the
also
ocean.
trying to assassinate a human being, and a
Right.
fucking seagull, and a shark, and a fucking boom, and a net, and all sorts of shit.
This honestly just shows like a major flaw in your thinking for me, Indio. I appreciate it.
Yeah, except there wasn't one. The flaw was yours.
The flaw was mine.
Yeah, that's right. You tried to
defined.
compare a 250-year fucking bracket to a per annum statistic.
I don't want to go on with this because I know people are.
Yeah, of course
probably
you
upset
don't.
about
You don't want
talking
to
about
like now words don't matter again.
No, because people are going to be like, "Oh, we're getting off topic. This isn't flat Earth. What are we talking about here now?"
It isn't. Can you tell me why we account for refraction?
We don't. Refraction doesn't exist. Didn't you hear?
Well, no. I mean, we're talking about specifically terrestrial refraction. That we know refraction exists. We fucking make lenses. So yeah, that exists. We're talking about terrestrial refraction, the natural phenomenon. Why do we account for that? Why do we think that exists?
We shouldn't. We shouldn't. Laser tests prove it doesn't exist. Certainly not to the degree that the Globers claim to
No,
be.
we don't have to prove that anything that it doesn't exist. There's no
Yep,
evidence it does exist.
exactly. Just look outside.
Want
The
to know
Earth
what the evidence for
appears,
terrestrial refraction
feels,
is, J Dog? You know what the evidence
appears,
is?
feels, and measures flat.
Feels.
Yep.
You're starting to spiral, dude.
Should
Now
you
you're
not
even
use your
straw manning.
empirical senses to determine something like the Earth being flat?
Well, how else would you? Well, that's what we used for the natural world.
I mean, we would be getting flung off this planet if it's spinning to the degree that the
When
Globers are
you're not on
claiming.
a planet, dude.
Exactly. Because we get flung off it. With all the centrifugal force, holy crap. Like,
Well, you guys think it's spinning too slow for anybody to feel centrifugal force.
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
And actually, the reason is because it's such a large ball, not necessarily
I
because it's
know.
spinning so slow. The size of the ball is what matters there. But
Yeah, and
exactly.
the reason that you're broke is because you have $1 million in the bank.
It wouldn't throw us off. The force of centrifugal acceleration that we feel is like 1% of the force of gravity that we feel. It's less than 1%.
I agree with you. Yeah, I'm just doing a bit here with these people, but yeah.
Yeah, these are cool stories. You guys are just telling each other a story, right?
But yeah.
Well, if I asked you what the evidence for that is, you won't be able to tell me. The actual physical evidence?
The evidence is that I just blindly trust the scientists.
Yeah, there is no evidence for it. So you guys I don't know about this Dylan guy, but see, you just poo-pooed the entire basis of all of natural science, empiricism. Yeah, if you want to know what the natural world is, we figure it out through empiricism.
Exactly. And that's why I don't make conclusions on things, because I don't understand things like Snell's law. I don't understand that method, so I shouldn't be making any. I agree.
Well, if you start from the natural science principle of empiricism and go, hey man, what's the Earth look like? Oh shit, it looks flat. Now, you can't use a non-empirical thing to quote unquote debunk that, because you've made an observation that comports with natural science. The only way to like shoo that away is natural science. So you need the empirical observation. You just don't get to imagine in your head, well, I can imagine a situation where it might not be flat and it might be a giant ball. That's an intellectual exercise. That has nothing to do with the natural world. That's you thinking.
Making me feel really bad that joke went over your head, dude. I'm not gonna do that again.
No, I'm ignoring it. So you're trying to skate away.
I am. I'm floating away. I hit the firmament.
You're just spiraling, bro. So you this idea, you can't protect it. You believe it because everybody else believes it. And it's very odd that you're in here defending it when you don't even understand it by your own admission.
No, the
Doesn't
hill
that
I'm
sound kind of
dying on
culty,
here.
J-Dog?
No. The hill I'm dying on here, and this is a truthful statement, I'm not messing around, is that I think you guys, at least you, Indio, because I'm talking to you, I think you're misinformed on that paper, and therefore should not be drawing conclusions if you don't understand all that stuff.
I do understand it. You don't.
Neither of us do.
Dude, I'm not in the boat you're in, bro.
Yeah, I'm on a ship.
He doesn't
Not
understand that he doesn't understand it, and the other people doesn't understand it. That's why some people wrote it for
Oh,
other people to read. Like Indio comprehends the paper, but you don't, J-Dot.
J-Dog, what is the
Yeah,
globe? How high should the laser have been 40 kilometers away? How high off the ground should it have been?
both fools in a pea pod, pal. I don't know.
Answer the
How high
question
should the
also.
laser have been off the ground 40
I said I
kilometers
don't
away?
know.
So why are you telling me I don't understand when you don't even know the most basic parts of the test? How high? How tall? How high was the laser?
How high was the laser?
Yeah, how high was the laser off the water?
Was it like 2.5 meters or something?
2.92. So that's like 10 feet, right?
All right, I didn't remember the exact number.
Okay. And they shot it 40 kilometers.
Yeah,
How
for
high
one of
should
them,
it
I
have been
guess.
at the other end? Off the water.
How high should it have
Yeah.
been? Well, with the
Yeah,
flat Earth
should.
model, it was
If it was a
probably
globe.
only like half of a millimeter or something
If
like
it was
that.
a globe. Not half
Or
of a
off the ground.
millimeter. What are you talking
Half,
about?
I guess 2 point whatever the observer was minus the change in
What is
refraction.
it? Like 300 feet or something?
I'm going to ask you again. What should it have been if it was a globe?
Oh, so you're just asking what the drop should be? Yeah. Is
Yeah,
it
if it was a
300 feet?
globe.
Let me plug it into the calculator.
Shouldn't you already know this? You're sitting here telling me that I don't understand the paper.
Indio, just because, let's say, I don't understand the paper very well, doesn't mean you can't also not understand the paper very
Yeah,
well.
but I do understand it.
Yeah.
And you can't just say, hey, because I don't understand it. Nobody else understands it.
I mean this at the bottom of my heart, Indio. If you ever come to the Glober's side, I will never judge you. If you want me to keep it a secret among your friends, I will keep it a secret. I won't tell them if you tell me not to tell others. I promise.
I'm not coming
I
back to your
genuinely
cult,
do
J
mean
Dog.
this. And this isn't
Listen to this
centered out to
crazy
anyone
cultist
here.
trying to get me back into the cult.
I really won't be an
Is
asshole to you guys because I don't think
that like
anyone
a
here.
is that like a gay friend? I won't tell my friend. I won't tell your friend that you're gay with me or something.
I don't think anyone in here is stupid, right? I just think
Just
So
you,
J Dog,
J-Dog.
whenever
Just you.
just yeah. And if you guys want to come to the stupid side on opposite day, you let me know.
we were already on your side, J Dog. We changed our minds, dude. You haven't. Okay? Stop acting like we're the fucking hard-headed ones. We can make lucid, coherent, rational arguments about our position, but you can't. You literally said you had a sacred cow. We don't claim that we have sacred cows. So don't try to put us in your position.
What do you mean by I literally said that?
I said it's an infraction of sacred cow, and you said yeah. But
Then I
I want
said,
to answer my
wow, right after you
question.
said it.
Yeah. So how high should the laser be off the ground 40 kilometers away? I'll just give you the answer, dude.
Yeah, just give it to me.
127 meters. That's 440 feet.
Yep.
Now you tell me, or maybe you can tell me.
We're gonna go in circles, Indio. I don't want to do
No,
this
there's no
anymore.
circle to go in. How refraction makes the laser drop down the equivalent of a 44-story building.
Yeah.
Yeah. So think about this. Someone's shooting a laser at you. You should only see it from the top of a 44-story building, but instead you see it at the ground floor. What's the justification for saying this is possible?
I think we've observed this in other cases, such
Okay.
as
Can you give us one?
like fiber optics.
So
there's this concept called total internal reflection.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Do you know how a fiber optic cable works?
How? By total internal reflection? Is that how?
That's right, but it has a certain geometric configuration. So the greater refractive index is on the external, right? It's at the it's on the out external part, and then the inner part has a lesser one. Okay. a lesser refractive index. So it keeps reflecting on the inner core. But it's radial. Yeah, radial, dude. It's not horizontal, it's not vertical. It's radial from the center.
Well, we now know light
Is
does
it,
bend. So how do
dude?
we
Are
know
you
there
saying
are?
it's? Hold on a
Saying the
second,
atmosphere is
J-Dog. One
affecting
second.
a fiber optic cable now.
Are you saying it's doing this? What we can see in the side chat here in this image, is this what you're saying is happening? It's bouncing up and down on some situation like this and hitting the target. Is this what you're saying is happening?
What,
The
what I'm
laser
saying is
beams,
that
it's bouncing up and down, and then it's hitting the target.
what I'm saying is
What
that
you just gave as an analogy is fiber optic cables and total internal reflection. Is this what you're claiming is happening in this diagram?
what I'm saying is that something like that we know does exist. So I'm not counting everything out, right? Like I'm not going to make a claim on something
Does it exist
because
in
we now
nature?
know. Does it exist in nature?
Yeah, that's the thing.
What does that
It
mean?
does not
Does it
exist in
exist?
nature. Yeah,
How do we
things like
know?
this don't exist in
How do we
nature,
know
dude.
something like that doesn't exist in nature, though? That
Because
seems
we've
like
never
such a.
seen it.
How do you know you? So the claim that people are making sometimes with light over water is something. I am confused.
So zigzag laser beams now.
Yep. That's what we're
Wow.
on.
I'm just giving another example of how light does bend and how it can be weirder than what people are claiming it to be in here. So
It's
that's one
bouncing
other
off a
example.
physical.
Man-made devices were correct.
We've seen it happen in water as well. Like it's not just we've seen light bend extreme amounts.
But the
Right?
geometry
Light
doesn't
bends.
work the way you think it does. You oversimplify it. There's going to have to be recurves in the geometry because your eye's perceiving the rays parallel with the surface.
How do we know exactly what the geometry is like over a 21-kilometer lake?
Well, you're claiming that you're claiming from what is visually present is your eyes receiving light that is parallel to the surface. Okay? So if it was a parabolic arc, it'd be entering your eye at a downward angle, but that's not what's being perceived by your eye. It's not a downward angle into your eyeball. It's actually parallel. It's coming straight in. So it has to curve back up again from that parabolic arc in order to enter your eye at an angle that is parallel to the ground.
Hold on.
That's why I was calling it a sinusoidal form before, which, I mean, you seem to keep glossing over the problems here that's inherent within your claim.
Fences. Who do you think's in my DMs? I love this like reoccurring claim that someone's in my DMs feeding me information for this.
Ignore.
Well, yeah, you're talking
No,
about
I
stuff you
do
don't know
like
anything
this.
about, so it's funny to watch.
Relevant color commentary. Even worse is the air is not a smooth reflective surface, so even with mirages we see obvious distortion from a single reflection point. Why is the field of view that you claim is being ducted to the viewer not being distorted?
Yeah, no smudging.
Could you give me your logical framework on how you came to the conclusion that someone was in my DMs, though? I'm curious. Walk me through it. I'd like to get
Not
inside their
deflecting.
mind.
I take it back. I didn't mean it. Go ahead and listen to the people and respond.
Or Indio. Okay, Indio, answer that question. Why did you think that Professor Phil was 100% talking?
Because he's in people's DMs all the time, dude.
Yeah, but you said it as a fact. Why did you think that was a fact? I'm just curious how you came to that this was a fact now.
He's not denying it, Indio.
I think this is a fair question because I know what the facts are in regard to
Yeah,
that.
you're
I
not.
could be lying right
We'll
now.
address that after you address what
I'm
was
just curious
being
how
talked
you
about.
What did you do to determine?
We don't want to talk about J-Dog.
No, I'm trying to. Well, actually, I'm talking about you, Indio, because I like you better than myself. So I'd like to learn more about how you come to conclusions on things as fact.
It's clairvoyance. That's how he knows. Yeah, notice how you didn't deny it. You seem to acknowledge that he was right, and you're wondering how
I don't
come
know if
he's
I should
right.
call the suicide hotline or frickin' call you gay.
Nigger, Earth, and Flag.
Let's get back to the topic.
Yeah, you shut up, nigga. I own this BC now.
Never
You
heard
say
that one
that without
before.
sounding like a jive turkey.
Would you rather talk to people like
That's
that?
his
Like
job.
I'm trying to be nice in a lot of these conversations, and I'm trying to be intellectually honest. And I feel like a lot of the times you guys make claims out of nowhere. I mean, I've seen this twice now that I can verify for
Because
myself.
Professor Phil, who we dealt with for over a decade, is frequently in people's DMs and frequently in my DM and other people's DMs afterwards. As soon as you guys get done, as soon as you're talking to someone, it's over, and then all of a sudden Phil's in my DMs putting his 2 cents in after he was done puppeting the other person. This
That's
happens
fine,
all the time.
but you shouldn't be putting something in stone based off of that logical framework. Then to
Yeah.
think that I was
Also,
talking
when
to
you're
Professor Phil,
when
that's
like
a
look
ridiculous way to go about life, India.
no, it isn't ridiculous. When the quality of your answers, when I know you're giving answers that you have no clue about what the fuck you're talking about, and that you're just reading or repeating words you're reading, I think, hey, someone's either feeding him or he's getting it from ChatGPT and Google. Now, because we've heard the ChatGPT and Google answers so many times, it's really easy to suss out when they come from there. But when they're just a little bit different and they seem like maybe they came from the textbook, hey, it's probably just Professor Phil or one of these other clowns. Who's the other douche nozzle? No, I haven't seen him in a while. Bob the Science Guy or somebody parroting, puppeting one of you guys because you're using their rhetoric that they use all the time, saying things the same way they say it.
That's right. It sounds
Because
like
we've
we're
heard them
debating them.
talk hundreds of times, thousands probably. And then you guys just went from you can barely fucking tie your shoe to now you're talking about the Rayleigh criterion
It's pretty funny.
Okay, I actually
in
find this kind
fucking
of
one sentence. You go from you don't even know how a fucking basic light works to talking about the Rayleigh criterion in 2 sentences. That don't make sense.
okay. This is
Now, I
actually
gave you
very
your answer on why we think that. Let's
yeah,
move on.
yeah, and I'm the only one with truth here in regard to that too. And you want to know the truth? Is that he wasn't in my DMs. No one is in my DMs. My friends think I'm like fucking crazy coming in this chat too and talking.
Yeah, we don't really care about your color commentary. We don't need to believe your stories. Your stories don't matter. What matters are arguments. If you have any, present them.
Appreciate you keeping things on track, Trace.
Yeah, and you can't salvage your reputation at this point.
What kind of reputation do you think I care about among flat earthers that think I'm insane?
I don't care, dude.
But I
What
don't
makes
want
you
to.
think I care that you care?
I don't want to take the room up. So
Dude, your reputation right now is like a 17th century galleon that's at the bottom of the frickin' sea with an octopus living in it.
Is the issue like whether or not refraction exists? I'm just trying to catch up here.
Refraction does exist as a general phenomenon. What's in contention is what's the justification for using it in some long distance observation, and what's the justification for using any particular model of refraction as opposed to some other one?
It would be
Right. Like, so
Why are we
he's just
using it all?
atmospheric conditions, right? It would be basically the atmospheric conditions, the gradient, the vertical gradient of optical density, something like
Yeah,
that.
that's the concept, right? That's an idea, right? But what's the actual basis? Based upon nature, observations of nature. See, there's a whole
Well, if
bunch
you
of
have a
words,
known
especially
distance,
with this
if
topic.
you could measure the refraction if a known distance, and you see and you measure the difference in height that you would otherwise expect, you could calculate the index of refraction probably from that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all fine. But when they go out and they actually do these types like you just suggested, what they find is the same thing they find like when you look at stars, that if they zoom in on a whatever through a theodolite, it'll move up and down over time. Moves up and down, scintillation. Because the air is not simply a fucking gradient, a vertical temperature gradient. It's not that simple. It's nowhere even near that simple. And if you look in academic literature, it even says so. That is a simplified idea. The air is not a spherically symmetric fucking atmosphere. There's inhomogeneities that permeate the air. Some are large in size, some are small in size. You could call it turbulence, you could call it whatever you want. But this is how air actually behaves.
Fraction, do you think you should consider
I'm looking for the
on that
justification
40
for it.
kilometer laser test?
I don't know. What's the justification? Why should I?
Well, it was
Shouldn't there be a
taking over like a
justification?
frozen lake, right?
Well, shouldn't there be a justification first? Yeah, we should account for refraction because blah, blah, blah. You just don't go, oh, we're just going to throw it in there because we have ideas. I mean, let's be real. You know what the justification is for terrestrial refraction existing at all? It's that the Earth looks flat. That's the justification. Hey, man, the Earth looks flat. Oh, terrestrial refraction. If the Earth didn't look flat, so let's say the Earth looks like a globe. Would they be saying terrestrial refraction? No. The idea never would have even been broached or thought of in the first place.
Well, if you have known positions, like if you have the latitude and longitude of the point A and point B, you can calculate the distance
You're already
between the
baking
2
in a globe
points.
with lat and longitude. You've already baked it in.
So latitude and longitude are just intrinsically wrong.
Actually, yeah, they don't match the topology of what we observe and measure, so we know it's intrinsically wrong. You know, we can do this by mathematical proof by Euclid, I'm sure.
We seem to use latitude and longitude pretty accurately to
Pretty accurately with respect to what?
things.
Pretty accurately with respect to what? I mean, it works at all. It
With
just
respect
doesn't
to
mean
not
anything, right?
having it.
Like works.
Yeah.
So pragmatic fallacy, just because something works means you understand it to be true with respect to something else? The answer is no. Right? Like GPS may get you to your friend's house, but probably not the optimal route, but hey, it works.
We've been using it for hundreds of years. Ships get where they
So
want
what?
to go.
Yeah, how do you use that to prove the topology of Earth is conformal to the coordinate system being used? I can tell you how. Take observations and measurements and see if it matches the topology, and it doesn't. So now what? Because we've done that. Now what?
We don't really, there's it was more accurate than we provided.
You were roboting hard, but I heard something more accurate with respect to something else. Okay. How do you do an external validation of the coordinate reference system? If you use the coordinate reference system as part of your validation, then you're just checking for internal consistency. You haven't actually compared it to an objective standard anywhere else. So you can sidestep and get out of internal validation and go external to it by checking to see if it conforms to something else. In this case, the actual observation and measurement of the Earth.
Yeah, what I mean. The empirical side is that it works for navigation, and people that the empirical side validates that.
No, you're not getting it. Just because it works doesn't mean you've done the external validation.
What kind of validation would be better than that? I'm not sure what you're looking for then.
Okay, right now you only have a coordinate reference system from which to calculate map distances. This is not the same as doing an actual measurement of that distance. GPS calculates map distances, map coordinates. Your receiver software does it for you. This is not the same as doing measurements. And it's well known that GPS coordinate positions and the calculated measurements between those coordinates don't match reality. I've got dozens of examples of case studies posted on our home server regarding this very problem. It's well known, and in the field of surveying, they resolve this by using a locally flat datum instead of a curving one. Because the flat Cartesian datum matches flat Cartesian reality.
You know, I thought about a good analogy for this situation that we find ourselves in all the time with the maps and the longitude and latitude. Think about it like this. Did he leave? Oh, no, he's still here. You guys sold a car. They gave you when you bought the car, they gave you a nice long-winded explanation about the internal combustion engine. It's a V8. It's got frickin' electronic fuel injection, blah, 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 blah. And you drive it around and eventually it breaks down. And you have it towed. And then you open up the hood and there's an electric motor in there.
Hey, it works.
Yeah. Now your car worked, got you everywhere you wanted to go, and you drove your car thinking it worked with this explanation in your head. You had an explanation. They explained to you exactly how they said the car worked, but their explanation didn't match the reality of how the car was actually working. And that's what we're telling you, how this stuff actually works in the mathematical sense isn't a fucking globe.
Love it. It's like these depictions of terrestrial refraction with the parabola. Even though what is optically seen is light that's parallel to the surface of the Earth. It's parabolic, it'd be coming in at an angle. And actually, that's kind of what's witnessed under true refractive conditions, not terrestrial ones, where you see the smudging.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, certainly. I mean, they always keep forgetting about that, like, I've harped on this before. They keep forgetting about that other part. When you have a refracting condition, the object that you're looking at isn't just moved around. It becomes distorted. It becomes magnified. It becomes shrunk. It can get stretched or squashed. You know what I mean? Or double image, or a reflected image, or all sorts of stuff. Because we, like in this instance, we're used to looking through refractive mediums with a lens, which is engineered and designed to create a very particular type of image. But in this case, we have a lens. Not only we're inside the lens, and we have no control over the geometry of that lens or its structure. And these guys, for some reason, think that this type of lens that we're immersed in is going to create perfect images of the external world.
It's bonkers.
It is. It's absolutely crazy. You have to like give it to nature. Like nature's created a perfect lens. You just go out to the ocean and you see something 10 miles away that you shouldn't see, and it's just perfect. It's just the perfect lens. How does nature do it? I had to frickin' go into the lab and machine frickin' glass and grind it and grind it and grind it and grind it. And then it still didn't work. So I had to grind it some more. And then I had to adjust the focal length, and I had to do this, and I had to do that to create. And then after I did that, I'm gonna use interferometry to make sure that this has a continuous curve, and then I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna use these a grid, and then I'm gonna check out the pin cushion and the barrel distortion and all these other factors. Oh, nature just does it just whenever it feels like. It just happens every day. It's just so absurd. It's a lens, but it's
So
not a lens.
you believe the Earth is flat? Isn't this the guy that doesn't like models?
Models. Nothing wrong with models.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with models now. Looks like he's changed his mind, guys.
No, I don't reify models. You know what that means?
Enlighten me.
You don't know what reification is.
I don't.
Figures. Reification, the cognitive error of treating an abstract concept or hypothetical construct as if it were a real concrete physical object.
What's wrong with that?
It's a fallacy.
Why?
Fucking unbelievable.
Why?
I can't believe I heard that.
You don't think
He's
math?
asking what's wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't think math is real? Go ahead, explain.
The
No, it's
lack
not
of
real.
basic reason and
Not in
logic
the
is
natural world, it's not
sound.
real.
Okay, so where are the laws of logic?
Not in nature.
Yeah, formal logic is used to resolve logical claims. We're bringing material claims to the table, so you're already in a category error. Good try, though.
Train wreck.
You don't think arguments about the material world use logic? Oh my god.
Arguments about it, but we're bringing
Get the straw
material
man.
claims.
Dude, you're just piling up
Furthermore,
the logical fallacies, bro.
yeah, what's going to come next is good. They're going to slip in an argument from possibility in order to argue modality from necessity. This is the same freaking template again and again. So now you're
Bro's
going to
yapping.
preempting your modal fallacy.
Bro's yapping about nothing.
This is good, guys. This is a learning experience for everyone. Go ahead,
And then
keep it
right
going.
to ad hom.
I'm fucking enabled to great.
Hey, buddy, can you repeat what was said to you? Go ahead for the class, because everybody's listening. You being addressed by the professors. Go ahead and repeat what was said.
He thinks I'm preempting some kind of fallacy of possibility, whatever that means, to turn modal possibility into necessity, whatever that means. Whatever that means. It's just gibberish. He's gibbering.
So obviously, the Great, when you captioned that qualifier on your name, it was a relative scale.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
No.
Well, from what I can tell, to relative scale, you might be great in a
I own this
class
server.
of third graders, but beyond that, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, listen, pal. I dominate this room every time I'm here.
Hey, he's not your paw, buddy.
I was waiting for that.
He's like a fart in a spacesuit.
Hey, we got some people in the side chat here.
Hey, yo.
I found that people that hitch their wagon on mathematics the most and try to pretend that it's like a real thing
It is.
are the ones that know the least about it, mathematics.
There's a lot to math, but I do know a thing or two.
Yeah. Well, in my experience, the higher the mathematics education and proficiency, the more they admit that it's just merely an abstract thing.
Whatever you say, broski. You're
Well,
no.
I mean, okay, let's play a game. So, if the Earth is a ball, how come there's no curvature?
What are you talking about?
If the Earth was a ball, the surface of the Earth would curve, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But there isn't any.
What do you mean? There is. What's there?
Okay. How did we measure that?
You could do a lot of different. I don't know. You could do a laser
With the
test.
surface of the Earth, dude.
Yeah.
Not something else. The surface of the Earth could stick there.
Yeah. What's your question, man?
Yeah. How can we measure that?
You could something called a. You could take a camera. Make
What
sure.
do cameras measure?
I don't know, man. Look, I don't know how to measure it. Maybe take a laser. That's my best idea.
Yeah. Like I said, there is no curvature of the surface of the Earth. It's pretty simple.
You
Now,
take
that's
it.
what the mathematics say. The simple,
But the math
idea of
doesn't
measuring and
fucking say
counting
that.
and comparing two things.
The math doesn't fucking say that.
Yeah, the math does say that.
No, it fucking doesn't.
Well, if we take a laser that's 10 feet off water and shine it 40 kilometers and it's still 10 feet off water.
Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever.
It's not
He
whatever.
doesn't.
He has
He
a
doesn't.
point. You
He
should
does.
actually listen to what he's saying,
He's been in
right?
here before. He
If
knows exactly what I'm saying.
Like this guy doesn't address the. We've had long conversations about refraction, and he doesn't seem to believe that it affects your measurements. That's the issue with this
See,
guy.
that's the thing.
I
Of course, he
doubt you
doesn't
can hold.
believe it. Why would he believe it? Belief is based off of faith and not knowing. You can
And
actually
I.
see and verify that it does not do that.
And the question isn't whether it
It
affects
does do
measurements.
that.
So let's say it is a confounding variable. Is the variable confounding enough where it affects the measurements where I can't draw conclusions?
Yeah. Yes.
So if I have a measurement and the measurement result is 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction, there can be refraction such that could possibly account for that
I don't know how.
discrepancy.
I don't know by how much your measurements could be off. The easiest thing to do is just eliminate the confounding variable and just take it
Okay.
into account.
No, we're trying to establish whether it is a confounding variable in the first place.
It
Because
is.
the uncertainty has to be on the scale of the measurement difference. You know that, right?
Why not? Why not just take it into account in the first place?
But bro, because we have to justify whether to take it into account.
We know about things like looming. We know about miraging effects. Like we know this stuff exists. So why not
Yeah,
just
so
eliminate
what?
it?
But okay, we make an observation. We don't see looming. We don't see any of that shit. Why would we include it?
No, I think you do see it.
Those are qualitative descriptions. Anyway, they're not measured things.
But they
Yeah,
affect measurements. When you
technically
see
with
them, you
the
know that
index
there's
or the close
Qualitative
hemispheres.
is
side.
not quantitative, Nables.
I'm not saying it is, but they're
Okay, so that you
correlated.
look, bro. You brought up two refraction things, which are qualitative descriptions.
Yeah, but
They
if you
don't
see
affect
those,
measurements. They affect how things look.
but that's how things look affects where you see things, which affects your measurements.
So
Because
when
where you
I
see
so
things
when I
might not be
take
where
my
they are.
fucking little tape measure and I measure the camera height, I might measure it wrong because of looming.
Yes, or no, not the camera
You're a
height, but where the
retard. Shut
object
up, bro.
is. No, no, no. I misspoke. Did I get
Okay,
muted?
all we need, we're gonna measure the height of the laser, the height of the camera, the distance between the two. That's it. Whether it looks like looming, whether it looks like an inferior mirage, whether it looks like any of these things is irrelevant. That's why we're measuring. We're getting out of the qualitative into the quantitative, which is why I brought this up. We're talking about mathematics, remember? So, can refraction exist such that a measurement that's 2 orders of magnitude different could possibly be caused by this as a confounding variable? The answer is no. It's a big fat fucking no.
Have you heard of a Fata Morgana?
Yeah, that's qualitative.
And if you see like a house in the Fata Morgana and you're trying to take a measurement of that house, you would take the measurement where you see it, right? But it's not actually there. It's an illusion.
Yeah, but we're not measuring a house, and we're not doing it in that condition. And of course, you would never do that.
Right.
Shouldn't you
So if
see
there is
curvature in your
refraction,
Fata Morgana too? Like, shouldn't you watch a boat go over the horizon upside down in the mirage?
Yeah, and
absolutely
if I
not.
took some oil and I smudged it on the camera lens, maybe it'll make a triple image. Yeah, we can come up with all sorts of fucking weird scenarios that never happened.
Yeah, bro, you're running away from my globe buddy. Please focus on him.
Yeah, we wouldn't go out and make claims if we can see an obvious mirage taking place. That would be ridiculous, right?
It's the non-obvious mirages you got to watch out for. Am I right?
Yeah, the invisible mirages that go against globers that make the Earth look flat. They're conspiring.
The ones the Navy relies on.
Yeah.
Oof.
Especially submarines.
So I was reading an update to the combat laser test called Air Chaos, ERCAOS. They did it just a few years ago. They measure lateral displacement to the same degree of vertical displacement and refraction over distance. So we're talking about 50 meters of displacement at 50 kilometers horizontally. So there go spherical excess claims, besides the anisotropic medium providing asymmetric viewing angles from point A to B, thus destroying reciprocal zeniths in that instance. We now have spherical excess claims an order of magnitude smaller of what's actually been observed with true refractive effects in reality.
It's moving 50 meters side to side.
Yeah, over 50 kilometers.
Yeah, I'd like to see. I think the wind will. I think the wind moves it. Quite honestly.
I do too. Yeah.
Because when I went
Like a
out and did
frame dragging.
So, hey,
I went out
you
with
see
the
the
camera on
picture
a very
inside chat?
windy day, man. It was the shimmering was so. It was like you always think that like the shimmering is almost like road shimmering because it kind of looks like that because the road's hot, but it wasn't that like. It wasn't hot. It was freezing out, but it was very windy, and the wind was making like was really distorting shit at the horizon where it looked like a shimmering hot road, but it wasn't a shimmering hot road.
Exactly, man. If you see the picture inside chat, one of the boats, if you're trying to measure where the boat is and you take your measurement where you see your boat, that will be a faulty measurement, right?
I don't know about that.
So refraction
Not
has
with
something
those
to do with
images. Those
taking
aren't caused
measurements.
by refraction. Those
Yes, they
those are caused by reflection. It appears it's floating in the sky because that water is reflecting the sky and it's the color of the sky. If
That's
you
part of
take
it. Yeah.
either one of these,
Call it what you
it,
want.
well, no, it makes a difference because one would be displaced, whereas the boat's going to be in the same position
No, we're
regardless.
talking about the same effect. We're talking about the boats, right? The way they look like. So whatever you call that effect, that's up to you. You know.
The
No,
boat's
no,
not
no, no,
being
no.
shifted, dude.
Okay,
You're seeing a
if it
reflection
was
of the sky
refraction, the
before the
boat is
boat.
being shifted. Exactly like you just said.
You
If
see
it's
how the boat looks
reflection, it's
like?
not shifted.
The boat is levitating above the water, right? If you
No,
take a measurement where you see the
Appears.
boat, your measurement will not be correct.
no.
No, the
Here's what
boat
you
is
need to
on
say.
water.
If you were to take a measurement to where you perceive the horizon at that point of reflection, then your measurement of the horizon would be off.
Whatever measurement you're trying to take of an actual physical object, and you don't do that, but you actually take the mirage, point of reference for your measurement, the measurement will be off, man. Well, why are we even discussing? This should be so easy to understand.
Because you're
Yeah,
wrong,
well,
okay?
you don't understand. Dude, you don't understand what you're looking at. That water that's under the boat that looks like sky is water. It's not
How do you
sky.
know that's water?
Because if you
Look in the
take that
second
image and you place like a negative a color filter on it, because you have you can see more colors of red than blue, you'll see that the thing's still sitting on water and that there's another
Yeah, but
horizon
how do
there.
you know that's water, man? It may not be water, right? Maybe a different substance.
What is the ship on? What?
Well, according to you, it's water. Have you measured that substance to say it's water?
Yeah, ships go on water, I'm pretty sure, dude.
That picture contains water. Water.
Dude, so you're just trolling now.
Have you measured that object in the picture? Obviously not, right? So why would
You're
you
gonna
say it's
how many
water?
times have you ever measured you
This is
being
your
banned on?
standard of evidence, man.
I told you, what was it? Repeat it back to me.
According to you, it's water with no
Yeah.
evidence.
How do I?
Yeah.
No, I told you the technique. What did I say?
Also, by looking at it, you can
I
determine
told you
it's
the
water and
technique.
not
What
a
did I
different
say?
substance.
Yeah, just go and fucking mute, dude. Till you type it in the chat.
This guy was server banned back home.
Oh, he was? Fucking just
Yeah.
get rid of him now. I ain't fucking waste time. Go fucking troll somewhere else, douche nozzle.
You can also change your grazing angle and open up the angle wider, and you'll watch that point of reflection move.
What's going on with the Glovers? Come on, boys, bring your big guns. Didn't invite Indio and Yoder in here so you can just run away. Come on, boys.
I mean, hey, like this guy doesn't want to. He doesn't want to believe like that he needs to do anything to account for the atmosphere. I've done all I can.
He doesn't want to
But
believe.
that's so funny because you can't tell me why I should.
How about you just try it and see what happens?
Yeah, okay, we're gonna
Tell
do
us how.
standard refraction. Okay, now you need 127 meters to account for the results of the laser test. Where are you getting those from?
Yeah, I don't know how you fucking
Yeah, that's right.
numbers. I don't know how you got those numbers.
Dude, math is reality, remember? You abandoned that pretty quick.
Of course, math is reality.
So surveyors just use a refraction coefficient, a standard of 0.13, which basically just increases the radius by 15%. So is that what Indio should do as well? Just guess. Just guess. Is that a good idea? Because the FE core test would just completely destroy the globe if he did that. Right? He did just explain that to you. What do you think about that, Nables? Should he just guess? Is that accurate? Is that how you account for refraction? Just guess, like surveyors do? Hello?
No.
What should you do? What should surveyors do instead of what they do now? You should tell the surveyors that they're wrong. So what would you do to account for refraction accurately? Right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake. I can zoom in across the lake and I can see the shoreline on the other side. It's not miraged, right? It just looks normal. I repeat the test. I get the same results a bunch of different times. What should I do now? Now I need to account for refraction. What should I do? What's step one? Why crickets? Hello?
You want to measure the temperature and pressure gradients directly.
Measure the temperature and pressure gradient. That's not accounting for everything though, is it? So how would you do that, right? So let's say I wanted to just start with the temperature and pressure. How would I go about doing that?
Let me ask my artificial intelligence.
Oh, dude, I don't want to. Look, I can already easily have AI concede on these conversations. If I wanted to have a conversation with AI, right, I could just do that. If you don't want to talk about, all right, I gotta go on mute anyway.
Chill, bro. Chill. Let me think.
Naples, but they're using the math from the subject matter experts. Why are you denying it?
There's Dunning-Kruger going on. I'm not denying.
Oh, you got Dunning-Kruger happening at the moment? Makes sense. Well, that makes sense that your nonsense is being promoted by yourself. That
Fly a
makes sense.
drone. You could fly a drone with sensors connected.
That's not going to
Okay.
help you, dude.
There you go. It's up to you if you want to put in the work.
No. You can have pockets of hot air, pockets of cold air, all the way along the path, right? You could have an inversion. You could have a thermal inversion at 2 miles, right? You could have a normal lapse rate at 4 miles, and then you could have another inversion at 6 miles, right? And you could have varying temperatures all the way along the path, right? So you would have to not only account at multiple points vertically, the whole way along the path for not just the temperature and pressure, because that's just the dry term, right? Then you've got the wet term, which you need to take into account as well, which is the moisture in the air. Okay, then you need to have sensors vertically all the way along the path, okay, all taking readings at the exact time of the observation, and then you would somehow have to get all of that information and calculate it and get
That's
the
not what
end
you need
value.
to do. You could just take a
Huh?
drone and fly it over.
What? How? That's not. That wouldn't be accurately accounting for refraction at all. What's the drone gonna do? Right? You would need to know what's going on with the vertical refractive index. Okay, that's what's going to create the refraction, right? According to you guys, according to the mainstream, it's the optical density of the air vertically, right? That's the main thing. It's not the only thing, and like I just said, you can have variations in the refractive index due to turbulence, due to different pockets of temperature. All sorts of things could come into play. If you wanted to say that you've accurately accounted for refraction, right, you need to even take CO2 readings, right? You need the humidity, temperature, the pressure, all the way along the path. Has to be done right at the time of the observation because the atmo changes can constantly, right? It's just constantly shifting. So it's, yeah, a nightmare. Refractions, you guys, a nightmare for you guys because you guys are making like a shape claim. You're making a size claim and a shape claim to the Earth. So your observations are trying to reify that very specific claim. So you would need to account for it accurately. And surveyors don't do that, right? We can throw all of the theodolite observations away where they just guess a refraction coefficient because obviously real world testing shows that a standard refraction coefficient is completely useless. In fact, there's not any footage of light bending downward, right? Like a laser bending downward over a large body of water. There's no footage of that. The normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up, right? That's the normal, right? It goes warmer, down lower, and then cooler up higher. And temperature is the main thing that, controls the optical density of the lower atmo. So upward bending would be the normal. Now, we've had people that have tested this for years using different spectrum lasers, like Dr. John D., and he said he's never seen a laser bending downward. He said most often they just go in a straight line. Occasionally, they'll go upward. They'll bend upward towards the cooler air. And he's not even been able to find any. I've not been able to find any. No globe has been able to find any footage of a laser bending downward. I'm sure it could potentially happen, but it wouldn't be normal. There wouldn't be any reason that in every single laser test we go out and do, we hit the target because the laser's bending downward at this huge amount.
It do be like that sometimes.
Huh?
I said it do be like that sometimes.
Don't be like that sometimes.
It do be like it really do be
Don't
like
be,
that
bro.
sometimes.
Prove it to be like that sometimes, my friend.
It do be like it do be like it do be like that. Okay.
It do be like that sometimes. It really do. It really do like that.
That's an amazing argument, bro. That's great. That's great. Good job.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee at 6 o'clock in the evening. And nobody can stop me. Not even God.
That quote is
Oh,
gonna
shit.
be shit, bro. Damn. You
Not
asking
even
for it,
God.
huh? You really asking for it, huh?
I'm really asking for it.
Sounds to me like you're asking for it.
Yeah.
Well, don't be surprised. Well, don't be surprised when you get it.
I fucking better get it. I've been looking for it for years, bro. For God's sake. Why is it so hard? Why is this life a pile of gobshite? It's a pile of shit. This life's just a joke, bro. Do you know why I like this chat? Because it reminds me that I'm God and everything is a dramatic play,
Go make your
which
coffee.
I am
You're
casting.
annoying. I'll assist you on your coffee making journey.
Wait, life is a joke? I mean, you can do jokes in life, but not. I mean, how can life and a joke be the same thing? Aren't those two different words, different definitions? Like,
You want to hear his response, Jamesy? I'll unmute him for you.
mm, he's
Am I
wasting
muted?
time. I don't know what's the
Why am I
the
muted?
generative behavior coming from. I don't know what's happening to this guy, but he's like I think he's in the military. Is a Section 8 or something, like mentally unstable or something.
Who'd that be?
He
Me?
got to his limit on a normal
Bro.
discussion, so he could have a normal discussion, but unfortunately he can't defend the globe anymore, so he want to rumble.
What are you talking about? Me? Somebody else?
All right, I'm back.
We're talking about the quality of your behavior, not about your like the like you
Bro.
like you. We're talking about your behavior and
Okay, I won't make any coffee. Are you
the
happy now?
way
I'm not
the
going to
way
make
you're
any.
wasting your time
You
by
happy now?
trying to waste our time.
I'm having a great time, bro. It's fun. That's why you drink coffee, because coffee is energizing. Gives you energy, bro.
All right, good for you.
I want infinite energy. I want so much energy that I become a round Earth. I want to become the first globe. I want to reincarnate as the first round globe. Round Earth. Hypothesis.
But at the same time, you're gonna be doing a really bad job at it, huh? Because that's what you've been doing in
Why?
here. A really bad job of misrepresenting the globe.
No. My original point was this, right? I think that we are God playing tricks on ourselves, and we forget that we're God, and we go through life. It's kind of like a video game, right? And at the end of life, you die and you reincarnate. Okay, so if the Earth actually was flat, I mean that'd be a hell of a joke. That'd be hilarious, because not only have I made a flat Earth, but I've also hid that from myself, and that was the punchline all along. Because think about it, right? If the Earth is flat, who gives a fuck about your job or your stupid kids, or the fact that you're $10,000 in debt? Because the Earth's flat, for God's sake, and that was a big secret this whole time. So it's a reminder that life's a joke. Make sense? That's my argument. You may now
The
critique my
nonsense
argument.
that nonsense make a lot of nonsense.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense, bro. What I said was
Yeah,
completely cogent.
the nonsense make a lot of nonsense. Yes.
No, you don't get imagine intergalactic Truman Show. I mean, that'd be fantastic. That'd be great.
Life is not. In reality, life is not a joke, but
No.
so many ideas that humans create, but themselves, and spread among the communities and create those sects and communities. So those people are making the jokes, and the jokes are on those who follow. So, for example, the globe is a joke. It's like Santa. So when you're throwing that joke on kids, Santa will give you some gifts. So the globe is a joke like that. So the Earth is a globe. You want to have a proof? Here is proof. Images and videos and some testimonies. Just things that you can just believe. It's not something that you can know. So the globe is a joke on those who follow.
Yeah, but that's my point. Precisely.
Listen,
You got it.
fanboy. The thing is though, this whole thing that you are trying to promote in here, that this topic doesn't matter because you have to pay rent or whatever.
No, it's the exact opposite.
You don't have like
No.
stupid kids,
You
like you were
completely
saying.
misunderstood what I said because you're retarded.
I mean,
and that's
so
okay.
try make it make sense, because the nonsense makes nonsense. So make it make sense, but at least related to the topic. Because remember, it does matter, right? It does matter. Because Yeah, exactly what I want him to do. Leave. I knew he was gonna do that. Obviously.
Yeah, typical behavior after seeing someone having cognitive dissonance. I told you that he tried to have a normal conversation at the beginning, but when he were cornered at that moment, he started using his copium.
Yeah. Once I asked him to make sense out of the nonsense, he couldn't. And this is what the globe does. Make, I mean, if you can, if you can convince someone to believe in an absurdity, they're gonna come here and commit atrocities, right? And everywhere they go, like this guy, an example. It's just atrocities of conversations, atrocities of actions, atrocities of thinking, believing in the atrocity, in the absurdity. Believe in the absurdity, commit atrocities.
Sure, and it doesn't change. It doesn't matter how much I leave these platforms. I take a pause from these platforms trying to see if there will be some micro changes on those people mentality. And yeah, the effect on those people is the same. So it's different dependent to what I won't say the language because it's not related to that. But when I go to French discords, French channels, Arab channels, and English channels, yeah, those people just say that their habitual argumentation or evidences, or I call them just excuses, but different. It's different dependent to the servers. So when you are speaking to Arabs and Muslims, they will just bring ancient people what they say. So and Quran, that the Quran and Hadith said that the earth is a globe. They won't talk about what we are talking about today, refraction, those argumentation when you are bringing a long distance observation. They don't use refraction excuse very often. I guess because those Arab channels don't spread the same excuses, the same argumentations. And when you talk to French people, it's different again. And when you talk to when I come back here in the English servers, yeah, you will hear those same excuses, refraction and things.
There's a level of those. The other day we had an example of a guy that it all depends of how famous you are. Like Stephen Hawking and Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was asking who in here is the Neil deGrasse Tyson of Flutter. Who where is he at? All depends how many TV shows you've been at, right? Been in. Depends if you get an interview, some TV show or news agency. Then you have something to say. How many famous books you've written, maybe? Then your argument might be valid. Necros, how famous are you, Necros? Are you famous at all?
No, I'm not.
So then your arguments are not valid, Necros. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm not famous, and I don't have like what they want you to have, a degree, so, some validation from some people from their side. You have to be validated from people from their side, globe believers, to be able to talk about flat Earth. What? I'm a flat earther. I don't need a degree from a glober, a signature on a piece of paper from a glober or from an indoctrination institute. They call it school. Don't need that. Measurements, observations, those things don't need any degree. Don't think that people who could build those impossible buildings had degrees. And when you're talking about being famous, famous meaning what? Followed by so many people who don't believe what I believe, and it's stupid to ask that. I'm flat earther, so yeah. Considering the thing being flat earth, I'm famous among flat earthers. But asking me to be famous and being followed by so many globers, it's paradoxal, I think.
Yeah, welcome to You Know People. The new people, you're here. If you have any questions, you can speak to Necros about the topic. He's one of the famous flat earthers. Go right ahead. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I'm famous. I'm known by so many flat earthers. And so many globers too. But they don't follow.
Oh, we got Spliff. Spliff. Have you been here before, Spliff?
Cliff's FE.
All right. Toothless. What about Toothless?
FE. New to Flat Earth, but he's a Flat Earther.
Awesome. Welcome, guys. Glad to have you. So many new people.
Amphibious J, he's a dirty glober.
Hey, dirty globers, talk to me, Amphibious. I mean,
I'm filthy.
filthy.
I be filthy with it.
Why are you so dirty, bro?
Mhm.
Is it to grow your immune system or something?
It's all the public indoctrination, all the public school indoctrination, bro.
Well, to be an amphibious, you have to go in and out, right? You have to be in the pretty water, the dirt.
Be
No,
in the
you
muck.
wouldn't be an amphibious, right?
Be in the muck, as they say.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean that has practical uses for animals and maybe people too. I mean, one has to do the dirty job, right? Who's gonna clean the dirty places? You.
Clean. No, I operate in it.
You operate in the dirty places. Someone's. I mean, I'm not putting you down. I'm saying that that's a no. Someone has to do it. So thank you. So why are you a globe believer?
Hold on, I'll be with you in a second. Hold on.
All right, he has a dirty job to do before this one. Go ahead. A minute.
So I wasn't able to look at who I was talking to, but I just play make believe when I defend the globe. But I'm not the best at debating or flat Earth. I don't know all the ins and outs.
Also, you play that you believe in the globe. That's the role that you play sometimes. Or do you actually believe it? I mean, I'm confused. Do you believe it or you don't believe it?
I think he said that he believes it. He said he played that he believes on the globe, but he means that he believes the globe. And I respect that honest answer.
I mean, that's confusing. Can you please make it more clear for me? That's too dirty, too muddy.
He's a flat earther, and sometimes he laughs as a glober for fun.
That's exactly what I thought that he said, and Necros made it more muddier than it had to be. But thank you, guys. You see, Necros, sometimes people doing the dirty job doesn't mean they're dirty.
How do you guys feel about Shane's new model that dropped recently?
I have not seen it, but I mean, I don't mind entertaining looking at models. I'll check. If you can post it by any chance, or do you have any place for that to be checked?
Yeah, I can post it in the side chat. I think it's pretty impressive. Basically, if you assume a flat surface, right, they're basically showing that on an AE map, everything that we observe in the sky can be accounted for without invoking a globe Earth, a radius value, Einsteinian gravity, or anything like that. There's some interesting aspects to it. It's extremely complex, and someone's put a shitload of effort into it. So it's impressive in that sense. But I mean, They think the AE maps the flat Earth. I'm not sure. Maybe they say that it's not. What's their deal on that? They think there's like an ice wall that goes all the way around the edges, and lat long somehow works on an AE map.
Yeah, I don't think they make a claim to that. I think it does do a fantastic job showing that everything is like just a graticule, right? Like everything can work. It's not exclusive to a globe.
Yeah.
And everything is based on the graticule.
What's graticule mean? Graticule.
To my understanding, it's just like the dome of vision, right? So they
Dome of
base a
vision. Yeah.
longitude and latitude off of. And it's not exclusive to a globe. That's how they just make it work.
Yeah, I need to look into it a bit more because lat long is a spherical coordinate system, and then if you're applying that to an AE map, then what seems like a huge distance, right? Let's say we're talking about Antarctica that wraps all the way around the outside of the AE map. If you just go a very short
Earth
distance,
is round. Cope about it.
Shut up. Yeah, shush.
Prove it.
Right, like a short distance according to the right, like a huge distance, if it were reality, right, would just be a tiny distance on the lat long model, right? But on the AE map, it would be a crazy distance. Like you could just move a tiny little bit in terms of the coordinate system, and that you would have to be on the other side of the AE map. Because everything's just more distorted, it's more stretched as you go out further towards the south. So what would just say you go over a short distance in the north, right? That same short distance, if you were just to measure it out, like let's say it's 2 centimeters worth of distance, right? If you just have like a little AE map or something like that, that same centimeter or 2 centimeters in the south would be a huge amount, like 30 centimeters maybe or something like that, because of the variable scale. So I don't see how that works. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's interesting, but I don't know if it's very accurate to reality. But they're not really claiming it to be, are they? I guess that's why they're calling it conceptual. But Amphibious, do you know if there's an option in that app where you can get a first-person view?
Yeah, there certainly
So,
is. I saw them do it.
so if you're standing in, say, Australia or New Zealand or something like that, and you're looking at the apparent southern point of rotation in the sky, would it look in that app just like what it looks like if you were actually, I mean, not obviously it's not going to be perfectly realistic, but does it behave the same as it would if you were actually in that location on the Earth looking at the celestials?
Yeah, I haven't done that for myself, so I can't answer that. But
To check.
I remember them mentioning in first person. When you looked outward, it did behave. It did behave the same.
It's interesting. Yeah, amphibious. I think my biggest problem with it is most of the time when globe earthers talk about a model, right? They're talking about a miniature version of what the Earth looks like. That's what they want to see. That's what essentially what they're asking for when they're asking for a model. So if you were to present that to them, they'd be like, okay, so that's what the flat Earth looks like? And then what would you say? Well, no, actually, this is a globe projection map. They'd be like, what? So the flat Earth is a globe projection map? Is that what you're claiming? Well, no, not exactly. You know, and then by that stage, it's kind of like the globe is probably not going to take you seriously after that.
Yeah, it's definitely wrong to claim it as a model as much as it is just to prove that the sky and the celestial objects are due to our perspective and not
Yeah.
the heliocentric claim. And then also like it kind of proves to them, or it shows them, there is no real, I mean, they're not going to believe this, but there is no real god eye view of earth that we can compare it to. Each individual has their own dome of vision that they experience. And so when they just stitch things together, and so it's definitely not going to satiate, is that the word, their thirst or their need for a model.
But it may have some uses to be able to explain certain things, to be able to make certain points. That I agree with.
But he still stole it from Walter, and
Walter Bislin, yep.
he still stole it from him. Proves nothing, you stupid flirts.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's not much like the Walter Bislin one, but it's still kind of based off that, I guess.
Yeah, until we can show that these space agencies are completely lying to us, which I think will come out in the next 10 years or so, just because everything is crumbling. All the narratives are crumbling. They're just going to hold on to that and pretend they have a god's eye view of the earth, and that these space agencies are actually going out there. So, I mean, how much longer do you think they can continue this farce is the question.
I don't know, man. People are pretty gullible. A lot of people are waking up, but there's a big problem in humanity, I think, just with gullible people. And also, I think like 90%, or not, a huge percentage of the flat earth arguments out there are trash as well. Like if you go and scroll through TikTok videos about flat earth, most of the quite a lot of the videos that I watch is like, ugh, these are not good arguments.
Yeah, and they're perpetrated, right? They're the ones that are put out there.
What'd you say? They're what? Perpetrated?
Yeah, that's probably the wrong word. They're the ones that are like spread around.
Pushed.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Propped up.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm not like the most well versed when it comes to all the arguments, and even though I can see, I'm not closed minded to the fact that they could be lying to us about everything, which I think they are. But at times, I'm just like, what if flat Earth is wrong? What if we actually do live on a globe? The indoctrination is, hard to die, I guess. The magic, the magic of refraction explains it all. I mean, what if it really is that simple? But it can't be, right? Like the coincidence is just too high for refraction to be able to
Oh,
be a reason, right?
they just need to, if they want to make a extravagant claim like that, then they need to be able to back it up in some way, which they can't do. They don't have any evidence of laser beams bending downward over a large body of water. In the amount of tests that have been done, the amount of footage we have, the amount of just random laser footage you can find on YouTube of just laser lights being shot over large bodies of water. They don't bend down. There's no evidence of them bending down. Dr. John D has done years worth of laser tests, and he said he's never seen a laser bending downward. He said they go straight, or sometimes they can bend upward, but they don't bend downward. And he challenges people to try to find footage of a laser beam bending downward over land, over water. It could happen under the right conditions. I think technically it should be able to happen, but it doesn't seem to. And if it did happen, if you did happen to find one video of it happening, that still wouldn't be good enough, because it's, it would have to be the normal if we're getting all these these hits on these targets. So I mean, the normal lapse rate is that it gets colder as you go upward, and light deviates towards the colder air. So I don't know where they're getting, this downward refraction thing from. So they don't really have anything to back up their claims. And when I punch the numbers into Walter Bislin's advanced Earth curve calculator, I have to basically max out the refraction slider and put it up to a setting where the Earth would basically just appear flat anyway, for the observation to be possible on a globe. And then the radius value would have to be like 25, 30, 35 times bigger than the current radius value for that observation to work on a globe. And they don't have any evidence that you can have this crazy refraction along with no optical distortion or destruction, whatever you want to call it, miraging effects, crazy destruction visually of what you're seeing in the image due to some crazy deviation of light. We're getting nice crystal clear observations over 20-mile lakes and that kind of thing. Daytime, nighttime, looks the same. Laser test, hits the target. And then just chanting refraction. I mean, that's not good enough. And then all of a sudden it doesn't matter with their observations. With the globe's observations, they don't even have to account for it. Or they can just guess standard refraction, which is ridiculous to do.
Out there that can refute
Hey,
this.
I don't know if you can hear me, DJ, but something just popped in my head. From now on, when someone says, "Well, you just don't understand refraction," I'm like, "So you do?" And when they say no, I'm like, well, then maybe we need to have someone in here that does understand it, so I can have a conversation and see if I understand it as well. But yeah, you're so well versed, man. I appreciate everything whenever you give those conversations. I pick up the nuggets you put out.
Yeah, I keep reading more and more papers. The more I read, the more they kind of contradict themselves in the mainstream. They have conflicting ideas, even about what mirages are. You can find so many different PhDs in optics, that have completely different definitions of what different types of mirages are, and they're mislabeling certain pictures as certain types of mirages that goes against the actual definitions. And then they can't argue whether that mirroring effect that you can see is total internal reflection or just a straight byproduct of refraction. It's all over the place. And they don't have a model for it that you can apply and make predictions in the real world, because it's so chaotic out there. It's constantly shifting. And when have the Globers ever made one observation where they've accounted for refraction accurately, and they can validate that it was an accurate calculation and measurement? That doesn't exist. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for the Globers. But when they say something's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, they have definitions of refraction effects, like sinking refraction, that what we're seeing in the image is the textbook definition right there. Something that would normally be visible on the horizon looks like it's hidden or fully obstructed behind the horizon, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. That's literally the definition of it, according to them, according to their experts. So if they want to say it's Earth curvature, did you account for refraction? Did you account for this effect that seems to be very easy to replicate on a small scale on a flat surface, where we can watch the same thing happen? We can make things just disappear over a flat floor just by adjusting the temperature. The only thing being adjusted is the temperature. And then all of a sudden, something will disappear behind the curvature on the flat floor. So yeah, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot when they say refraction. And there's a huge difference between Globers doing observations and flat earthers doing observations, right? They claim to know the shape and size of the Earth. That's the key difference. We don't claim to know that. We're not making observations trying to prove that the Earth's flat, right? The Earth is obviously the base reality that everyone has. The starting point is just that it appears flat. We don't need to prove that. It's obvious. But people claim that it's actually not flat and that it's curving. So we're testing that. We're just testing their hyperspecific claim. And that's what they're doing as well, I guess, with their observations. They're saying, oh, look, this mountain, the angle is slightly different, therefore the Earth's a globe. It's a very specific claim that they're making. So they would need to account for all of the confounding variables to make such a specific claim. We're not doing that. We're just testing for the curvature. And we just can't find any. It's not like some little bit. It's not like a few inches between globe or flat. And we're saying, oh, look, it's flat because there's 4 inches of curvature missing or something like that. It's like there's like a skyscraper building worth of curvature missing and 0 curvature detected. So we're just trying to find that curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, and it's just not there. So we can just stick with the base reality that we all experience until someone proves otherwise.
Rayleigh criterion. Can you defend the globe model? You came in during that excellent explanation. Angel.
Hey Keith, happy Memorial Day weekend.
Run away, Matthew.
Well, Over Fences isn't here. She banned me again in the
No,
English
I
hub.
banned you.
In
Yeah, no, that
English
was
hub?
me. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I perma banned you.
All right, that's fine. So, is that would you like me to not come in here also?
Just
I'd be
don't
happy.
talk shit, right? Like if we're in a conversation with someone, don't leave like catty comments in the side chat, right? Trying to shit on Dr. John D's credentials, for example. That's what pissed me off yesterday.
Oh, got it. Okay, I apologize for that. Yeah.
Because it wasn't even correct. It was just like you were trying to degrade the person that we were talking to the Globe Earther about in the side chat in a way that was inaccurate. And I did permaban you, but I will remove that ban. But it would be nice if you could not try to do that when we're trying to have a good faith conversation with someone, and instead of attacking the argument, you're attacking the person.
Yep, I hear you. You're right. I apologize. That was not cool of me to do. I don't know the man. I haven't met him. So yeah, I won't try to justify that.
Right. All good, man.
Appreciate the feedback, and I will keep that in mind.
What the heck? Where'd Matthew go? Dang it. I was going to ask Matthew what he thought of Will Duffy's lion sackery. Guys, quick question. If the Earth is flat, is it impossible for an object to be flying above it?
You say it again?
If the Earth is
No.
flat, is it impossible for an object to be flying above it?
Nope.
Okay, is it impossible for an object to be floating above it?
No. Nope.
Okay, is it impossible for an object to be in a media that we don't fully understand that is higher than any
Nope.
normal person could reach
Nope.
and not entirely in the purview and control of the government? Right. So let's just say, for sake of argument, there's a high altitude platform that people can see with their own eyes that exists, floating, flying, being above a flat Earth. Would that change the shape of the Earth?
Well, the only thing that could probably change the shape of the Earth is God.
Oh, good
And the
answer.
answer is no.
Right. So if some schmucktard glober decided that they're a self-appointed expert to speak on behalf of flat earthers because they've been quote unquote in the community and the debate for years, and so they can speak definitively on flat earthers' position. So if they said, well, the flat earthers claim that the ISS doesn't exist, or that everything you see in the sky is fake, or it's a B-52, or all of these things, therefore you shouldn't take them seriously, right?
I think they
How would
put
that
they
strike
probably
you?
put something funny in that guy's Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it's called pride, right?
Yeah, chuck a bit of pride in your Kool-Aid, buddy.
Yeah, I would strike that as
Go ahead.
yeah, that would strike me as fallacious. Like, we don't make those claims here, and even if some people have beliefs about like what it is, it doesn't really change the fact that the Earth is measured flat.
Does the ISS disprove globe Earth?
Absolutely not. It's a magic black.
Okay.
It's broadcast on a magic black screen.
Okay. Does the ISS prove flat Earth?
I
No,
don't know how to answer that.
it doesn't prove flat Earth. However, there are some anomalies with the ISS, like they imagine the ISS is not being heated in the thermosphere because they think of it as it's in a static air of static low pressure, hot heated air, and so the air is so low density that it doesn't have enough contact to impart its kinetic energy or heat. However, when you consider it moving at 17,000 miles per hour, then you're all of a sudden impacting the air at high speeds, and so that would have an effect.
Okay. You also might hear, well, the ISS can't be where they say it is because gas pressure requires a container. You might hear that in the flat Earth community, right?
Well, an antecedent, a requirement.
Well, that's fine and dandy, but that's neither here nor there, because the point is they're saying it can't be in the sky where they claim it is, because gas pressure requires a container. And so they are not in the vacuum of space. So then the only thing that could actually arbitrate is, even if, imagine all that follows, the only thing that could arbitrate is that the claim of the environment that it's in is false, correct? That wouldn't mean it doesn't exist or that it's not in a high altitude orientation compared to the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when you say they, who is the they that it's not actually in space?
Oh, there's plenty of flat earthers would say, and we've heard it a million times, the ISS can't be where they say it is because gas pressure requires a container. Therefore, they're not in the vacuum of space.
Well,
So the environment that they're claiming to be in is incorrect. And that
I
would only carry that conclusion if all things being equal. It would be like, okay, so they're not in a vacuum then. Okay,
well,
fine.
it's
But
either that or it could be in the sky, but we just don't understand fully how things work up there.
there you go. But either way, none of that led to the conclusion the Earth is flat or a globe, right?
No.
Okay, so that all that being equal, what type of argument is presented when it comes to the ISS to where the ISS proves the Earth is a globe?
They don't, because the Earth being flat is it's a geometrical question. It has nothing to do with their laws of physics.
That's fair, but we're not talking about truth here. We're talking about people making arguments. So when
Yeah.
globers present the argument to say the ISS proves the Earth is a globe, what type of relationship about the ISS are they claiming proves the Earth is a globe?
They're claiming evidentiary evidence through the pictures, the images of the curved waters.
They just
Right.
claim that it goes around a ball, like that's
Well, yeah,
their main
that's
claim.
that's the two ones. The main two ones is one, the trajectory. So they say the way it's moving through the sky can only be explained if the Earth is a globe. And so that's the alleged conclusion that they're trying to make. And then the other one is there's images from the ISS that show a curved Earth. And so those are the two ways they're trying to claim, right? So if a flat earther was
Yeah.
going to rebut the alleged conclusion that they're using the ISS for, okay, it would have to be about the trajectory if that's what the person's presenting, or it would have to be about the images if that's what the person's presenting.
Bingo.
Because nobody's actually presenting in a serious manner the ISS is in a vacuum environment, therefore the Earth is a globe. That does happen, but it's so rare it's irrelevant.
It's also it's not a good argument because when you think about it, you can have a pressure gradient within a container. So just because the claim is that it's in a lower pressure doesn't mean that you don't have a container.
Right. So the argument from the flat earther that gas pressure requires a container, therefore the ISS can't be the amount of miles that they claim away from the Earth, which, by the way, most flat earthers wouldn't even say that. They wouldn't say the ISS can't be in a location that's 250 miles away from the Earth because gas pressure requires a container. No, they say the ISS can't be in the vacuum of space. So if that was the case, the glober could just be like, well, the container's greater than the distance from the ISS. So now what? So that becomes a useless argument. So you have to go back to the argument that's actually going to prove the surface. And so what the glober is presenting is the ISS has images of the Earth that's curved, or the ISS has a trajectory over the Earth that can only be accounted for by a globe. And so now you have these 2 points to attack if you're going to attack their points and not just present counter evidence, right? Because it's fair to make a counterclaim, right? But it's also fair to critique their claim. But you're under no obligation to make a counterclaim. So they have to prove by the images that are shown are of indeed a curved Earth and not just a curved image. So if a flat earther was going to rebut the curved images, right, making a claim that the ISS is fake and therefore it can't take these images, is that the proper way to go? Would that lead to the conclusion the Earth is flat?
That's why I like to use it as a diversion. I like to be like, yeah, show me the images, and then be like, oh, I see water curving here at the edges. Can we test for that in reality? Because
Right. So
somehow
if
we
you
got
were going to represent, if you were going to represent quote unquote the flat Earth position on this topic, it'd be very hard to do that because we've just discussed that there's probably like 3 to 5 different ways various flat earthers will argue this point. But if you come into a place like this, eventually you'll reach the conclusion that, well, we have images that allege to be a globe Earth showing curved water, and we can arbitrate that by measuring the water whether it's curved or not, right? So you bring it down that logic train to, whether the Earth is in a container or not doesn't change its shape. Whether something is above the Earth or not doesn't change its shape. But whether or not the water is actually curved or not would inform you whether or not you should change your mind about its shape, right? And so that's ultimately the flat Earth position, that if you were a self-professed flat Earth expert speaking on behalf of flat Earthers so you could publicly critique their position, your point should be not about whether ISS footage is fake, not about whether the astronauts are really CIA agents, none of that, but actually whether or not the curved water in the image is curved in reality. And so somebody like Will Duffy should be saying, and to be fair, I didn't watch this whole recent interview that I posted. He should be saying the flat earther's ultimate position is not about NASA, it's not about this, it's not about that. It's about that the water of the Earth is actually level and flat between two horizontal parallel planes. That's the flat earther's position. And they are convinced of this because they're convinced that when measuring the water, it actually measures flat. That should be the position that a self-professed flat earth expert presents to the world to try to encapsulate the flat earth concept. Not these other nonsense that can be easily picked apart and laughed at.
Yeah, if they did that, we'd have to actually address all that stuff in detail. Like, if they did that, that would be them directly addressing our claims. It would be trying to falsify their own model at the same time as they're like looking for confirmation of it, because that's what you need to do if you want to confirm that you're right with something, because otherwise you could just affirm the consequent in endless circles, affirm your assumptions about it. But if you can falsify your assumptions, you know what it's not, and that's a first step in knowing something. Got to be able to define things from other things.
So if you guys check the post that I posted, Will Duffy said that after TFE, flat Earth debate has basically disappeared. He basically makes it sound in this little post here that flat Earthers after the TFE basically put their tail between their legs and went on the back burner, and so it went from like 99, well, let's just say 100%, to now there's like 3% or 5%.
Where's he getting that? He hasn't been in here, obviously.
Right, like read that post I posted, Matthew. The dude is delusional. He thinks that he single-handedly decimated the flat Earth debate. Like it just doesn't exist anymore, except like like the whimperings of a dying carcass that's about to pass away. Like, and he's like, "Oh, you guys know I did that. Make sure you put my name on it."
After TFE, we shot up to 18,000 hours per month.
Yeah.
So the next highest channel in this server was 6,000 hours per month, and we were 18,000. This was right after TFE.
Yep. And not only did modern day debates still have flat Earth debates, multiple per month, other channels started taking on flat Earthers to have debates. There was even channels started, like debate channels started, that very early in their starting were basically flat Earth versus globe. That happened after TFE.
And TikTok.
So
Platforms like TikTok just blew up like crazy.
Yep.
There's so many flat earthers on there now. It's
Yeah,
insane.
I've seen more flat Earth activity. Now, to be fair to Will Duffy's limited mind, because he's using a limited data set, let's say he knew 10 flat earthers personally through communications or that actually went in the TFE, whatever. And let's say out of those 10, 7 either stopped debating or became a glober. And so now there's only 3 that he knows of that are still staunch flat earthers. And so if he's using that sample size to be like, well, I knew 10 flat earthers and, 7 of them no longer are debating or recanted the position. Therefore, all of these millions of views and hours and debates that are happening don't exist. Like, what the heck? This dude is delusional with pride that he somehow is going to solve the problem of the flat earth versus globe earth debate. And he's going to put it to rest. He's going to be the one that hammers the final nail in the coffin. And then when he stands before God on Judgment Day, God's going to pat him on the head and be, good boy, you proved the globe. Good boy.
Sounds
Sorry,
like selection
do you believe
bias
in,
on his part.
1 second, sorry, please. Do you believe in flat Earth or the globe?
There's a
Dude,
mix in
the
here.
earth is obviously flat.
And can you lay out your argument?
Oh, yeah, it's very simple. So, according to hydrostatic equilibrium and Pascal's principle, and the fact that water is the gold standard of level throughout human antiquity, and that it's known that that's the case, and that it's known that all elevation profiles are benchmarked to sea level, right? And such that since 70% of the water is covered in sea level, if you can measure water to demonstrate that it's not curving, that means that the sea level, which is level and already agreed upon, is not only level, but horizontal. And therefore, all the elevation profile of the Earth, being a maximum swing from peak to trough of 15 miles, are oriented between 2 horizontal parallel planes parallel to sea level. Therefore, not only is the Earth flat, the known territory, it's not only flat, it is statistically flatter than a piece of paper.
So, because of antiquity of measurement, just because of something being ancient or something like being used for thousands of years, that means it's statistically true. It's just unprovable.
What about did I mention when it comes to antiquity?
You said sea level is the measurement that humans have been using since antiquity. Like, so what do you mean by that? Like, you're just appealing that
No, I didn't
because
say
something's
that.
been used
I
for a
didn't
long
say that.
time. That's
I didn't
exactly
say
what you
that.
said.
I didn't say that. Nope.
Can you
not
tell me
even
what you
close.
said?
I said water being level is the benchmark standard for level throughout all antiquity. And said sea level is water. See how I progressed the chain of logic?
Yeah, I see.
So for example, friend, you know through your common experience, and you know this is true everywhere you go, that when you go to a bathtub, the surface is flat. That when you go to a lake, the surface is flat. That when you go to a swimming pool, the surface is flat. Now, you might say, no, it's not perfectly flat because there's undulations and waves, etc. But you know that if the water was still, it'd be flat. You know that water is used as a leveling tool everywhere. And it has been so throughout all of human history. In fact, you know that water, when it's level, doesn't flow. You have to pitch it. So for example, when you're doing plumbing, you have to pitch it. And if you want to make something level, you could put a water trough, fill it with water, and now you have a level standard. That's what I meant by this is understood throughout all human antiquity, that water is level. Water is level. That's just the fact. Now, the globe claim is that that level of water is wrapped around a giant ball, which means it must be curved. But when you measure the water, it shows itself to not be curved. And therefore, that level, which is extended over 70% of the known territory of 190 million square miles approximately, that's level, dude. And not only is it level, it's horizontal. Level and horizontal are synonymous. So in other words, it's not curved. Therefore, all these elevation profiles, which are benchmarked to water, are between 2 horizontal parallel planes, the peaks and troughs being much less than the width. And that is the mechanical definition of flat. And now if you actually scale that You know, so 15 miles versus 190 million square miles, and you get the ratio of flatness. You get that ratio. I want to say it's in the 5th decimal place if memory serves, maybe the 4th. But that actually makes the Earth flatter than many things you understand as flat. Even a piece of paper, even a general standard piece of paper, has more variant peaks and troughs than the Earth. That means that the Earth, if you scaled it to a piece of paper, would be flatter than the piece of paper.
So what do you say? What do you say about things disappearing over a horizon?
Yeah, you just described it. That's what you see. When something goes to the horizon, you can't see it anymore. And by definition, when it's not appearing, it's disappeared. So you answered your own question.
No. There's like a noticeable, like it's at level, like at eye level, and then it slowly descends until it's out of your vision.
Well, that's a sometimes observation that happens sometimes, and sometimes it's occluded by the atmosphere. Sometimes it goes into a mirage. So there's not a ubiquitous observation of things disappearing into the horizon. Notice how I use the word into rather than over or under, because no one's ever seen anything go over or under the horizon. When you describe the horizon, you can only describe it as you can't see something anymore, either by it going away and being occluded by the atmosphere, or by it shrinking, or by it, from what you say, appearing to be cut off. But it's not that it appears to be cut off, because you're actually adding that in. It just appears that you can no longer see the bottom. In other words, the bottom disappears. That's the only fact that you know that's occurred. Everything else is an inference.
Okay.
Now, to your question, I'll answer it more specifically. So, for example, I have a 1,000-foot lake that I go to. It's approximately 1,014 feet on the one side that I make my observations. It's longer the other way, but this way is much clearer. I can make observations. So I go to this lake, and lo and behold, there's a pier on the other side of the lake where they tie boats to. Okay. And when the specific boat that is owned by the family that lives across the way, it's yellow. And it has black marks on the side about halfway up. Now, when they put this boat on the pier, I can observe it throughout the year. And guess what? Some days that boat disappears, bottom up, as I lower myself down. Sometimes it disappears sideways. Sometimes it disappears top down. Sometimes it mirages and looks exactly like the mirages you would see with big boats going out to the ocean. Now, what's interesting about that is all of these effects occur at a 1,014-foot lake. But here's what's really interesting. At that range, the alleged curvature of the Earth is less than a 32nd of an inch. So there's no way a 32nd of an inch curvature arc is blocking a boat that's like 1.5 feet tall. So clearly what's happening here is in the optical category, not the geometry of a curved Earth category. And likewise, when it comes to the horizon is an optical category. It's not a physical edge of an Earth. And how do I know this? I'll explain. It's very simple. One, the exact same effect happens on my 1,000-foot lake, so it's clearly not being caused by an Earth that's 3,959 miles. Two, we can see things beyond the horizon that are supposed to be cut off from the horizon. We can see things cut off by the alleged horizon before the horizon, and we can see the horizon behind objects that it should have otherwise cut off. What that means is that the horizon can be only an optical effect. So when you say, why do things disappear out in the distance when I can't see them anymore? The answer is simple. Optical effects. Nothing to do with any Earth curve.
Well, the idea that it was caused by Earth curve came from half-naked Greeks who believed in invisible laser beams coming out of their eyes. So it's
They
an
also
old
didn't have
error.
advanced optics either.
Yeah. Like the technology outpaced this story. That's just a fact.
Now that's an indirect inference that the Earth is curved, and for the reasons I explained, it can't possibly be caused by a single factor being the geometry of the Earth. So that's excluded. So this doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe in any way, shape, or form. So in order to prove the Earth is a globe and that if the Earth was a globe, things would disappear, You have to prove that the Earth is a globe to have that conditional if to be proved before you use it in your line of reasoning. Otherwise, you're affirming the consequent, which is a logical fallacy. So you need separate proof. Hey, DJ, keep your love life out of my ears. It's a family show. No, I'm just kidding. He wasn't doing anything raunchy. But anyway, you have to prove the Earth is curved separately. This phenomenon of I can't see things because they got far away is just not proof that the Earth is curved.
Can I ask you about other planets?
Sure, you could, but let me phrase the logic this way. Let me ask you about things that aren't the Earth. Go ahead. You either A, realize that the other quote unquote planets are irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, or you were trying to reformulate your question, one or the other.
No, I was just waiting for an answer.
There was no question to answer.
Well, you're saying
So
the Earth. So we can observe every planet in our solar system and outside of it for as far as we can see with our modern technology, and we can see that every celestial object condenses with enough gravity into a circular.
Nope, never been. Nope, that's wrong. False. You're describing what is with the verb. Okay, so when you see something in the sky that's circular, you're not seeing it condense. You're seeing something that's circular. So the story that it condensed from gravity is just that, a story. That's never been observed, friend. Never. But let's assume that's true. Let's just assume it's true for the sake of argument. So here would be the logic. If the Earth is flat, how come things that aren't the Earth do things that the Earth isn't? Think about it. If the Earth is flat, how come things that aren't the Earth are doing things that the Earth isn't? Well, the answer is simple, friend, because they're not the Earth. So the answer to your question is, what those things are doing or have done is irrelevant to the Earth.
So the Earth. Wait, sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, the Earth is unique. Yes, friend. Let's be clear before you ask this question. I just want to make it clear. Yes, I'm saying the Earth is absolutely, exquisitely, explicitly unique. Go ahead.
Just to add on to that, it's unique out of trillions, sextillions of planets.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes it even more unique. Because guess what? See, you're imagining in your mind a sea of planets, all of which are of one type, and then the Earth is a planet of a different type. Now that would make it unique, but you see, you messed up because you're assuming the Earth is a planet just like the celestials. So, for example, you referred to the things we see from the Earth as celestials, and I would agree. Everything else that isn't the Earth in the cosmos could be considered a celestial object. The Earth is a terrestrial object, the only one.
So, because the Earth is terrestrial, it breaks laws of physics?
What law of physics is contrary to the Earth being flat?
I mean, I'm not a physicist, but...
Well, then you have no reason to comment on it. But let's just say, for sake of argument, that you are going to comment on it. What do you think about the Earth breaks the laws of physics? Go ahead.
I mean, if it were flat, I mean, it's kind of strange to imagine a planet with a core and, you know, looking at the how every
Oh yeah, you're
planet
right,
is
sir.
made
You're
up.
right. Hold on, real quick. You're right, and we already talked about this, so I just want to reiterate this, friend.
Okay.
You're imagining that the Earth is a planet floating in a cosmic void with other objects floating in a cosmic void. The Earth is unique, meaning that it's not necessarily a planet, nor is it necessarily in the sky. The Earth is the ground. The things that are in the sky are in the sky. The Earth is not in the sky. So take the idea that the Earth is the third flat thing from the sun, and just take that out of your mind. Because right now what you're doing, whether you realize it or not, is you're mixing worldviews. You're taking your pre-assumptions
Okay.
about heliocentric cosmology, and then you're taking Earth that's flat and putting it into that pre-assumption. You have to wipe the slate clean of your pre-assumptions.
Okay, can you tell me, like, in your view, what it is, if it's not the third, like, flat object from the sun?
I will, but first I want to parse this out because you do bring up a valid point where, based on the assumptions of a uniformitarian cosmology, in other words, we have all of these objects which are undergo the same forces, they came to be under the same creative processes. You could scratch your head and be like, well, how could the Earth be different if it was created through the same naturalistic forces that created, sphere Mars or sphere
Yeah.
this or whatever you think is a sphere? Now, that's a fair question, but you're making some assumptions. That first assumption is that all things that exist were created through naturalistic processes. If you remove that assumption, then none of those limitations apply to the Earth. For example, I could thwart all of those assumptions simply by saying the Earth was created specifically rather than naturalistically. And since we know agent creation can be responsible for things that violate or at least postpone laws of physics, such as entropy. So, for example, hot goes to cold, things wear out of energy. But guess what? You can thwart that by adding energy intentionally into a system. So, for example, we make cars that have special paints that last a long time because we engineer them to last a long time. We have houses that don't freeze us to death because we mechanically introduce heat into the system to stay alive. So if you have a specific agent interfering with the otherwise naturalistic processes, you can have a different result. And that's all I don't even need to prove that. I just need to appeal to it. And you, since it's your claim it's impossible, you'd have to prove the contrary.
Do you believe in evolution?
Depends on what you mean by evolution, because evolution is a convoluted term that has a lot of connotations and denotations attached to it. So
Do you
you'd have to
believe
tell me
that
what you mean by that.
all living beings come from, like, one common ancestor? Do you think that humans evolved from lesser?
No, that's retarded.
Okay.
Okay, so let me put it to you this way, friend. You understood statistically that it would be very odd for the Earth to be unique amongst a trillion of similar things. Now, guess what, friend? Guess what? I'm going to blow your mind here. No, not even close. Life is worse. Because when you do the statistical permutations, you have to permutate the factors, for example, the physical laws and etc. So when they do the uniqueness of the Earth, according to the anthropic principle, they get a number, okay? The odds of it happening. And that number, let's just say, is 100, just for sake of argument, because I don't remember exactly, but it's like one in a number that's super long, like a Googleplex or something. So let's just say that there's 100 factors for the Earth being unique among the cosmos. Well, for life, right, to happen through any abiogenetic factors or to permutate after it exists into what we have today is a statistical invariance. And this is how it's expressed by the guys that do the math. 1 in a number greater than all the particles in the universe. That's the particles in the universe, not the planets in the universe. So if the planets in the universe represent a number, the particles in the universe represent a orders of magnitude greater number. So it's actually your intuition that it's impossible for the Earth to be something because of these statistics means it's impossible for life to exist or to have evolved for the same statistics, but by orders of magnitude greater.
Okay.
And one of the reasons is that when it comes to proteins, you can only have left-folded proteins. Right-folded proteins are destructive. And you have to have all the proteins exist simultaneously to reach any fruition. And they have a limited shelf life. And getting a left-handed protein is nearly statistically impossible. Right? So all these factors add up to where the idea that life started from a single organism and then permutated itself to become everything is so statistically impossible, it would literally be a miracle. It's one of the most statistically impossible things that we've ever mathed out, bro. That's how bad it is.
Oh wow.
So some of the scientists did the math on it, and they did the permutations out, and they basically said that it would take like, so the alleged universe is 14 billion years old or something like that, whatever it is. And they said that it would take longer than the universe has been in existence for these permutations to equal. So, for example, if you brute force something, like a keypad, like if you get an alphanumeric keychain, right, and then you go to this internet website, it'll tell you how long it'll take to brute force it, which basically means you try every possible combination. And it says that once you get up to like a 256 character alphanumeric bit chain, it would take like 1 trillion years or something to brute force it. Right? So a number pad with 256 possibilities takes longer than the universe has been alive to solve. And solving life is orders of magnitude greater than that.
Wow.
So in other words, the only way for it to happen is to get it right the first time. And we know that the only way to get the crack to a code right the first time, what do you have to do to get it right the first time?
11 people who weren't.
No, it was a much bigger study than that.
What are you talking about?
I mean, it was way more people than that.
Where are you guys coming in on,
I
bro?
don't know. The one you're talking about is not the one I'm talking about. I'll have to pull it up,
Hello?
but it had way more people. Hold on.
Who are you talking to? Are you in the same call we are? Or are you in a different call? Or were you actually saying something on point and I missed it?
We have a tour guide in Korea, and he's asking us what we.
Okay, no worries. Anyway, so what I was saying is the only way to get it right on the first try, I'll give you the answer because it's a trick question.
I'm
The
just
only way to
listening in
get
the
it right on
background while I'm doing this.
the
No,
only way to,
I like to listen.
what the heck? She's clearly talking to somebody else. So just leave her on mute. She can unmute herself. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the only way to get the code right on the first try is to know the password. Okay?
What about the second try?
No, you could dude, second try, third try, up to the 10th try, still the same. The probability only exists if you know the password. That's why your iPhone locks you out after the 10th try for like a day, and then it tells you if you enter the password wrong again, it's going to erase your whole phone.
Wow. Very interesting.
Right. So this is evidence that
Sorry,
there is
guys.
a
Thanks for meeting me.
specific agent. Yeah, no worries. So this is evidence, like I described before, that the only way this can happen is if there's a specific agent thwarting these natural laws and thwarting these improbabilities. In other words, intention. So all this that you've mentioned is just proof that the universe is intentionally designed, that life is intentionally designed. And since we know there's intentionally designing in the universe, the assumption that everything can only exist because of naturalistic processes is false. We know this for a fact.
So you think because something is statistically improbable, if it comes true, it's an intentional divine hand?
No, yeah, but it's not just improbable. See, when they use these terms, we're using these terms to be gracious. But the actual terms
I understand.
is that it's
the magnitude.
impossible.
I understand how large the number is, but it's still technically just in a statistical improbability. It's possible. It is possible. The chance of
but see,
something
here's
being
the problem,
zero.
friend. Here's the problem. When it comes to numbers this big, when you're willing to just cavalierly say it's improbable, but it could happen, you would never apply this to any other facet of your life ever. You only would apply it to this specific scenario because for some reason, just listen. For some reason, The idea that the evidence clearly points to intentionality in the universe, in other words, a specific design by a specific designer. For some reason, people are allergic to that concept. They just can't stand it. They hate it. When it's the most obvious answer, it's literally staring you right in the face.
So when you said I wouldn't apply this to any other part of my life or any other person's life, something being so statistically like improbable, is there like you have like an example of that, like something that we wouldn't
Yeah,
apply to ourselves?
friend. Yeah, Fred, I have absolute proof of it. It happened within the past 10 minutes. You did it. An example. When I said the earth is flat, you said, oh, it'd be improbable that the earth is flat because everything else isn't flat. So you put the example that you're willing to use that argument when it benefits you, but when the argument is so much greater magnitude that points to a conclusion that's unfavorable to your metaphysic, all of a sudden now you have to be like, oh, well, it could happen.
No, I said it's improbable. I didn't say it's improbable. I think it's impossible. I think it's completely impossible for only our planet to just defy. I never actually believed in anything you said. It's
Thank
still.
you, sir. Thank you for proving my point exquisitely. Well played, sir.
How did I prove it?
You think that it's statistically impossible for the earth to be flat, therefore it's not flat. That's what you actually believe.
With the physics that we know, yeah.
Right. The problem is that you're limiting your conclusion to excluding intentionality. And so with the physics that we know, you are wrong. It's only true if you take the alleged physics that you know and you take the assumption of universalism, and you apply that retroactively. It's called retroactive uniformitarianism. In other words, everything happened through geological processes that continued into the past as they do today. But guess what, friend? Even taking those physics into account, I can model with those same physics a Earth that has a flat surface, but still follows all your physics. But it only has to be specifically designed. And then it ruins your whole paradigm. But I just want to point out that you said it's statistically impossible for the Earth to be flat, therefore it must not be flat. I'm telling you, it's statistically impossible for there to not be a sentient agent cause creator. But when that is orders of magnitudes greater than your statistical impossibility based on the amount of alleged other planets, then you can confidently say it's impossible. But when something is orders of magnitude greater, all of a sudden then it's, well, it could happen.
So you're saying the odds of intentionality, something being intentionally created by God, is less than life being life emerging?
No, I'm saying that you accepted the fact in your own mind that out of the trillions upon trillions of planets, it's statistically impossible for Earth to be flat, therefore it's not flat. But when it came to something where the orders of magnitudes of the statistical impossibility are much greater, you were like, oh, it could happen.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And that's all I mean is like people when it comes to this topic, people don't follow the same standards. For some reason, it's like, oh, it's totally cool that life, even though it's statistically impossible, just spontaneously happened and then evolved into everything we know without any agent causation whatsoever, even though that's the most rational conclusion to avoid the statistical impossibility. But when it comes to the Earth, right, you're so certain. It's kind of weird. So in one way, you don't understand and you're kind of nebulous or skeptical. But in the other case, which is much lesser, you're certain. And that's kind of weird.
I just want to ask, so like when gravity is acting and you see gravity in action, something falling to the ground, what is actually attracting it then?
Doesn't matter, because the only thing we have is the description of the action. And the description of the action is sufficient for everything we do with the alleged gravity. So for example, if I know things will fall to the ground at a certain rate, and they'll have a certain weight and a certain kinematic exchange for their force when they land, I can build a bridge. I don't need to know why it's happening. Don't need to know why at all. Why is irrelevant.
I don't think no, I don't think you're understanding. I'm just saying do you think there is something that causes the gravity?
Oh, there's certainly something that causes things that are more dense when they're not supported in a medium to travel to the Earth. But that to know that cause is much different than knowing it has a cause. So I'm not against somebody saying there must be a cause for that. The problem is that the cause is beyond the scientific method. So it cannot be known. And in fact, this is a well-known problem. Nobody knows the cause of gravity because it can't be tested directly.
Well, just to say it in like a simple way, like large things that have a lot of mass are going to have more gravity or more gravitational pull than smaller things, right?
That's a nice idea.
No, because they accelerate at the same rate. So you're wrong.
Sorry?
So for example, if I drop a car, it's going to have more force when it hits the ground. True, because it weighs more. But if I drop a car and I drop a bowling ball, which is much smaller than a car, they're going to fall, all things being equal with air resistance. They're going to fall at the same rate and hit the ground at the same time, right?
A car and a bowling ball dropping at the same time?
Yes, if you don't have any air resistance, so keep in mind I said pardoning any air resistance. So there's no drag. Just imagine there's no air drag. And you release them above the surface of the Earth, you're going to witness them hit the ground at nearly an identical instant. That would be indistinguishable from you from any different time. So you'd say they hit the ground at the same time. They fell at the same rate, they hit the ground at the same time. That's like the universal human experience when it comes to things falling. The only caveat to that is air resistance or explicit experiments where they test elements. For example, iron, lead, cobalt separated into little balls that are only that element. Then you can get differentials in acceleration, but they're so fractional that if you weren't seeing them through a high-speed camera to your eyes, they would hit the ground identically. So it's not the case that if you have a massive object, it's going to accelerate faster to the ground. So this idea that the massive objects means there's more gravitational pull, that doesn't even make sense.
No, I don't mean literally as if from the perspective of us being on Earth. I mean literally just in general. Larger objects with more mass like the Earth are going to have a stronger gravitational pull towards objects that have
I mean, that's a cool
less
story.
mass.
That's a cool. Listen, friend, that's a cool story. But notice how you just went away from the Earth into a place where you can't possibly prove anything you just said.
What's math?
Okay. I see.
Right. So we can drop things on the Earth and get all the measurements, but nobody's dropping anything on Quintari Prime 1 trillion miles away, right? You're just interpreting what you see in the sky, and you're giving metrics to it based on assumptions from the Earth. You have no idea the mass or the weight or the amount of stuff, or even if it's hollow or not, of some distant world that you think exists 1 trillion miles to your right. You don't know any of that.
What about our solar system?
What about it?
Yeah, include that.
You can observe gravity acting there. You can see the orbits of the planet. I mean,
No, we can't. No. You can observe what you think is orbits. No one's ever observed an orbit of any of the planets, dude.
Gravity's
They
just an
witnessed the planet.
explanation. Sorry. Gravity's
They
just an
witnessed the
explanation.
planet.
Okay, sorry.
They witness a planet go across your field of view, and then they infer what it does for the rest. They draw it on a piece of paper, and then they make ellipses, they make circles, they get angles. They say, well, if this was moving this way and that was moving that way, well, guess what, friend? You know where that all occurred? I'll tell you where. On the piece of paper, my friend. It's a model. It's a model based on kinematic equivalence. There's no dynamics in any of it. The dynamics are then modeled on top of the kinematics. So for example, if you go to the Indy 500, which by the way is a straight line, it's a 500-mile long straight line that cars race on. And what happens is, if you watch the cars, you can see them travel at certain speeds. Now, let me ask this question. If the Budweiser car is traveling at 230 miles an hour, and the Bush car is traveling at 222 miles an hour, which one of them has the electric engine?
who knows?
Impossible to know from that data set, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So that's the difference. The kinematics is the car starts at the starting line, continues for a while and travels at a certain speed and takes a curve. Okay, you can model all that out, but that doesn't tell you what's powering the car. The only way to know what's powering the car is to open the hood and see that it's full of batteries or see that it's full of a combustion fuel engine. So that's the difference between kinematics and dynamics. So just because you make a kinematic model and then ascribe dynamics to it doesn't mean you've proven your dynamics. And if you say I have, you've just reified your model, which is a logical fallacy.
What about the moon?
But what about it?
We can observe. So you said we observe little bits and pieces of the other planets and their movements, and then we basically guess the rest of the path. Well, what about the moon? We can see the moon.
It's the same thing with the moon. No one's ever witnessed the moon do an orbit, dude.
Orbit what?
Yeah, exactly. First, you have to describe the Earth as an object relative to the moon traveling around the Earth, and then you have to describe an observation of that doing a complete circle, which no one ever has done. They only see the moon come up in the sky, and then they see the moon go over their heads, and then they see the moon go down in the sky. And then they infer that when it goes down, it's actually traveling over the edge of a ball and coming up on somebody else's ball. But no one's ever witnessed that, is what I'm trying to say. The only place that exists, my friend, is in a cartoon.
So I'm just curious to ask then, do you actually believe that other celestial objects exist? Are they real to you?
Listen, there's something obviously in the sky, correct? What they are, what they're composed of, how far away they truly are, what their purpose is, what they're up to. Do they have hopes and dreams? Are they going to go over for tea? Is Sally cheating on Jesse? We'll never know.
But I'm saying you can get a telescope and see for yourself. You can see in clear detail planets outside of our or in our solar system rather. You can see them very clearly.
Yeah. You were about to screw yourself by saying you could see clear detailed planets outside our solar system, dude. Then you realize real quick that that's nonsense.
Well, yeah, I just corrected myself. But you can see planets in our solar system. You can see our moon. You can see the physical form and shape that manifests in physical reality. It's not something that you believe is like on a projector or something, right?
Look, if you're going to say when you look through a telescope, Mars appears to be a circle, I'd agree with you.
Okay.
Now, if you say, if I look through a telescope, Mars appears to be orbiting the Earth in a giant cosmic sea that farted out of a big bang and is traveling faster than the speed of light and then traveling in 11 different vectors, a million miles this way through the Milky Way, around the sun, 666,000 miles an hour, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then I'd laugh at you. One of those you could substantiate, and one of them is a story.
Well,
all right, so now that story time is over, I yield the floor for other people to answer your questions. That way I don't have to steamroll through people. All right, go ahead.
Liam, did you have more questions?
I can think of some. Just give me a second.
While you're thinking.
I can't think of a question?
No, I said while you're thinking, there is a question that you could have asked much earlier in the conversation that you didn't ask, which is the most important question.
Oh, what do you think it is?
How do you know the Earth's flat?
Oh, is that what you wanted me to ask you? How do you think the Earth, or how do we know the Earth's flat?
It's not that that's what I want you to ask me. It's that if somebody makes a claim, the Earth is flat, and you start asking about moons and planets, things that aren't the Earth, you skip the opportunity to ask them, well, how do you know that your claim the Earth is flat is correct? Right? It's like that. It's
Well,
just
the questions that I'm asking are kind of like would kind of answer that in itself. Like, how do you know the Earth is
No, it
flat?
wouldn't.
Because of these
No,
other
no,
reasons.
no. See, friend. See, here's the problem, friend. You are convinced that your reasoning is correct in that manner. I regrettably inform you that the questions you asked are logically irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. They have
Okay.
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth whatsoever. They can't make the Earth what it is. They can't unmake the Earth what it is. The only thing that can make the Earth what it is what it actually is. So, for
Okay.
example, I have a bottle in my hand right now. It has a physical form. It has dimensionality. It's obviously curved on one plane. It's flat on the bottom with a little concavity and towards the center. It has a lid. Now I also have a case in my hand and the other hand that holds my ear pods. And they're two different shapes. And whatever my ear pod case shape is doesn't matter to the shape of my pill bottle. They're two separate things. So the only thing that
Okay.
matters to the shape of my pill bottle is the dimensions of the pill bottle itself.
Okay, so if I gave you a gun and gave you a single bullet, and I got my own gun.
Shush. Whatever, bro. I didn't like where that was going. So yeet.
Wait, can you just let him finish the question?
Hell no. Because he's probably gonna say, and then we shoot at each other, and then I kill the flat earther. I ain't even worth the risk, bro.
Oh, is that like some like well-known joke? I didn't know that.
Yes, dude. We hear people come in here saying, kill yourself, yeet yourself, don't reproduce. You should be in prison all the time, bro. And now he's spam joining to try to get himself unmuted. Because rather than accept the fact we don't want to talk to him, he's going to force himself into the conversation so he can be heard to tell us his stupid joke about killing flat earthers or some nonsense. So no, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, that's a bit violent.
Listen, Fred, no offense to you, because this is very rare. So we've been doing this for 10 years, okay? 10 years. We've talked to tens of thousands of people. Out of those tens of thousands of people, less than 1%, when presented with the earth is flat, actually ask, how do you know the earth is flat? They usually start talking about the sky, almost without fail.
Mm.
It's very weird. It's almost like their mind is conditioned to respond to flat earth rather than talking about the earth itself, talking about everything else that isn't the earth. It's almost like they're programmed or indoctrinated, or they've just seen so much propaganda or globe earth rhetoric that they can't even think for themselves. They don't understand that what the earth is only matters to what the earth is. They interpret everything through the lens of the sky. It's very weird. It's almost like they're in a sky religion.
Yeah, Zedam, you were just kind of given an opportunity to walk out of the maze, and you've turned around and walked back into the maze.
In what way?
Well, when he said, you notice you haven't asked the one question that's at the crux of this whole thing, you said, oh, is that what you want me to ask? Just why not ask it and see if that gets you out of the maze? Because you've been trapped in the maze for a long time.
Well, no, I mean, I've been asking him, clarifying questions about different things. Really, the main
No, I
thing
know.
about
I'm not talking about just this conversation. I'm talking about your life.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, you said it.
But no, really, I'm just asking these questions because really, probably the reason that people don't ask that question immediately is because they're just thinking about things from the perspective of the laws of physics.
From within inside the maze, hoping to stay inside the maze.
Okay.
Hey, brother, you want to know the
Real
difference
quick,
is?
brother.
Oh, go ahead.
The idea that the laws of physics result in the Earth being a globe is not science, and it's not a physics claim. It's a metaphysical claim. In other words, it's a creation story about how the Earth got here. That through the naturalistic laws of physics, the Earth formed as a planet through gravitational accretion and the compression of a radially inward force, stacking the Earth into a tight, compact body that's spinning because it got farted out of the Big Bang. Okay, I want to be clear to you, friend, and I hope you catch this. That is a religious creation myth. Has nothing to do with the laws of physics. It has nothing to do with science. It's pure storytelling. Go ahead.
And how so?
I'll tell you how. Because there's no observation of this occurring ever. It's purely a story about what happened in the past. Do you think people have time machines and they went back and witnessed any of this, dude? It's pure storytelling.
So because we didn't observe it, it's not sound logically?
Hey, when were you born?
2001.
You sure?
I mean, from what I know.
If you had to go to court, could you testify to how old you are?
Oh, I'm in with a birth certificate probably. But who knows when that was made
Right.
too?
So
Who knows?
right. So you have no firsthand knowledge of how old you actually are, because you're relying on people who existed before you to tell you what happened, who were witnesses, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so now if there's no witnesses, who's going to tell you the story of what actually happened?
Who knows? You can't know.
Oh, but when it comes to the earth, you can know. All of a sudden, when it comes to the creation of the earth, nobody was there, but if somebody makes up a story, it's just a fact.
Well, I'd say if you take 1 plus 1, that'll always equal 2. I can take 2 apples, add 2 apples on top of that. That'll be 4
Irrelevant.
apples.
Irrelevant. All right, so can you take 2 apples from the past? No. So
No.
your example only exists in the present, sir. Okay? Whether you want to face it or not, dude, I know it's hard to grasp because a lot of people don't like to refer to science as religion because they think science is just bona fide facts dispassionately arrived at through clear thinking and absolute empiricism. But that's not true. The alleged scientific paradigm that you think is science is dripping in metaphysical claims, dripping in religious predispositions, that even the men who created the modern paradigm you love and enjoy said so in their own writings and out of their own mouths, that they made philosophical choices when it came to interpreting the evidence because they didn't like where the evidence was leading. So, for example, they reached an impasse where the earth is clearly special and unique. And they said, nope, can't be, because I don't like it. So I have to believe in Copernican principle, which is that the earth is not unique. And so I have to interpret all my data in that manner.
And so do you believe that the current model that we have, which is backed by science and backed by society as a whole, do you think
Nope.
that there's some Sorry?
It's not backed by science and society as a whole. You're wrong.
Okay.
If you were correct, then there would be no alternate views of cosmology. But there are. There are many. And in fact, some of them have large followings. So you're just factually wrong. At best, you have a general majority who believes in a similar concept of the cosmos. There is no dogma that everyone agrees on, sir. That does not exist.
Yeah, and that majority only exists because of the education system giving you a basic idea that you're on a ball, and then people leave school.
Can I just ask a question really quick? Do you think that because not everybody's going to agree on something, that the opposing viewpoints can have some kind of salinity, that because there's a dissenting opinion and there's an opposing viewpoint of things, that not everybody can ubiquitously agree on something, that means there's salience to the opposite side, like for example on the flat earth?
No, dude. It has nothing to do with because there's an opposition view that magically gives the opposition view credibility. The credibility of a view comes from the ability to recreate and demonstrate its claims in reality and not on a piece of paper and not in a hypothetical story about the past.
Okay.
It's called, let me help you out, friend. It's very simple. This is how you spell it. R-E-A-L-I-T-Y. Reality.
I'm here.
So what do you think about people that don't think 1 + 1 = 2?
1
think
plus 1
very
equaling
smart
2 can be
thinkers and
tangibly demonstrated in the present moment in reality, friend. They're not even
I
analogous
agree.
to stories about things that occurred in the past. Holy crap, dude.
I agree, but you just said because other people can have opposing viewpoints that is the whole reason that something can't be objectively true.
Wrong. I never said that. What, are you not paying attention or are you impaired mentally? Which one is it?
No, just repeat what you just said like 2 minutes ago. I said society and science agrees as a
Hey,
whole
friend,
that.
let me help you out. Let me help you out, friend. Ain't nobody else in this call misunderstood what I said except you.
Okay. You just tell me what you said?
Okay, you were giving the idea that just because there's an opposing view that is niche doesn't give it credibility, and I was
No,
agreeing
before
with you.
this. Before this.
No, listen, I'll get to where I'm going. Okay, I don't need your help. Thanks.
Okay.
Unlike you, I have a cognizant, aware memory. Okay, of what I said in the recent past. So then I said it's not about whether it is a small opposing view that gives it any credibility. It's about the ability to demonstrate and validate your claims in the present moment in reality. That's what gives the difference between the credibility of somebody's claims.
You said this after.
Not how many.
You said this after, though.
Holy crap, brother! You know what we need to do? You need to go drink an orange juice, get your blood sugar back up, listen to the stream for the past 5 minutes, so that you're up to speed on what you said out of your own mouth and what I said in reply, and then maybe we can have a coherent conversation going forward, rather than playing who said what. But I'll sum it up for you. No matter how niche your position is, if you can validate your position through direct experiment or demonstration, you're correct. And the other person who may have 1,000 people who believe it, they're wrong. Just like I think it was Feynman who said, if the agreement can't be settled, if the disagreement can't be settled by experiment, there's no reason to talk about it.
If your theory doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong.
For example, you have this great theory about how the Earth was formed in the past to be a globe by naturalistic processes, very interesting creation mythos. But then when you measure the Earth, it's not curved. So the ball that you think came to fruition through your creation story doesn't exist in tangible present reality. So it's wrong. Now, don't get me wrong. We're not religious persecutists here. You're welcome to enjoy your heliocentric religion. You know, that's fine. Everyone can have their faith.
You know, brother, you want to know the differences between the Globers and flat earthers? It's like we were given a test, right, to see if a watermelon is juicy or not. The Glober is going to receive his watermelon and he's going to be knocking on it, looking at the color of the watermelon. He's going to be smelling it, checking the stem, checking all sorts of stuff on the outside.
Sorry, just really fast. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. I just had to like rewind the stream and go back to the section that we were talking about. I said exactly something along the lines of current society and the model that we have. We overall we agree that in the globe model, and then you said that's actually not true because why are there differing views in cosmology then? That's exactly what you said. You were literally saying that if there's differing views, then that means it's not objectively true. That means that something cannot be objectively true if there's dissenting opinion.
Wrong. First off, you changed what you actually said.
I just repeated exactly what I said from the stream.
No, you didn't.
I'll go record it. He's retarded.
Yep. So here's what I'm going to say,
Okay, so-
Drace. He added, listen, Drace, this is for Drace, not you. So shut your mouth so Drace can hear me. Thanks. He said a qualifying word in his reinterpretation of what occurred that changed what he said. And when I was referring to it's not objectively true, I wasn't referring to the proposition that Earth is a globe or isn't a globe. I was referring to his claim that everybody agrees with a certain paradigm or everyone accepts a certain paradigm. So it's not true that that is the case, because there are competing paradigms that exist that many people believe in. So the objective
Yeah.
claim that I was against was his claim that this is the consensus of the world.
Yeah, basically, you falsified his claim, which was incorrect, and then he reacted to that by assuming that because his claim was falsified, that meant your claim meant something other than it said. It had some implications, therefore things you never said. Like, that's not recorded. That's in his mind.
We also got a bot in here now, which will read real quick, just housekeeping. We got a bot in here that'll read text. So sometimes whenever we want to read a quote, it'll read the quote for us, so we don't have to do it ourselves and butcher it with our broken mics and stuff. But anyway, go ahead.
So would you believe it? Would you believe it to be objectively true then that the Earth is flat? You believe that to be an objective truth?
Well, objective means exists independent of subjective opinions, right? So in other words,
Yeah.
it's an independent material fact. Okay, and the Earth's surface water being level and measured flat and covering, let's say 70% of the known territory. Yeah, that's pretty much an objective fact.
Sure, water being flat is objective. So are you saying then that the Earth is?
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. There you go.
You did it.
So yeah,
Out of the maze.
you believe that it's objectively
Congratulations. You don't believe in the globe anymore?
No, I'm saying that's what you guys believe in.
No, what you said, water was flat.
You agreed that about the water.
Yeah.
Okay, so if
do you
water is
agree that the surface
objectively
of water-
flat, go ahead, DJ.
Yeah. So if the surface of the water is flat, right? Like if we go to a 10-mile lake and it's flat across the surface, and then we go to a 20-mile section over the ocean and it's flat across the surface, and it looks flat and there's no evidence otherwise, and you agree that it's flat, then the Earth can't be a globe. What do you think?
Do you think that water? Do you think that water, if you took, so this is why my whole argument about this is when you said, can you AI overlord? Can you like tell me what you said? It was something about radial forces compressing on something on like a core of a planet. Can you no, you were disproving something that I was saying, and you were using language that basically describes what I'm trying to describe.
Oh
here.
yeah. The creation myth in the heliocentric expanding Big Bang farted cosmology is that you know the Big Bang does this big like juicy, wet, dusty crop dust fart, and there's all these fart particulates just floating in the cosmic ass vapor of the Big Bang's ass, and then these little particles, they attract each other into accretion disks, and then they start like radially moving inwards because the gravity is a radial force in this view. And so that as it's moving in towards each other, it's generally forming a globe because of the radial nature of the attraction force. And so this is a creation myth.
Okay. So you think that's a myth, but that's obviously what I believe in.
No. It's not that I think it's a myth. Categorically, it's in the category of myth.
Okay. So if you take a glass of water and the water is flat in the cup, yeah, that cannot be objected to. That's obviously true. You cannot say that it's curved. But if you take it on the scale of a planet and you look at water from how far can the human eye see? I mean, to say that it's flat and that it continues to be flat for as far as the water can go for, I mean, do you believe in that? That's what you believe in.
That's the law. Yeah, no, that's the laws of physics. You said earlier that you have to not believe in the laws of physics. So according to the laws of physics, right, you got hydrostatic equilibrium, you got Pascal's principle, and you got the fact that water, if it's sloped, will run, right? So in order for water to be level, it has to be at the same relative altitude. Otherwise, it's going to run. And now, to be fair, if you're looking out over an ocean, there is running water in the form of waves, right? But we know when we get to the other side of the shore that the water isn't flowing out over the shore yes, there is like a wave coming in and then going back out. And let's say on the beach, there's like a 20-foot section where the wave comes in and goes back out. So if you take all of those and average them out, you have a contained water level that's at a specific variance. Maybe it falls and rises 5 feet throughout the day, right? But the water isn't pouring over one side or the other because we understand that's how water works. Like if water's contained, it's not going to pour out the sides of the container unless you tilt the container or unless you introduce a massive amounts of lateral force like motion or wind, right? So we know contained water is just touching one side of the container and touching the other side of the container. And the surface between point A and point B is level. So when you extrapolate flat water to a level from one shore to another, you don't have to see the other shore to know the level continues.
So you're taking laws that apply at a macro or a micro level and applying it to the macro. You obviously can't see from one shore to another, right? But you're saying with definitive proof that it's going to follow this flat structure, it's going to follow this flat idea. But when I say orbits follow the sun, there are orbits to the planets, you think that's suddenly making inferences and guessing.
No, it is because listen, friend, people have observed flat water. Nobody's observed an orbit in the history of mankind.
Okay.
Two different things, Holmes. Not to mention that not only can we see across bodies of water, because remember, I'm just parsing this out as if you're looking out across the ocean. But there are bodies of water that you can see across, and bodies of water that you can measure across. And they're not curved.
Okay.
So your special pleading that water's flat, it's defined as level, but magically when it gets far enough away to where you're not looking at it, it just gets all naughty and makes a giant hump of curve in the middle of point A and point B. So like the ocean is like flat out to where you can't see anymore, and then it just like starts going up like a hill. So there's like a giant mountain of water in the middle of the ocean or something, dude. That don't even make sense, brother.
I just want to ask you, when you say we observe things, do you mean with the naked eye? Like you have to see it with the naked eye to know that it is true that it can
No,
happen.
you could see things with the naked eye. You could see things with zoom cameras. You could see things with IR cameras. You can shoot lasers across water. You can do all
And
kinds
you
of
say
stuff.
we've never seen an orbit with instruments. We've never seen an orbit with
Orbit's
tools.
never
We've
been
never
seen,
seen an
bro.
orbit.
Never been seen. Yes, never been seen.
Okay.
Kind of weird like that. Even when it comes to the religion of the solar system, do you know that they don't send spacecraft up?
What do they do?
Well, first let me parse out what I mean by up. So you imagine the Earth in relationship to the sun, just like you've seen when you were a child in a mobile above a crib. You have the sun in the center, and then you have the planets arranged around the sun in essentially a disk that's rotating around the sun. That line of those objects is considered out. Up would be considered perpendicular to the rotation of the planetary objects. That would be up. It's weird how they never send anything up, because if they did send a spacecraft up, it could then look back down and see the orbits from the orthographic side-on view, or whatever they call it. It might not be orthographic, I might be using the wrong word, but you know what I mean, like the side-on view. Whereas like from the Earth, we only see things go in front. We see things appear and then pass in front of an object and then disappear. You never see them make a circle around the object. You infer it. But if they would send a spacecraft up, allegedly, they could look down onto the object and allegedly witness this orbit, so-called. But they don't do it. Maybe it's because that space that's perpendicular to the orbit of the alleged orbit plane of the planets actually doesn't exist. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's because their whole cartoon ball that exists in an image or a graphic or a CGI program or on an illustration on a piece of paper. Maybe it's a fantasy. Maybe that's why.
So I mean, I guess really all I'd ask then, because I've never done any research on flat Earth. I've never actually looked into it myself. I don't have any of the arguments ready for it, but I guess just what I'd ask you then is, would you just, I guess, toss out all of the math, all of the science? I know you don't like the word, but if you just toss it all out and just disregard it, because I mean, it's provable, and to say that it's wrong and that you go against all of it, I mean, so then if you believe this to be the objective truth,
Dude, you
that
threw a lot of assumptions in there, bro.
okay, what do you disagree with?
May I please, AI?
Go for it.
Quickly. Well, first off, there are mathematics that we've looked into and tried to prove, and we don't see the math that they're giving us. 8 inches per mile squared, for example. Go ahead, AI.
Right. So, for example, you parsed out there's math and science that's provable, right? So you just put these general terms into categories and said they're provable, which gives a stamp of approval on everything that falls under those categories without even parsing out that some of it may be wrong, which, by the way, they themselves admit is wrong. For example, my feed on my social media and media platforms is basically filled in the past few months with, we were wrong about dark matter. We were wrong about this element of Einstein. We were wrong about this. We were wrong about that. There's thousands upon thousands of scientific papers that have been retracted, annulled, the claims disavowed. So no, it's not the case that quote unquote science and quote unquote the mathematics is proven.
Do you think there's a motive behind, the vast majority of scientists, physicists, mathematicians? Would you say that there's a reason that they all wouldn't come to the same conclusion?
Oh yeah, it's called presuppositional metaphysical biases, which I already elucidated to you earlier, that some of the figureheads of the heliocentric paradigm that you know and love, in their own words, they said they made philosophical choices when it came to the data. They admitted it with their own mouth holes.
Okay.
So yes, they have a bias that is tantamount. In fact, I'm going to look up the quote while you think of your next question.
I was just also going to say, literally every single person that has that's done their due diligence to come to this truth, or this objective truth that I think is real, you think they're all a part of some conspiracy? They're all philosophically aligned with some kind of
Why would
malevolent
you
idea
assume that?
to fool
Hold on.
people?
Why would you assume that? Why would you
Why would
assume
I-
that's what we think?
Because it cannot be that every single person that's come to these conclusions are all with the same idea that
Well,
they are.
let's examine that for a moment. The conclusions that you are pre-assuming they came to, how did they come to those conclusions?
I don't
What
know.
did they do to prove that the Earth is indeed a ball? How'd they do it?
Through math? I don't know.
Through math? What exactly? What kind of math were they doing?
Through math that I don't know. It's a scientific process that I cannot disagree with, because I have no means of disproving it. I have no means of
So how
challenging
can
it.
you
I don't
call it
have the
due
background.
diligence?
They do their due diligence. They're mathematicians. They go to school. They have the knowledge
No,
for
but
this.
you included yourself in that.
No, I didn't include myself in that.
You said all the people who have done their due diligence and ended up where I am, thinking we're on a ball. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
It's
I
just
would
follow
agree.
your
I would
leaders.
agree. I would
Blind
agree
leading
with a
blind.
ball. No, I would agree with a ball, but I'm not saying I didn't say due diligence as in I did my due diligence and I came to the objective truth that it's a ball. I'm talking about mathematicians and physicists and astrophysicists that do their quote unquote due diligence,
I'll read
research,
you. I'll give you the
calculations.
answer, brother. I found my quote. I'll give it to you right now. So I'll read it because I don't want to waste time figuring out how to do the bot to read it. So I'll read it. Okay, I posted it right there. Okay, so here it is. Commitment to materialism. Our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense is the key to understanding of the real struggle between science and the supernatural. We take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its construct, in spite of its failure to fulfill many of its extravagant promises of health and life, in spite of the tolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated just so stories, because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism. It's not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenological world. On the contrary, we are forced by our a priori adherence to material causes to create an apparatus of investigation and a set of concepts that produce material explanations. No matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying to the uninitiated. Moreover, that materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. The eminent Kant scholar Louis Beck used to say that anyone who could believe in God could believe in anything. To appeal to an omnipotent deity is to allow that any moment the regularities of nature could be ruptured, that miracles could happen. Lewontin from Hyperphysics, Faith Path, physics.astro.edu. Okay? Notice what he said there. He said that the scientific community has created for themselves an apparatus of investigation to only produce material explanations for the phenomenological world. In other words, they shy away from the results that lead them away from these explanations. And like he said, it's their entire paradigm. Himself being a scientist. He says they did it to themselves. They created this structure. And like I said before, the men involved with heliocentrism said it. They said things such as the idea that the Earth is in the center of the universe is horrific. I want you to imagine that word, friend. This is a scientist, so-called. The evidence was pointing to that the Earth is in the center of the universe. And he said, I can't accept that because it's horrific. What the kind of fuck is the term horrific scientifically? The answer, it's not a scientific term. It's a metaphysical term. Horror. The idea that the Earth is in a special place is horror to this man. Why? Well, we know why based on the quote I just read. Because it leads to supernatural explanations. In other words, the specific agent causation that I mentioned before. This man was so deadly afraid of the idea that there's a specific agent creator, because then he'd be accountable to it, that he decided to say the idea that the Earth is in the center of the universe is horrific. Therefore, I must reject it on philosophical grounds, not scientific grounds.
Is that part of the due diligence you were talking about, Zenom?
In what way?
What?
What do you mean by? What does that mean?
Is him getting into his bag of fifis, is that part of the due diligence you were talking about? Running to his feelings to make a decision.
Well, I don't know what argument you're trying to make, but when I was saying due diligence, I was just talking about the actual scientific process and all the work that goes into.
That's what I'm saying. Is deciding something's too frightening to take part in, is that due diligence?
Is that too frightening to take part in?
I think I figured it out, brother. He's under the impression that scientists are dispassionate, cold, calculating machines, and they just execute their tasks with the utmost respect for due diligence and above board, and they never let their presuppositional biases, faith, spirituality positions taint their way they do things. He thinks it's just all a pure, like they're the saints of the
Yeah,
world. They just do the Lord's work.
yeah, that's why it triggers them when they, yeah, everyone. Oh, I don't know that to use that term, but over the last few decades in school, I mean, it's sort of it's what the universities do. They turn people into atheists. But I forget what my train of thought, but yeah.
Yeah, you know, like the salacious videos that they put out. It's like nuns behaving badly. Well, they got this other video in the series. It's called "Scientists Not Doing Science Properly Because of Their Presuppositional Biases and Spiritual Dilemmas."
That's how I remember
Yeah,
that. That's
see,
why
to
it triggers them. That's why it triggers them when they hear that what this outer space ideology is religious. They do
see
think
to not
that the whole
to
thing
pile on
comes
you,
from guys in white coats.
Yeah.
not to pile on you too much, but I don't think you are under the assumption that somebody is doing this work to come up with some kind of conclusion, but you don't actually know if they're really doing the thing you think they're doing. And that's why I'm asking you, what are they doing and how do you know? And you ultimately don't. You kind of admitted that, which I appreciate. So then what work is being done to prove that the earth is
You're cutting out. Is that me or?
it's probably me.
You said. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I have to admit that I
work?
don't know.
Right.
You
So why do
understand?
you assume that it is? Or
Sorry, continue.
why do you assume that it's being done?
I mean, like I said, I have to admit that I don't know. Yeah, I have to, because I mean, I'm not there to see it myself. I can't see the work being done. I just have to trust that not every institution and not every scientist, not the well agreed upon conclusion is not just some massive lie. I just have to trust it. But I can also believe that it's done with, the scientific method. It's done with math. If you were to
Fair
if you
enough.
were to look into it yourself,
Well, let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question based on your same
sure.
logic. So, if you do an internet search right now for the great world religion adherents, you'll find that Christianity and Islam are in the 3 to 5 billion range, perhaps, of adherents. Right
Mhm.
now, there's obviously counterclaims within Christianity and Islam, even though they both claim to have the same core text and historical backing. But they have contradictory or contrapositive claims within the views. So they agree on some things, but they disagree on some big things. And so on the disagreements that they disagree on, which one of the sides is lying?
You can't know.
The answer is neither. The answer is neither, friend. Both of them truly believe that they possess the truth and that their truth is appropriately metaphysically consistent with reality.
Yeah.
You follow that? So their
Yeah.
worldview informs what they believe are truths or not. It's not that they're lying. It's that they have a different metaphysic. I want to read a passage from the Bible, if I may be so bold, because it's good advice, regardless if you believe the Bible is true or not. Here's what it says.
Sure.
I'm going to paraphrase slightly, okay, because I'm doing it from memory. This is Paul, the Apostle Paul, writing to Timothy. He says, "My dear Timothy, take heed that you be not deceived or taken hold by science, falsely so called." That's good advice. Don't you think?
Yeah. I was also gonna ask. I guess I'm also kind of curious. I know this is like kind of branching off, and I'm not trying to make this heated. I don't want to make this, an argument. I'm not really trying to argue right now, but you said you do believe that you're a big proponent in like viewing things observational. You're a very observational person. Would you say that?
Yeah, I like looking at things. Yep.
Okay, well, you know what I mean. Like to see
Some things
something.
more than others.
Yeah. But you would say, I guess, because you can't see the orbits of planets, you can't observe, and not even just you, but you say that nobody has been able to. We haven't been able to observe an orbit of a planet. That it's just inference. We're just inferencing, right? We're just
Well,
inferring.
that's what you must do. That's what you must do. It's the only thing you can do if you haven't directly observed it.
So I don't want to make it about religion, but what about God?
Oh, God can be deductively concluded as a
Okay.
necessary precondition for knowledge and reality. And in fact, I don't even have to go to any scripture or anything. I could just quote. I can quote. I could quote atheists and naturalists and evolutionary psychologists and biologists and physicists because they wrote books about it.
Okay.
So, for example, there's a book out there now. Maybe you're not up on science lately. See, 'cause here's the problem, Fred. You think science is what you know in your limited data set, but in actuality, science has progressed past all this nonsense. And the guys that are doing the cutting edge work and the cutting edge experiments, they've realized that when they are researching ever decreasing sizes, time scales, and energy states. So example, the smallest space, the smallest time, and the smallest amounts of energy. They've realized that none of that can exist without the precondition of a sentient entity existing first. And that means that the sentient entity is the cause of the physical and natural world. And the sentient entity must exist beyond time. In other words, it's eternal. And so the sentient entity is necessarily eternal and has all power and is the cause of the physical and natural world. And now these guys, they didn't come to their conclusion based on religion. They came to their conclusion based on their experiments.
Okay. What were they?
Well, some of these experiments started back in the days when they were started to do experiments on light. And then they started to get into quantum physics and quantum dynamics, where they're doing tests on things like non-locality, reference frames, speeds of light, all these types of things, where not everything seems to be in relationship to the sentient observer. So, for example, in the it's called the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, or the quantum eraser experiment, or the double split experiment. Sorry, the double slit experiment, where when light is observed or not observed, it changes what it does.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even that it's observed or not observed, because they actually went a step further, and it's just if the information is known about which path it took. So the knowledge of the which path is what causes the change in the light. So they already knew this back then. And now different people started interpreting these results differently. So one famous guy was Berkeley. You may know, based on Berkeley College. You may have heard of it. He's a famous guy. And so he came up with an idea called Berkeleyan idealism. And the reason why is because the implications of these quantum events only manifesting when they're known or observed means that the interaction of the sentient observer is necessary for the fundamental culmination of reality to manifest. And so these guys were struggling with it, be like, well, how does this happen? Does the concrete world come first and the sentience come later? Does the sentience come first and the concrete world is actually illusory and just an imagination of the sentient agent? And so, they created all these ideas. And one of the questions used to be, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? Right? Because there's nobody listening. So technically, why would there need to be a sound? So Berkeley went one step further and he said, not only is there no sound, there's no tree. Unless there's a sentient observer there to manifest the need for the tree to render into reality, all of those events are just information, and they're not realized until they're necessary, much like a simulation or much like a video game. And so then appropriately, his peers said to him, hey, bro, if that's the case, then where's the information stored? If there's no reality manifest, then how could there be an arbitrator of what's needed and unneeded? Because it wouldn't yet exist. And he said, my friends, that's so easy. While we are the users of the reality, we have to be there for it to manifest. The arbitrator of the reality must be there before we arrive. And so there must be a sentient mind holding the information states above us. And he referred to it as the overmind. And of course, there's the connotations that is similar to any classical definition of what a god would be, right? So and by the way, this happened like hundreds of years ago or something. You know what? Maybe not Berkeley, but some of these ideas. And I think it was 100 years. Hold on, let me check. (1801), dude. The first double slit was done in 1801. So the metaphysical implications were starting to be talked about in the 1800s and leading into the early 1900s, right? So longer than you've been alive, people have been talking about these implications, bro. But you've never heard about them before because they don't want people to know that science proves the necessity of an eternal sentience. They don't want people to know that. They want people to think that science proves that you're a cold, dead rock that somehow evolved into a person that likes ice cream.
Just okay. I'm not trying to like derail, but like I said, I don't have I don't have any arguments like ready with me. I didn't come here prepared for anything. I was just asking questions just out of curiosity. But I see here in the side chat somebody posted an image, and I don't know this person, but they just posted an image. I don't know if you can see it, of a bottle at an airplane, a water bottle in an airplane.
Yeah.
The level of the water is not level with the horizon.
Well, no freaking duh.
Wow.
So, what do you think?
Let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother. Yeah, let me help you out, brother. So let me help you out with this. It's very simple. So this is the crux of this argument. See if you can follow the logic. Okay, check it out. It's gonna blow your mind, bro. I gotta close. Hold on. I gotta pump myself up for this. Okay. The plane is above the ground. The ground is below the plane. So the ground below you is below you. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. How does that make any sense?
Yeah, it's sort of it's in the name of the plane, airplane. Up in the air.
You're right. Your eye level, or the level of the water or the bottle of the airplane is parallel to surface level. It's not at the same surface level. You know that, right?
No, I don't know anything. I'm just asking about this image.
It's parallel, dude. It's a separation from your eye level to surface level. So when you're on the floor and you look across the surface, let's say your eyes are right on the surface and the horizon's right in front of you. But as you gain altitude, your eye level is parallel to the surface. For you to, you'd have to look down at the surface, right, for it to meet your eye line. But your eye line will be level, that's parallel to the surface. So as you gain altitude, the level reference will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. It won't like over meet the horizon or trace the line over the horizon. It will be parallel to it. This is one of the ways that we know the Earth is flat. Sorry, this is one of the ways that we know that the Earth is flat, and how we get level in the first place. Level being a straight line from left to right. To be parallel with the world, to be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon where the surface of the Earth meets the sky at distance, and that surface being water. So water, the surface of the Earth, the water being the reference for level. So the surface is level. Is where we get level from.
Yeah, and so what's interesting is everyone look back at the image right now. Jedi especially, because I want Jedi to see this. Let's read what it says here, okay? Let me read it out while you guys are looking at the image. Okay, follow along. On many flights, they give away leveling devices to all passengers for free. What's the leveling device they're speaking of?
Would that be like a bubble water level?
No, in the picture here, it's the bottle of water. It's the water
Yeah.
level in the bottle. When you turn the bottle sideways, you get a straight level line that this glober is then claiming this straight level line should be intersecting at a vanishing point, the horizon, which would also be a straight level line. But because the horizon is dipped below the level line of the water, one more time, friends, for the slow kids in the black. Because the horizon is dipped below the level line of the water. Oh, level line of water. Welcome to Flat Earth, dummy. That was easy.
Yeah, just to add a little more to that as well, that horizon that we can see there is just nothing more than a haze horizon anyway. And if you pulled out a high-powered infrared lens right now, that horizon wouldn't be where it looks like there anyway. It would be in a different location. So the horizon is just an apparent location, apparent line where the sky and the ground meet. It's just apparent. It depends on all kinds of different things.
Yeah, let's read on. Let's read on, guys. So after you apply the level line of the water, which already proves the Earth is flat, it says here, you can observe the dip of the horizon. Okay, so that just means the horizon is lower in your field of view. Okay, remember the ground's lower than you physically, so it makes sense that the ground is lower than you. So that's neither here nor there. So now it says, using a bottled water they give away on a flight, we can easily observe, and then they put this in bold yellow, the horizon does not rise to eye level, and confirm that the Earth is a sphere. So here's their claim. If the Earth is flat, the horizon must rise to eye level. But what they actually mean in this, because they're not being accurate, is that it would render at eye level. That's what they're actually saying, because they're saying that the dip from eye level is the contrapositive of rise to eye level, right? So they have to prove that if the Earth is flat, the horizon always must be at eye level, right? And they have to prove that if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is a sphere, that the horizon wouldn't be below you because the ground is below you. So do you notice how many questions they're begging in this post here? They're begging you to gloss over the fact that the only level standard they can present to you is a line of water. So proving that they understand what all humans understand throughout all antiquity, that water is flat and level and creates a line on the surface. And then they want to make a straw man claim that if the Earth was flat, the horizon must be at the level of the water in your vision, no matter how high you are off the surface. Now, can anybody substantiate why that would be the case from the globe side? Oh, that's right. They can't. That's why no one's speaking up. It's a straw man. So they have to appeal to level flat water in order to make this argument in the first instance. And then they have to apply the level flat water standard to a straw man interpretation of what the horizon should be doing. So whoever posted this, to my friend who we've been engaging with, whoever posted this believes that this is evidence the Earth is a globe. But as clearly we just demonstrated, it's not.
Can I ask you? I just want to ask you also about constellations. I'm sure just saying that you would know where I'm going with it. What do you think about that?
Constellations.
Yeah,
So constant repeating patterns in the sky.
Like you can't see the same constellations from the northern and southern
Sky's big.
hemisphere.
Well, sky's big, and until you go to that location where there are different stars, you won't see those stars. So I always bring up the long, big room example because we've got to put lights on the ceiling, and me and you have got to be in this room experiencing lights above the ceiling. You understand this room's really long and we can't see the lights at the other end of the room. What we do see is the convergence between the floor and the ceiling and the lights, right? So as we move forward in the room, more lights start becoming visible, coming upwards from what we perceive to be the horizon, the midpoint of our view, where the ceiling meets the floor. So as we walk along the room, we start seeing more lights. More lights start going above our head. We point up to them. We point down to them at the horizon, measure them in angles. This is just moving underneath lights in the sky, dude. So when we go from this location in the north, where there are these stars, and then we go to the south where we can see those stars, it's because we've gone to the location where the stars are. We can't see all of the sky from one vantage point on the surface of the Earth. The concept of the celestial sphere kind of may help with this if you understand what a protractor is. The angle measuring device you find in geometry sets at school. You know what that is, don't you?
Mhm.
Cool. So we see the world a little bit like this. We're in the protractor, standing on the horizontal line underneath the 90 that's up in the sky, representing a star. All of the other stars can be represented on the edges of the protractors where the numbers are. If we were to stand out in the real world, let's say a boat at the ocean, looking at stars, this is how we would observe and measure them, from one horizon above our head down towards the other horizon. Now, this is conceptual based on the way that we see the world, on that perspective argument where we were in the hallway just a moment ago. So when we move forward, that star that was at 1 degree becomes 5 degrees and then 10 degrees as we keep moving forward. It's not actually coming up from the surface of the Earth. That's perspective, right? So as we start wandering around underneath these lights, we conceptualize this protractor to measure angles to these things, and thus we can start navigating the world. But the reason why different stars are appearing is because your movement underneath the star field. Does that help?
Yeah.
Cool. You got any other questions?
I was also wondering, when you guys say the Earth is flat, do you believe it to be flat in like paper or circular, like a pancake?
It's horizontal and level upon the surface. I don't know how deep it is. I don't know how big it is. I wouldn't claim it was like a pizza or a pancake to give it a shape. It's like a 3D embedded realm at the moment. I don't know what the limitations are to it.
So you wouldn't like give it a shape?
No, how could I? And would you possibly expect some kind of idealized shape like a cube or a sphere? Right? I don't think nature really works in that way, apart from the things in the heavens. And maybe the Earth has got its own unique shape, like a lake or a leaf or a tree or something like that. Like it's Earth shaped, whatever that shape is. I don't know.
What would you say about daylight? What would you say about the day and night cycle?
Sun moves. The sun is only able to illuminate a small portion of the surface, probably due to its locality in reference to its size, its distance, and how big the Earth is. It's like getting a light bulb, right, and trying to shine it all across your floor. Do you theoretically just need a light bulb on a really tall stick and to illuminate your whole town? Of course not. We understand there's a relationship here. So there's a probably good relationship between the size and distance of the sun and the Earth. And also, probably the primary factor is light is going to be absorbed by the atmosphere, right? Over more and more and more distance, that light becomes more and more distinguished. So eventually the light becomes duller and duller and darker. That's why the dawn kind of creeps up. It's dark. Don't actually see the sun, but we kind of see the light of the sun, right? It starts getting a little bit brighter until we see the light source. So day is literally as we observe it. The sun did that. It's just moving, dude. That's all it is. Same thing with seasons, right? Course of the sun throughout the day. right? We understand that traversal from east to west, but over a yearly cycle, we understand that the sun moves its position. It rises on a different position on the horizon and sets on a different position on the horizon daily. We get more or less sun. We have the sun higher or lower in the sky, depending on where we are in reference to the sun's location. Usually around the equator and the tropics, right? That's primarily where the sun resides. So because of the sun's movement, we experience the seasons. This is the sun being further or closer to our location, so it's hotter or colder. We call this summer or winter. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of some.
That's right,
What
buddy.
about
You're understanding what's being said to you, aren't you?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
You're understanding, though, right?
I wouldn't say I mean, I can understand. Like, I can understand where you're coming from. I'm not necessarily believing it.
Okay, no, that's fine. You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm not asking you to accept them, but I'm not
Yeah,
confusing you. Yeah,
No,
gotcha.
I can. Yeah, I can understand you.
Cool.
What about, for example, let's see. So I'm wondering. There's an echo. I was wondering with a flat model. Do you believe that in like a flat model where everything that we know of is on top, and then below it there's like, what do you think
You
is
don't know
below?
anything.
Right, so I'm trying to unpack that flat model with things on the other side of it, like a coin. We're on the head
Yeah.
side and there might be stuff. No, I don't think any flat earther thinks that. That invokes a shape, right? Like I said, it's hard to even understand what the shape of the earth would be. So to say it was a
Oh,
circle.
I see. So what you're saying is, from what you know, it's flat. That's all you know. All you know is everything is flat. You don't know any other details. You don't know the actual shape. You don't know.
Yeah, that's the only claim. The surface is horizontal, yeah.
Okay.
Not curved. That's the only thing that we can physically demonstrate. We can point at the sun and see what it does and can describe day and night and seasons and shit. We could probably do that with most of the things in the sky, stand and describe them. Awesome. But the overall shape of the Earth, and like you said earlier, model, that invoked like a circle disc shape. There's a lot of ideas that have been kind of propagated around the last 10, 15 years about, models of the flat Earth and it looking like a, let's say, disc with Antarctica as the perimeter, primarily in the north, in the center. That's a nice idea. It's actually a globe map. When I say it's a globe map, it's a globe that's flattened out from the north side. The south is pulled out, so it's a circumference. It's just a translation. But other than that, I wouldn't claim that as a map or a picture or a representation of one for one of what the Earth is. Not at all.
So, how would you describe? I mean, since you obviously don't believe it's round or that it's a globe, I don't know if you would call it this, but what would you say about circumnavigation?
Circumnavigation is using references, right? So circles around a pole, usually north or south, well, only north or south, and an easterly or westerly direction of travel around that pole. Like if you get a compass out, right, you get a magnet and stick it on your table, the needle finds the magnet, you orientate the compass underneath it, so the N is underneath the needle, pointing north, let's say. You'll notice on the compass that 90 degrees to your right is east. Now, if you want to maintain east in reference to that magnetic center, your path is going to be a circle. If you go in a straight line, the needle's going to move. You're not going to be facing north, and east isn't going to be where it was in the first place. So to maintain this, you're going to be doing a circular path. Same with west. So east and west circumnavigation, a direction of travels around poles, depending on which one you choose. And so when people say we sailed around the world and it proves that the Earth is a sphere because we ended up where we started, no, I can walk around in a circle and ended up on where I started from on a flat surface. Using a compass, I can use a pole and point to it the whole time, keeping a 90-degree reference to left or right, east or west, clockwise or counterclockwise, the direction of travel around a point. That's all it is.
And I guess one of the most obvious ones, I don't know if it's obvious, but one that probably a lot of people experience is, looking out of an airplane. What would you say about that?
Looks flat from an airplane, my friend. Not sure which airplanes you've been on.
You don't see any curvature when you're high enough?
No, it's crazy how flat it is. I mean, it's ridiculously flat. I've flown all over the world, and I'm astonished at how flat the horizon looks when I'm up on a plane. I mean, I can even show you time-lapse footage of of plane flights, and you can see the horizon looks flat from that height. It doesn't prove a flat Earth, though.
I
I
like
jump,
the
I jump out of it. I jump out of planes, no matter the altitude. The horizon never curves. So there's that.
So let's think about that argument, right? When we go up high, the horizon curves. When we say curve, that means one point of the horizon, usually the one that's in the middle of our view, is higher than the rest of the horizon that is kind of downwards towards our periphery, left and right. We see curvature. Okay, so what happens when we turn around? And I mean, take an observation of like 360 degrees, a panoramic view of the horizon around us. Let's say we've got a hot air balloon, right? Because usually in an aircraft, we're only looking out of one window. But in a hot air balloon, you can look all around. And we gain altitude and we keep looking at the horizon. It's just a circle around us. No part of the horizon being higher or lower than the other. What we experience is the horizon from the midpoint of our view. If we say that we're at the center of a circle, when we observe the horizon, is equidistant from that point of us, the radius. So when we turn around, the horizon is literally a circle around us. No part is higher or lower than the other part. Right? That's just you looking out of a window. Also, some people have like the expectation, because they're in an aircraft and they are really high, and because the Earth is a sphere, that now I get to see the horizon, that's the curvature of the Earth, because it's, I'm really high. You're kind of undisturbed by like mountains and stuff, generally, I guess, if you're above the cloud layer, let's say, and you can look out of your window kind of peering from left to right if you can see. And yeah, I guess you see this horizon circling around you. I guess people just click listen to say that is the curvature of the Earth. I think that's just some kind of anchor bias, like I said. A preconceived idea that when I go higher, that's going to be the curvature of the Earth that I see. No, sorry, it's not.
And they are blissfully unaware that their eyes are not capable of seeing clearly at that distance.
Basically, as you go up higher, you're looking through way more air and dust and pollution and fog and mist and all sorts of things from your eyes to where the horizon is. The higher you go, the more that compresses into what I guess some people you could call it like the atmospheric deck of opacity or something like that. a big compressed deck of opacity due to perspective and due to the distance that you're looking. So when you get up to the height of a plane, for example, you're just looking at a haze horizon. That's why it doesn't look the same as when you look at a horizon when you're lower down. It just looks like a misty, hazy horizon. And that's actually blocking where the horizon would be. You can't see where the horizon would normally be because there's a bunch of shit in the way, blocking your view of it. So where that horizon line might look like it's at, right? That's just the limitation of where you can see it due to the atmospheric conditions and the limits of your optics. That would actually be called a local horizon. A local horizon is when there's something blocking or obstructing the actual horizon, like the perspective horizon. For example, if you're looking out and there's land in the way, okay, the like elevated land, mountain ranges or sand dunes or just elevated fields or anything like that, or big ocean swells, right? Let's say you're standing at the beach and there's big ass waves and you're looking out at the horizon, you're seeing what would be considered a local horizon, right? If that obstruction wasn't there, that wouldn't be where you see the horizon. If you go out to the ocean on a day where there's no waves, right, that's more where you're going to see your perspective horizon.
I'm also curious, have you guys sorry, real quick, have you guys seen a video of a flat earther? I don't know how popular this is among flat earthers. I don't know how many of you guys know about this. Maybe it's famous, maybe it's not. There was a video of a guy who was a flat earther who did an experiment where he took like two boards / walls with a hole cut in it, and there was like they were two boards or walls placed, a certain distance away from each other. On one end there's a camera, and on the other end is him with a flashlight or like a powerful light to basically shine through the walls with the holes in it, and he would do it from water level. And if he had to raise his hand or raise his arms to get the light higher, that would mean that there was a curvature. Do you know what I'm referencing? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And what would you say to that? I mean,
well, okay, so that was a hit piece called Behind the Curve. It was like a documentary aimed at mocking and ridiculing flat earth. They tricked a bunch of flat earthers to go into it with the impression, with them having the impression that it was going to be some sort of neutral, documentary that didn't have any bias or anything like that. And it turned out just to be a hit piece where they edited the footage in a way that just made it seem like the flat earthers were morons and just debunking flat earth. It was just based on mockery and ridicule. But anyway, with the test that you're talking about, they were supposed to do a laser test, but they broke the laser. Like the laser beam broke, they left it on, they melted the collimator to the laser or something like that. And because they already had, everything set up, everything was there, a lot of money went into it. I guess it's a pretty big documentary. They had like a plan B, they had a torch, so it was nighttime by this stage anyway, right? Because you do laser tests at nighttime. So instead they decided to cut out some holes in some pieces of cardboard or foam or whatever it was and do this silly test with the flashlight. Now there's no footage of the setup of the test. They did it at nighttime. How accurate is the leveling? how accurate is the elevation of the boards and all of that kind of thing. They even screwed up the math in their animations that they showed on the video, but they literally show 52 seconds worth of footage in that video. Most of them are just close-ups of Jaren's dopey looking face, right? Because it's just a mockumentary. It's based on mockery and ridicule. And apparently everyone on set just walked away from that saying that, oh, well, that was just a big waste of time. That didn't prove anything, right? The globe earthers, the flat earthers. And then afterward, they had edited it in a way that made it look like he debunked flat earth. In even the footage at the end where he said, oh, interesting, apparently that didn't even happen like that. They just edited that in. That was something he said 4 hours earlier, according to his own testimony. And even top YouTube flat earth debunkers like Fight the Flat Earth, for example, even he admits that that's just a junk argument, right? It doesn't prove anything and it was very deceptive. And then there was a lawsuit because they were supposed to release all of the uncut footage to the flat earthers, and the flat earthers would have been able to show that it was deceptive editing, and they decided not to hand over the footage at the end, which they had agreed to before it. And that's pretty much sums that up. And we've got tests that have been done, over huge distances where we've documented the entire test. Right? For example, even just a torch test. We've got a torch test over a 13 point, I think it's about 13, 14 mile lake where you can see the torch clearly from just above the surface of the water over 13 miles. Right? The test in that video was a very short range test. And, all of our tests, we've got hundreds of tests that have been done. We can present one after the other over huge distances that completely destroy the globe. So yeah, it's just a shitty test that they did on a hit piece. And the guy that was doing it, right? He's a moron. Anyways, they picked some, stoner flat earther.
Okay.
Hey, Xenom,
yeah,
I'm just curious, Xenom, have you seen that Netflix, or have you just heard about it?
No, I haven't seen the whole thing. I've only seen that popular clip.
Okay, so it seemed to have done its job. Because you're not the only person who brings it up. I'm just saying.
Zedam, have you seen the videos on the chat side? Where the text. I mean, there's two good videos at the time of 420 of being higher level, 70,000 feet up. Have you seen those two videos? It's important to see those videos people are posting because it might help you.
Where in the side chat?
Yes. I can message.
I see it. I see.
All right, here's. You there, Zeno? What is
Yeah.
it? Zedam. Right, so here's a test that was done. I took some screenshots from it. I can share the full video if you want to watch it later. But this is just one example of the torch test, right? The torch isn't the best tool to use, obviously, but these guys did a torch test before they did their laser test. Right, so here's the distance. Okay, it's Lake Utah. Utah Lake, and it's 13.7 miles. Okay, they basically set the laser up on a tripod at 5 foot height. And at the other side of the lake, they have a camera that's set up at 5 foot height. Here is a picture of the camera setup. And basically, they do a test, right? Similar to in the documentary that you were talking about. So here is the torch set up on the other side of the lake, adjacent from the camera, 13.7 miles away. And when they turn the torch on, we can see clearly the torch from the camera on the other side. Then in the video, he says, okay, now I'll put your hand in front of the torch. And then when he puts his hand in front of the torch, we see, okay, the light disappears. Does that a bunch of times. He takes his camera away, and then, we only see the light when he doesn't have his hand in front of the torch. So obviously we can see the torchlight over 13.7 miles. Now, over 13.7 miles, there's over 100 foot of curvature over that distance. That's like a 10-story building. Right.
Just
So basically,
yeah, go on. Sorry.
All right. So after that, they actually do a laser test as well. So they switch the torch around for a laser beam, and yeah, they can clearly see the laser beam hitting the lens, hitting the sensor of the camera from the other side. They get a direct hit, and they actually lower the laser beam down to a height of 9 inches above the surface of the water, and they can still see the laser beam. Right? If you do the mathematics according to a globe, there should be 107 foot of curvature, of hidden height over that distance. Right? This wouldn't be possible on a globe. So these are just some screenshots from a full-length video where they show you the whole test from start to finish.
I just want to
Right.
let me just
Go ahead.
So in that actual screenshot that you posted of not the laser but the torch on the other side, 13 miles away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
1 second, let me. So I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be a certain way, but I mean, do you notice with the actual torch, it's almost cut off? Do you know what I'm talking about?
You can see the torch though.
Yeah,
right? So you can see the torch, and the torch should be hidden by 80 foot, right? Like an 8-story building, right? If you think about it like this, right? If you had an 8-story building on the other side of the lake where that tripod's set up, you wouldn't be able to see it if the Earth was a globe. It would be completely hidden behind the horizon. Just the fact that you can see the torchlight, right? It's just a little torchlight. So you can see the direct light on the torch because it's daytime. They're doing it during the daytime. So you can just see the brightness of the torch 5 foot above the surface of the water. Right, obviously, when you're looking over 13.7 miles, think about how far 13.7 miles is. That's a huge distance to zoom with a camera. Obviously, everything's going to compress a bit, right, due to perspective. So you're not going to be able to make out the features of the bottom of the tripod or the blades of grass or the bushes or anything like that, because you're looking through 14 miles of the thickest part of the atmosphere. Okay, but you can see the light from the torch that should be hidden behind a huge amount of Earth curvature. Right, that's like if there was a hill in between us, right, that was like 50 foot high. Obviously, I can't see you, right? If you have a torch, I can't see your torch. There's a hill in front of us, blocking us. Right, so that's the same situation here. If the Earth's a globe, there should be 125 foot of curvature over that distance. That's how much the surface should be curving. It's like a 12-story building. We've got hundreds of these tests as well, and much longer ones as well. But this was just one I wanted to show you because they were using a torch. It was just, I think the one Jaren did was only 4 miles allegedly or something like that. Not that they showed any of the setup at all. But this one shows the entire setup. It shows the GPS locations, all that kind of thing. So if the Earth was a globe, there's no way you should be able to see that torch on the other side.
Zetam, do you understand that? Like, we saw the torch for 13 miles. So imagine if we see something 100 miles, we shouldn't even see that at all.
Zetam, you still there, bro?
Yeah, I'm still there.
All right, here's an even better one, right? This one was done by a very smart guy named Dr. John D, who he was trying to debunk flat Earth. All right, so he actually has a PhD in optics. Spectrophotometry is the thing that he focused on in his career. And he took a bunch of his laboratory equipment and he went out to try to debunk flat Earth, because that's what quite a lot of flat earthers did when they first heard about flat Earth, or globe earthers at the time. They're like, okay, I'm going to easily be able to debunk these morons. I'm going to go test for the Earth curvature. And then you go out and actually check and you'll be like, damn, it's not there. And that's the same thing that actually happened to me back in 2018. But anyway, here's one of his tests. I'll make it super quick and simple. All right, so here's the maths in the side chat. So this is a screenshot just from an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so what you first have to put in, it says distance to object. Okay, so he's set his camera up at 3.5 foot height at the shoreline of the ocean. Right, that's the eyesight level. And then out in the ocean, there's a windmill, one of those big giant turbines from a windmill farm, and it's 11.2 miles away on Google Earth. You can check the distance. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm, and this windmill's 11.2 miles away from the shoreline. All right, so then the Earth curve calculator will calculate the distance to the horizon. So on a globe, the horizon line should be at 2.29 miles from a 3.5 foot observation height. The distance to the horizon will depend on the height of the observer. Okay, that's the line where the sky and the ground should appear to meet. That's what the horizon is. Anything that goes beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon, depending on how high it is. And you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon line. That's the maximum distance you should be able to see the water to. Now, the obscured part, the object obscured part, that's the bottom number in the screenshot there from the Earth curvature calculator. That says 52.9 feet. That's how much of the bottom of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon in this observation. Now, I'm just going to give you a screenshot. Sorry, it's not a screenshot, it's a GIF. So it's just uploading quickly at the moment. But in the GIF, you'll see him. He has his camera set up at the shoreline at 3.5 foot height, and he's just going to zoom out at the windmills. Okay, there's 6 windmills ranging from 8 to 11.2 miles. So it's just finished uploading. So this is just taken from the other video. It's an 1.5-hour video, so I can share that if you want to watch it later. But look, here's the zoom footage. If you're still following along.
Yeah, I see.
Right. So he's zooming in and we can see the entirety, right? So the first thing we're checking for is that horizon, right? That physical geometric horizon that should be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth, right? That's nowhere to be seen in front of the windmill towers, right? In fact, we can see the bottom of the windmill towers touching the water. Right, he's doing it at low tide, and at low tide you can see the black paint at the bottom of the windmill towers, where the salt water has actually stripped off the paint, the yellow paint. And then you can see the water continues going beyond, and we can even see a boat off in the background. Right, so the bottom 52 feet would have to be obstructed. Even the closest windmill tower, which is 8.4 miles away, that bottom 30 feet approximately should be obstructed, and each one a little bit more than that until 52 feet on the last one. But we see zero obstruction and then we can see that boat off in the distance when he zooms in. Right, he tracked that boat on ship track on marine tracking, and that boat's 22 kilometers out, which is it's about 14 miles out. Right, that boat shouldn't be able to be seen either. Okay, that boat should be completely hidden behind the horizon by over 80 feet. That boat, it's called the.
That boat, you just said it was around 14 miles out. That's around the same distance. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it's 12.1 nautical miles, which is 13.9 statute miles. Here's the marine tracking screenshot. It's called the Shetland Trader. Right, so here's a screenshot of the marine tracking showing the distance, 12.1 nautical miles at the time of the observation there. And in the full video, you can see the boat, traveling along and all that sort of thing. You can see it much better than in this little GIF that I shared. Okay, so we looked up the boat. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wanted to bring up that it's around the same distance away as when you guys did the experiment with the Utah Lake. It's around, I'm pretty sure, literally less than a mile in similarity. Like the Utah Lake experiment was a flashlight at one end, camera at the other. The distance between that was 13.7 miles. You were able to see the flashlight. Still, you were still able to see it 13.7 miles
from
away.
5 foot high.
Yeah. And so I see it's no real surprise to me that you'd be able to see a boat from 14 miles away standing up without, and also taking into account.
Right, but the boat should be, if the boat also taking into account what?
Yeah, taking into account the person taking the video, their height, the fact that
well, the camera's on a tripod, 3.5 foot. The camera's 3.5 foot, 1 meter on a tripod. Okay, so based on, that's what we're testing, right? So we can just do the math based on the globe model, right? So I already put it into the side chat, but let's do the math on the boat quickly now. Okay, so I put a picture of the boat there. It's called the Shetland Trader, and the hull is 7.2 meters above the surface of the water. Right, so let's say it's 7 or 8 meters high, the boat that we can see. Okay, so let's do the math quickly. Right, so the eye height is 3.5 foot. The target is 13.9 miles. That's the boat. Okay, when we calculate that, the horizon should be at 2.2 miles, which it isn't. Right, there's no sign of the horizon at all from the camera all the way to the boat. That's impossible, right? That alone debunks the globe right there, because that horizon would have to be there on a globe. You can't not have it. It's a physical byproduct of the globe. Now, look at the target hidden height, 89 feet. 89 feet is 27.3 meters. Right, that boat's only 7 or 8 meters high. So even if that boat was 4 times the height, you still shouldn't be able to see it. Right? It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, but we can see the boat. So that's not possible on a globe. In fact, you shouldn't even be able to see the bottom of the windmills. That wouldn't be possible. That curvature has to be there on a globe, if you believe in gravity, right? If you believe in gravity and believe the globe's the size that they told us, then the bottom 52 feet of that windmill should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? Look, here's a close-up of the windmills, just so you can see what they look like from close up. Right, so at low tide, we can see the black paint. And in the zoom footage, we can very clearly see the black paint at the bottom. We see we can see the water. You shouldn't be able to see any of that water. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles. All of that water should be completely blocked behind the horizon line. And he did it again and again and again, right? On his channel, look, he went on different days. And this next one, you can see 2 different days comparison. Both days, we can see the bottom of the windmills. That's not possible on a globe.
What would you say? So I guess the really big part about it is height. So if you have the camera, if something is 14 miles away, and you have a camera recording or capturing from, let's say, 3 feet off the ground, you say that the math should check out that the boat should be completely hidden. You shouldn't be able to see it at all.
That's correct.
So I wanted to ask you, from 3 feet, I can see,
3.5.
I can see where you're coming from. The math, it does check out. Like, you can't lie about the numbers, you can't lie about the math.
Okay,
but I was
well,
just,
well, I mean, if you have a look at the full video, he shows you the whole process. I mean, look, this is. Have
oh
a
no
look at
no,
these screenshots.
I'm not accusing anybody of lying. I'm not saying he, faked
Yeah,
anything or he didn't hide anything. I'm just
You know,
saying,
this guy was trying to debunk the flat Earth as well.
yeah.
Right, but you can see, this camera is 3.5 foot above the surface, so like right at the shoreline there. And he shows you in the video anyway.
So are you saying that from
Right, so
3
it
feet?
looks, from 3.5 feet, which is 1
Yeah.
meter.
So from 1 meter, are you saying the entire thing is visible? It's all visible.
Well, none of it should be visible at all. Okay, obviously the boat is 14 miles away, and when you're looking at something through 14 miles of air, you're going to have all of the water vapor and the gas molecules and the pollution and the dust and everything. So you're looking through a whole stack of the thickness of the atmosphere. But from what we can see what looks like most of the boat. Okay, but all of the boat should be, even if the boat was 4 times as high, you still shouldn't be able to see any of the boat. So 89 feet is the hidden height. So if the boat was 90 feet tall, then you would just see the top of the boat. Like the 1 foot of the boat sticking out from behind the horizon. But that horizon, right? So what it should be obscured behind is the horizon. The horizon should be at 2.29 miles away. That's why he's doing it with a windmill farm there, because we can check the exact distance to the windmill farm. The windmill farm's like a distance marker, so we can tell if the horizon is at the distance that it should be at on a globe. Right, here's a diagram of the windmill farm at the location. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. Okay, so the observation is going to focus on the 6 wind turbines represented by the red dots. For the sake of keeping the numbers simple, it shall be stated that the red dot wind turbine is closest to the shore. Closest to the shore is at a distance of 8 miles. It's actually 8.4 miles to that turbine from the observer, and the furthest red dot is a distance of over 11 miles from the observer. It's 11.2 specifically, and the 6 wind turbines will be labeled from 1 to 6 to indicate their increasing distance from the observer, being closest and 6 being furthest. And here I have a screenshot. It's actually a GIF animation, and this shows how much should be hidden of every single one of those windmills. Right, so the first one, 24.9 feet should be obscured. 24.9 feet's a decent amount as well. Second one, 28.3. Okay, that's like a 3-story building. Third one, 32.8 feet should be obstructed. 37.6 on the fourth one, and so on, right? By the time 52 feet should be obstructed on the 6th one. But nothing's obstructed on any of them. And he went back on multiple different days and checked it again. In fact, the second time he went there, he put the camera down from 3.5 foot to 2 foot height, just 60 centimeters above the surface.
Well, so you are right. So then what do you say about atmospheric refraction?
Well, atmospheric refraction, right? So if we were going to do what surveyors and so on do, right? they say standard refraction is 0.13 coefficient, refraction coefficient. So what that means is that they basically they say the light's curving in a certain way around the globe that would allow you to see 15% further. Okay, so say the horizon should be at 2.3 miles, add 15% to that. Okay, and they'll say that because the light's bending downward at a certain rate, it makes it look like the globe's a little bit bigger. That's the way that they calculate the refraction coefficient. It's the curvature of the rays of light in relation to the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so if we go 2.29 plus 15% to account for standard refraction, that just pushes that horizon line to 2.6 miles. Right, but the closest windmill that we can see is 8.4 miles, and we don't see any sign of any horizon there. So maybe the refraction's a little bit higher, but this is a problem because they say 30%, right? 30% refraction is considered very heavy refraction. And once you start getting heavy refraction, then you start getting heavy distortion and you start getting effects, destructive effects like miraging effects and things like that, right? That's what essentially mirages are caused by. When you have very, very heavy refraction, you'll start seeing mirages. Obviously, we don't see any sign of any miraging effects or anything like that, right? But even if we were to add heavy refraction to it, okay, so 2.29 plus 30%. Now the horizon should be at just under 3 miles away, right? Obviously, it's not there. It's nowhere to be seen. Okay, how much refraction would we need for this to work on a globe? Just some unrealistic amount. I think it's 2,400%. I worked it out. 2,400%. So you would have to make the radius value 24 times higher. So 3,959 miles is the radius times 24. And then you wouldn't have any obstruction on the windmill, on windmill number 6. Windmill number 6 would be able to be seen if the globe was 24 times larger. Right, so 59 times 24, 95,000 mile radius. Right, obviously that's not the case. And there isn't any evidence that you can have some kind of a magical refraction that's thousands of percent. So even if I go on, on an Earth curvature calculator, So look, here's an Earth curvature calculator, because quite often globe earthers will say, oh, you didn't account for refraction, blah, blah, blah. All right, so this Earth curvature calculator, it's on a site literally that's called Flat Earth Insanity by someone that clearly hates flat Earth. And they've got a refraction slider on their calculator. So I've put in the numbers without refraction. Sorry, let me just make the refraction 0, and then I'm gonna show you something. All right, just to show you that their calculator gives the same numbers as any other Earth curvature calculator will give you. Okay, so Flat Earth Insanity Earth curvature calculator. Here we go. The same thing, right? We've put in the height of the observer, 3.5 foot. The distance to the object, 11.2 miles. The radius, 3,959 miles. And then we have the horizon. It should be at 3.6 kilometers, which is 2.29 miles, the same as the other one. And the obscured should be 52.9 feet. 52.9 feet should be missing from the windmill number 6. Now I'm going to slide the refraction slider, not up to standard refraction. I'm just going to max it. I'm just going to max it out, right? So it goes up to 120%. So I've maxed it out, and even just completely maxing out their refraction slider, let's see what it says. So I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm just going to copy paste it, and then we can have a look at it. All right, what's it say? It says obscured, still 18.5 foot, right? So still basically a 2-story building worth of the bottom of that windmill should be hidden behind the horizon. That's with just completely maxing out their refraction slider to an unrealistic amount of refraction, mind you. Not something that you're able to validate is even possible, especially without any miraging effects or anything like that.
Okay.
So he also went back and he's got tons of videos where he goes on different days, and he doesn't just zoom in on the windmills. There's platforms out there. For example, here's a platform. It's like I'm not sure if it's an oil rig, but whatever it is. Here's a picture of it, and it's 8 miles. It's 8 miles from the observer. It's a substation, and once again, we can clearly see the water is touching the legs at the bottom, and you can see the horizon goes off into the background there. And that horizon that should be there on a globe should be at 2.9 miles. It's not there. We don't see any curvature.
Interesting. It's interesting.
So yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I saw this kind of stuff when I first started looking into it, and I lived on a giant lake, and I went and did a whole bunch of my own observations just to check for myself, and same thing happened. I could zoom in across the shoreline, and I could see the white sand beach shoreline on the other side of the lake. I tested it a bunch of times because I lived at the lake.
And just out of curiosity, what do you think
So-
about the Chicago skyline?
Yeah, Chicago skyline is another observation where we can see things that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? You shouldn't be able to see any of those buildings. They should be blocked behind the curvature of the Earth. But we have a slightly different situation there. I mean, we're looking over 60 miles distance or something like that. And you can't see the very bottom of the building because it's very common to have a refraction effect called sinking. I don't know if you've heard of it, but what I'll do, rather than finding you some citations that I know I have, I can get them if you want. I'm just going to type it straight into Google. What is sinking refraction? And I'll just copy paste. I'll just take a screenshot, copy paste it into the chat. Right, let's see if what we see in that image. So firstly, we see buildings that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? So we can't see the bottom. What's going on? Must be behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Well, what is sinking refraction? Sinking refraction is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects like ships or coastlines appear lowered or completely disappear behind the normal horizon. It occurs when air density decreases, usually fast with altitude, causing rays to bend upward away from the Earth's surface. So because we can have conditions where the normal lapse rate is present, okay, the temperature lowers with height. When you have colder air, it's more dense. Colder air is more optically dense than warmer air because it's more condensed. And light can bend upward towards the air, and it can make it look like the bottom of things is hidden. This explains why sometimes we can see the bottom of a boat missing out in the ocean, or the bottom of a mountain can appear to be missing, or the bottom of a building can appear to be missing. So yeah, that's something to take into consideration. We can see buildings we shouldn't be able to see. A little bit of the bottom's missing. Could be a little bit of sinking refraction. So yeah, there's that. And usually you can't see the Chicago skyline. And the reason that you can't usually see it is because the average visibility over Lake Michigan is 3 miles to 20 miles on a good day. And very occasionally you get a really, really nice day where you can see 50 or 60 miles. That's why it's a rare observation, because most of the time you just can't see across because of the thickness of the smog, the city smog, whatever you want to call it, the atmosphere, atmo. But if you go to really dry locations, you can get really good visibility, and you can like if you go to Utah, a lot of people go and they do observations over the Great Salt Lake in Utah because it's pretty protected from the wind and things like that, and it's also a very dry climate, so you can see much further than you would normally be able to see in humid places. And we have a really good observation over that lake. If I can find it quickly. So it's a 21-mile observation, huge distance compared to the other ones. So here's just another GIF that I pulled from the video. I can share the full video if you want it. But basically, he's got the camera set up at 5-foot height, and he's zooming in to the shoreline that's 21 miles away. Oh, wait, that's just a screenshot. 1 second. All right, here's the GIF, I think. All right, that's just uploading. Yeah, so basically on this one, with a camera height of 5 foot, the horizon should be 2.73 miles away. And the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by 223 feet. But he can zoom in and he can see the shoreline on the other side. We don't see any obstruction. So you'll see when he zooms in, we can see a big white smokestack. Here's a close-up picture of the smokestack. And here is a shot from the zoom footage. So he did the zoom footage during the daytime, and then he did it again during the nighttime because it's a lot of globe earthers say, oh, you need to repeat them, otherwise it's not valid. So he did it during the day, he did it during the night. He also did a high-powered laser test as well. But what you can see in the footage is that, yeah, we can see the bank, right? We can see the shoreline. We can see the lights reflecting off the water. We can see the entirety of the smokestack. And over this distance, there's a huge amount of curvature. So over 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature. So basically, if you had a 20-story skyrise building on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't even be able to see a skyrise. Skyrise, not skyrise. So yeah, man, we're just going out testing the globe, and it fails every test. And people might think, oh, well, surely globe earthers have gone out and done their own tests, and there should be way more. Surely there's a bunch of tests that counter these tests where they see the curvature and that horizon is actually detected where it should be. And you'll be disappointed once you start trying to find one because it doesn't exist. Anyway, thanks for listening to me rant. This observation usually kills the chat pretty consistently.
Zedam, do you have any question for him at all after you asked for the Chicago?
No, I'm just thinking about it.
Jay, do you have a YouTube channel or anything that you're posting that video? Maybe I can subscribe to it.
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. It's called Pickled Minds. If you just type that into YouTube, it'll come up. All I have on there at the moment is a debate I had against MC Toon, but I have a ton of content coming out on it, and I actually have a series, a Flat Earth series of videos coming out, and I have episode 1. I should be working on it right now. I'll have it finished by today, and it'll be uploaded. And it does actually feature those 2 specific observations, plus a whole bunch of other stuff as well. So that'll be coming out sometime today, depending on how long my little laptop takes to render it.
Well, I think I'm gonna head out. It was an interesting talk. I mean, I wasn't trying to push anything on anybody. I was just asking questions to just figure things out. I enjoyed the explanations. They were cool.
Yeah, no, you were cool. Thanks for coming in and being in good faith. But some people just come in and troll and get triggered and get emotional. But you were calm and asked good questions. So yeah, come back anytime if you have more questions. Usually there's a bunch of people in here. If we're not in here, you do want to chat with us, sometimes we're in the English Hub server as well. We have another channel in the English Hub server, and then we have a home server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where we have lots of information channels as well about all of these topics.
Gotcha.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Too appreciate the conversation. It was good. I still don't. I do want to make it known. I mean, I still believe in my thing. You believe
You
in
shouldn't
yours,
be
but
convinced. You
good.
shouldn't. Yeah, of course. Look, you shouldn't be. We're not even trying to convince you. You shouldn't be convinced from one conversation anyway. you know, at least you have a better understanding of where we're coming from now. That's the main thing. And then you can just think about it yourself. And then what we generally encourage people to do is just look at the empirical evidence on both sides and put on your critical thinking cap and just come to your own logical conclusion based off the evidence that you can find from both sides. And that's it. Because most people think that flat earthers claim a disk floating in space and all sorts of stuff that we don't even claim. Once you hear the actual arguments, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, appreciate the conversation. Have a good day.
All right, you too. See ya.
I think the best thing anybody can do is they have to do it for themselves. You know, test what they see.
Yeah, bro. I saw the Earth.
Hello? Anybody there?
Yo, who's this?
This is Dylan.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, you guys come up with an explanation for the two celestial poles yet?
Two celestial poles?
Yeah. You know, we have
An
like
explanation. Yeah, so celestial poles are in the sky. What about it?
right. I don't I don't I don't think that your
A fucking
distinction
chat
of
am I
something
in?
in the sky, some things in the
Who's
sky do affect the Earth because we use celestial navigation. So if you can
right?
determine your position on the Earth from the sky, then it is relevant to our
Right, but the ancient cultures were able to do that as well, that believed that the Earth was flat.
No, I mean modern celestial navigation where we have a full celestial sphere. I mean, people in different areas used to use it for determining
Am
bearings.
I in the
Hold on, I
flat
gotta
Earth?
just gotta mute this.
Yeah, good call. The problem is, Dylan, we don't see the entire celestial sphere from your singular position, so you can still map it from there. You only
Right, we
see
have
your portion
we have
of it.
the full map. We have the full map of the celestial sphere
Agreed.
because it's in different
Agreed,
places.
but from the ground, when you're witnessing the map, you don't see the entirety of it. You only see a small portion of it.
I don't
It's
disagree with
observer
that.
centric. Yeah, it's observer centric. So you don't have a god's eye view of it to claim stars and ground match in position. You only have your position and the small portion of the sky that you can see at the time. And it's not a small portion, actually, it's quite a fair chunk.
So
So,
you're saying
yeah.
you don't agree that there is a celestial sphere?
Yeah,
No,
the
that's how we
celestial
see.
sphere
That's
is
how it's mapped.
imaginary. Yeah, you do realize that the celestial sphere is just an imaginary coordinate system, right? It's not like an actual sphere anywhere. It's just imaginary.
It's what we see in the sky. Yeah, if you don't consider the altitude of stars, like the distance away that they are, or the luminaries as you call them, then they're all the same radius away from us. So then you have a sphere.
No, no, no.
Just
It's
like
an
just like
infinite. The
you have a
celest,
hemisphere around you where you
celestial
could
sphere has
come
an
up with
infinite
similar.
radius. A sphere with an infinite radius is essentially flat. But the celestial sphere was created by the ancient flat earth astronomers, right? Like the ancient Babylonians and the ancient Egyptian astronomers, because they needed a convenient way to map out the sky. So they imagined a big sphere in the sky. And then they were able to make a coordinate system out of that. And then later on, people like Pythagoras and Aristotle and so on came along, and they took that celestial sphere and they inverted it into a terrestrial sphere, and that's what the globe is, right? It's just based off an imaginary coordinate system. Now, even if the Earth is flat, we still see the sky like a hemispheric dome above us because of the way our perspective works, right? So the
Right.
celestial
You can
sphere
go to
isn't
different
exclusive to a
locations
globe.
and you can go to different locations, wait different times of night, different times of the year, and see most of
Yep.
the celestial sphere.
Not all
If
at
you
once.
go into the southern hemisphere, you can see the whole thing. But
Notice how you have to move in
No, you
between?
can't.
That's the problem. You don't just stand in one spot and see the entirety of it. You are in one location, you look up into the sky, you see whatever stars you're looking for. You map your location from what you see. You then go, I would like to go north, which is that way. So when you're out in the middle of nowhere, you don't know directions or anything. You've got your compass, you can tell north, south, east, west, but you don't know how far west you are to go north to hit whatever country or continent or match of land that you're after. So you look up into the sky and then you'll use the almanac to get your rough location. From that, you'll use your compass and go, oh, look, I need to go northeast from here to hit that continent or that patch of land. You're not witnessing the entirety of the sky. You are seeing a handful of stars to lock your location, and then you go from there. That's all.
Right, but that doesn't preclude that there is the celestial sphere. We still know that there is the celestial sphere. That's what we observe.
Listen. Your observation of a celestial sphere means nothing. It is just lights in the sky, and they use those for directioning, for location. That's it. They use them to get their location, and then from that. But here's the kicker. It's observer-centric. So where I am, I will see certain lights in the sky or markers in the sky, and I'll go, oh, yes, I am here. And in your location, you will have different ones. In your location, you will have different ones. Guess what? I can't see your ones. Isn't that interesting? But yet, I can still get to your location.
If we're both in the northern hemisphere,
you miss that. You miss that. The important bit. I can't see your markers or lights in the sky, but yet I can still get to your location. Isn't that interesting? Why is that? Why can I get to your location even though I can't see all of them?
You just have to wait different times of the year.
No, I don't have to wait different times of the year. Standing still and waiting does not get you to a different location. That's silly.
Waiting till different times.
If I listen, we'll try again. If I look up into the sky and I see specific star patterns, I can then work out my location. I can then get to your location from mine. Okay? Are you with me so far? Here's the kicker. I can't see your stars from here.
Where are you at? Are you in the northern hemisphere?
By my accent, I'll give you a wild guess.
You're either English or Australian.
Oh, I'm glad Jedi's not here.
Well, I mean, he's in Australia, dude, right? So you're not going to see different stars, right? You're not going to see the northern stars in Australia, right? Or from Antarctica or something like that, right? They see different stars above them.
Right. They see the southern celestial pole in when they look south.
Right.
And that was my original question: is how can you explain that on a flat Earth?
Well, how's this?
There's 2 points.
With this southern celestial pole, I'm in Australia. They also witness it in South America. They also witness it in South Africa. But here's something that's interesting. We don't all see it at the same time.
Yeah, you do.
No, we don't.
The southern celestial pole doesn't move. So as long as it's nighttime,
we don't all witness it at the same time.
If it's nighttime and you can see
it. Okay, let's try that. Let's just along that logic. If it's nighttime, I'm good to go with that. Is it nighttime in Australia and South America at the same time? Yes or no? No, it's not.
No.
I'll save you the heartache, kid. That's right. So we don't all see it at the same time.
It still doesn't move though. Even through the course of a whole night, it wheels in one spot. Like Polaris doesn't move. It's always over the North Pole. The celestial South Pole is over the terrestrial South Pole.
So lights in the sky are moving in patterns and wheels. What has that got to do with the shape of the ground?
It has quite a lot to do with it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use it for navigation. The fact that you can use it for navigation...
No, stop. Whoa, back up. Go backwards. Slow down. How did you link lights in sky must be curved in order to do navigation? How did you link the two of them? The sky has got absolutely nothing to do with the ground, and yet you have linked the two. I want to know what your logical thinking is, or what just the linking pattern is. Lights in sky equals curvature. If not curved, therefore, lights in sky map don't work. How did you get the curvature bit from the lights in the sky?
From the phenomenon that I'm describing to you. We see the
celestial North Pole, from the phenomena is, hold up. The phenomena is the northern guys will see the lights moving around a central point known as Polaris. If you're on the equator, you see the lights moving from the east to the west. And on the southern end, if you're facing north, they move from the east to the west. There's no problem with that. You guys seem to think that the stars down here actually go the complete opposite way. It's you that's changing direction. So if we all face north in our respective locations, the stars still move from the east to the west, from your right shoulder to your left shoulder. That's
I
how they
think you're
move. They
conflating.
don't.
I think
No,
you're
no, they
conflating
don't
the
magically
argument.
move another direction. I'm not conflating anything. That is actually what happens. You can go out and sample this for yourself. If you face north towards Polaris, the stars will move from your right shoulder to your left shoulder. If I face north in my location, they will move from my right shoulder to my left shoulder. This is factual. This is not imagination. This is not conflation. This is actually what happens. You do know that.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not even bringing that
Excellent.
up.
Because a lot of people
You're,
get very
this is
confused
a
with that.
straw
They
man
get confused
argument.
with their location. So now we've got lights
Okay,
in the
that's something
sky.
else entirely.
How did you link lights moving in a particular pattern with the shape of the ground? I want to know what the linking factor is.
Let's, like I said, celestial navigation.
No, celestial navigation is not the linking factor. Celestial navigation has absolutely nothing to do with curvature. It has to do with the lights in the sky. So how did you get lights in sky do particular patterns or phenomena, as you called it? How did you get lights in sky phenomena equals curved ground? What links the two?
Did I lose you?
I'm still here.
Yeah, no need to get angry, man. Just
I'm
so
not
that we're
angry.
on the same page. When you
No,
see
I'm
the
just after.
celestial
How did you
from
get
Australia,
lights in the sky
in Australia,
phenomena? No, obviously you deliberately lost me. How did you get lights in sky phenomena equals curved ground? What is the linking factor?
celestial navigation.
No, we've already thrown that out the window. Celestial navigation
I
does
don't.
not link curved ground. Nowhere does it
It
prove
tells you your
that
latitude
you
and
listen.
longitude.
Obviously,
It
you've
doesn't tell
not
you
done
where you
celestial
are on Earth.
navigation, Dylan. Go and do celestial navigation. Grab yourself a sextant. Locate where your
I've done it.
stars are. Excellent. So, where did you get the curvature from?
That they have. Usually, you'll use like a reference book.
The almanac. And where's the curvature in a book?
Where's the curvature in a book?
So
No,
you
the
keep
whole
telling
thing is
me, that looking up in the sky, Dylan, you're hopeless. You keep telling me, oh fuck, why does he keep doing that? I don't talk for 30 seconds and all of a sudden he doesn't talk. I ask him, he says something stupid, I respond, and then he wants to monologue through it. Dylan, you've gone outside, you've grabbed your sextant, you've taken your horizon position, you've taken your star position. Where does the curvature magically appear out of you looking at star A and your horizon? Where do you get curvature from that? I need you to link the curvature factor. You're telling us stars in sky doing patterns equals curvature. I don't know how to link the two, mate. All you keep saying is celestial navigation proves it. Where?
The whole basis of celestial navigation.
Listen carefully.
On,
Let's walk through celestial navigation. Because you're an idiot.
And then you're
celestial navigation. You've got your sextant. You've looked at your star. You're looking at your star. That's a straight line observation. You're looking at the horizon. That's a straight line observation. Now you're going to tell me there's curvature somewhere. Where?
The whole definition of latitude and longitude, it requires a sphere.
The whole definition of latitude and longitude is built off of the sky, off of the celestial sphere, because of how we see things. And see how it links back together now? You've finally clicked in your head. You are looking at a sky sphere, which is mapped onto the ground, or the ground, which is mapped to the sky sphere. That's what's happening, mate. There's no curvature in it. They're just mapping it to a celestial visual. That's it. That's funny, DJ. Holy shit. Yeah, shut them down. Exactly. Dylan, have a look at the picture that shut them down just posted. That might help you a little bit. Or a lot bit, either way.
Think you cut out. I'm not hearing anything. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you're sort of lagging, dude. Like, bad.
Well, I'm not moving anymore. So, yeah, my original question still stands. I don't understand how you can explain two celestial poles on the flat Earth.
We don't have to explain it. They're lights in the sky. There you go. Explanation sold, sealed, signed, and delivered. We don't
Well, we
have to
can explain.
explain. Let Dylan. You think you can explain it, but you've got nothing to confirm it. See, if you're claiming the ground is a particular curvature rate, then let's go and measure the ground, and we'll solve all the issues straight away. That's the problem. We do measure the ground. You don't get your curvature. That's the problem. And you've just decided to start lag talking through me again. The question here is the shape of the ground, whether it is curved or nay. When you go and measure it, it comes out as null, no curvature. Okay? So you claiming sky phenomena equals curvature, this is false because we've measured no curvature. So what's happening in the sky, I don't need to explain to fulfill your broken dreams. So if we've taken your ball tart off you, I don't now have to run around and have explanations for everything. Here's a cool idea. Go down to the pub and have a beer with your mates, and when you've had a skinful, then you can make up your own explanations for all this weird shit.
We have a pretty clear explanation in the globe model.
That's right. You have an explanation. You don't have measurements. Measurements outweigh your explanations by a long shot.
Surveyors measure the curve all the time.
No, they don't. So don't kid yourself.
It's geodetic surveying.
Geodetic surveying comes from local surveying, and ask yourself a question. Why do they need to get the numbers produced from local survey and twist it through a formula in order to do geodetic surveying? Why is there a necessity to twist it through a formula?
Why do you think they do it?
Because they need to manufacture a ball tart. I'll tell you something now. If I measure my table... that's not an invitation for you to start talking. If I measure the length of my... if I measure the length of my table and it comes out as 6 foot, I don't need to then run that 6 foot through a formula. So why do you think they need to run it through a formula? If you've measured something directly, there's no need to run it through a formula and twist it and turn it into something else. You've got the answer directly. For some reason, you kids don't understand that.
They account for refraction.
They account for what?
They account for refraction, which is an error. So they usually they can use a formula to try and remove.
So
the
what?
error.
Okay, I'll account for it. Let's go out on a day where the ground temperature and air temperature in the first 5 meters is very equal. There you go, refraction gone.
They
so you've taken your reading.
to try and remove refraction as much as possible, but they have formulas to
No,
remove
no.
it when.
Listen. You're not listening. You're just blabbing. We've gone out on a day. You and me. We've got our sexy theodolite, real expensive one. Air temperature, perfect. 0 refraction. So let's take our reading. We look at the hill that's 2 mile away. Elevation.
So they
5
measure an elevation,
degrees.
right?
So they've measured a hill at 5 degrees positive. So what now?
So they have to remove the curvature of the Earth.
What do you
to
mean
get
they
the
have to
correct
remove the
elevation.
curvature? No, they don't.
Well,
we've just taken. Hey, what part of we've just taken the elevation? You've set the we've set the theodolite up. We've pointed it to the trig marker at the local hill. It's 2 miles away. It's an increase on the theodolite reading of 5 degrees. Okay, so theodolite says 5 degrees. Hill is 2 miles away. Okay?
Right.
Excellent. What are we doing with it now? We've got our positive 5 degrees.
You should have something like 32 inches of curvature on the globe, right? If you were on a globe, you'd have 32 inches.
Where are you getting that from? You're assuming that. All we've done is taken an angle degree to the local hill. I've given you the numbers. 2 miles away, 5 degrees on the theodolite. Perfect. 50000. Where's your curvature? Your curvature is just assumptions. When you're a kid at school, they gave you an idea and you believe it. You've never gone out and tested this idea. It is just a figment of your imagination. Nowhere in reality have you ever seen this ball. Nowhere in reality have you ever seen curvature. You just have a preloaded image in your head and you've just gone along with it. Sorry, Dylan.
You're not dealing with the argument here. We were talking about surveying.
You haven't given one. We've gone out with our survey theodolite. There's no reasons. We've got the tools. Listen, because you're not listening, son. Listen carefully. We've got the theodolite. You're standing beside me. This is not negotiable. We've pointed theodolite at the trig marker of the local hill. The theodolite is tilted up at 5 degrees. The local hill from where we've taken the reading is 2 miles away. Okay, 2 miles away, 5 degrees up. Where's your curvature?
So we calculate with trigonometry with the 5 degrees of angle and the 2 miles that the hill should be a certain elevation, correct?
So you can work out its elevation? Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Something like probably a tangent. So you calculate this elevation, and that would be the answer that you get from planar surveying. What we do is remove the 32 inches of curvature because what you're seeing
curvature? Where did you get the curvature from?
The formula.
What formula? There's no need to bend it and twist it through a formula. You're measuring it directly.
You get
notice how you remember I said earlier you've got to twist it through a formula to get your curvature. Your curvature is an assumption. You're assuming it's curved and you're deliberately twisting it through a formula to manufacture curvature. My good friend, your curvature is nothing more than your imagination and some twisted mathematics. That's all it is. Nowhere in reality does it actually appear.
That's the technique that they use to create accurate flat maps. Right? It's more convenient to have a flat map with elevation.
We just measured it directly. Maps are not the territory. So don't assume a piece of paper is the ground. They can be easily broken. It is very easy to make mistakes.
Creating elevation
cartography.
Right? You're trying to create these elevation maps.
No, all we did was took one elevation from the local hill. You and me, we set the theodolite up, we pointed at the hill. Up 5 degrees, 2 miles away. We know the distance is accurate. We know the machine says it's up 5 degrees. You now have to twist it through a formula and imagine you've got curvature in the first place. Why do you need to assume you've got curvature in the first place when you just took a direct angle measurement? Someone just dropped in. Welcome. I didn't see who it was. Yeah, Clipcord's listening. Yeah, Clippy, I think he is the new Ice JJ Fish. He's not real bright. Lots of assumptions. Maybe he just clicked on just then. That's why he left. Everything's assumptions. And welcome, Andy. I think it was. You still there, DJ? Or you still waiting for your laptop to do its thing?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I didn't do any good in my photos, but I went and had a look yesterday, and what was really interesting, and even my mum said the same thing. They could have just drawn the names out of a hat, like because all of the photos
Yeah.
were my quality, and yeah, it's like wow.
You know,
It
if
was
it's hard, it's hard. Who knows how
yeah.
they? It's probably the opinion of the judges as well, and
Yep. Well, that's what it comes down to
who
at the end
knows?
of the end of the day. So
Look
if
at
they
art
happen to like
competitions,
certain,
man. Like my wife's like an amazing, super detailed artist, and she'll enter competitions sometimes. She's done good in some of them, but sometimes she'll show me who won, and it'll be just the most ridiculous freaking picture you've ever seen. That's just trash.
yeah,
But because it's like edgy, like some LGBTQ bullshit or something like that, some shitty picture will win just because it's like you know what I mean? It's fitting the narrative that the judges like. They're like, oh, this is this
this
is
is the current
edgy. It
theme.
goes, yeah, it's got nothing to do with the quality of the picture. It's just to do with the type of judge. I don't know.
Yeah. One of my
Some
mates was telling
junk
me about it.
picture will win.
His missus
Mm-hmm.
takes photos, and she's supposed to be pretty handy at it too. And she entered a couple of years ago 5 or 6 photos in the Royal Sydney Royal Easter Show, and took places across a couple of categories. All right. So when they moved out here where I am, re-entered all the photos in the local show, didn't even get a look in. The same photos that took places in the Sydney show, because that's what they thought. Oh, well, these are good. We're just going to clean up here. They dropped the same lot in again and didn't even get a look in. So it just shows
Yep.
it's the judge on the day. But what was interesting about it, and this is what really caught my eye, is normally when you've got a group of photos, images, whatever that you're judging, there's some that are bottom end, and you can tell they're not that crash hot, whether they're blurry, composition failures, whatever. Then there's a great big, in the middle of the bell curve, there's a big chunk of them that are very, very similar. It's just whatever the photo of is different. Great composition, great clarity, everything is good. And then there's always that one that just stands out, that's above and beyond everyone else. There's always that one single one. Well, over there wasn't the one single one. They were all the midsection. And it was like, oh, wow, this would have been a bastard to judge. And that's what I said. My mum just said
Yep.
they could have picked anyone for this. And that's what I said, the same thing. They could have just threw names in a hat, pulled them out. That's who's won. Wouldn't surprise me if that's what they did,
Exactly.
because there's some really good photos there.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's hard to choose if there's a lot of good ones.
The reflection one that I thought was going to go all right, the one that actually won that was basically nearly looked identical to mine. It probably could have been the same spot, was just a coloured version of that. That's the one that got the seascape. So yeah, I don't think there would have been much in it, unless they're sitting there with magnifying glasses and they're checking for hot spots and all sorts of things. But I doubt they'd be doing that. A lot of them don't even know much about IR. They would have just assumed it was a black and white. But no, it was good to go and see what others were doing and how they presented them. A lot of them had small frames. So the theme was to be, I just had mine on cardboard because that's one of the conditions. But a lot of them had small, like half-inch frames around all their images. You're only allowed an external total size. So if you've got a thick boarded frame, you've naturally got a smaller image. And yeah, a lot of them were frames. So that seemed to be the common thing. But that's all right.
Yep.
I know what to do next year, so it's all good. Live and learn.
Awesome. Yeah, yeah.
But I did enjoy it though. It was nice to go up there and see what others were doing. Yeah, a lot of very similar themes. But yeah, there was nothing that real. I was talking to a mate about last night, And I said, yeah, there was nothing that really just jumped out and said, this is kick ass, this wins. And like normally in an art competition of any type, there's always that one that just really stands out that everyone just goes, oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, there was none of that. So, yeah, I was quite happy with that.
Awesome. Which one did you enter?
Actually, I can post them all up for you. Love the side chat with pictures. I just got to round them up. Show possibles. Okay, so in the seascape was that one. In digital art, because they had a digital art category.
Oh, that's a
even though
nice
it's still
one. I like that picture.
digital art, I did that. The only in digital art, you're allowed to modify pixels and stuff. In every other category, you're allowed to crop, rotate, no questions asked. So, which I think if they're going to have a photography competition, you shouldn't be allowed to rotate them. You should be allowed to crop them. But yeah, I don't think you should be allowed to rotate images. I entered that one. I can't remember if I did that under landscape. Well, when it loads. What was nice, that last one I just posted up, when I was there checking all the photos out, there was another couple that were there pointed at that said they really liked that last one. Where is?
Is it a old railway track or what?
Yep, railway bridge.
Shit, they ran a train along that thing? Doesn't look very sturdy.
Yeah, I've got other photos of it looking along it. They were early on. Oh, yeah, that's 2995. That one there, I think it was 95. Where is? I'll see if I can find the other railway track one so you can look along it. You see how super stable it is. No, it was before them. So I've got the silo photo, got the reflection one, silo photo, bridge one, park one. What was? What was the other two? I can't remember. Oh, the leaf one. There was one with the top of a tree that just looked really cool with the light coming through it. Where is it? Yeah, there's that same bridge, believe it or not, just from the other side of the cluster of trees. So that's that same bridge. All I was just more to the left, or more to the right, in amongst those trees, looking out. And I did actually jump the fence and climb up and took a photo along it somewhere. I can't find him at the moment. Yeah, there's one where I stood up next to it. So that's looking back into the trees when it loads. So, So yeah, so the 1, 2, 3, first 4 are ones I entered into the show. And I can't find. Maybe it was in that one there. I love the light on that. It didn't print out as good as I thought it would have, but I just thought it looked really cool how it turned a pine tree into feathers.
Yeah, those are cool. Oh yeah, it does look like feathers.
And there's one more. What was the last one? I can't remember now. Reflection, that was in Seascape. Silo was digital. That was landscape. That was landscape. That was animals and nature. I can't remember what the last one was. How many's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I ended 6. I can't remember what the last one was now. Can't be 2. Oh yeah, that where it is. Found him. That one there. The railway track one along the side, the silo. I should have done it as put it in the postcard category. I don't know. I seem to take photos from feeling, not from what I'm seeing. That last one reminds me of winter time. Cold. Even though I was quite happy to stand in the shade and take that, because it was pretty warm that day. Why is this peanut posting things against you, DJ? Looming is an atmospheric optical illusion where distant objects that are normally hidden below the horizon appear to be lifted or looming above it. Okay. Oh, I can't see what the original message was. Thanks, DJ. Oh, he's gone.
Guys, they just found out the Earth is actually a triangle. That's why the pyramids were built that way.
Is that the best you've got? Oh, he only ran away. Why is our side chat getting spammed by this dumb shit? He's got AI telling him what these things are now. Huh. Yeah, DJ, we've now got Clown Show in the side chat. Donald J. Dumbass telling us from AI what looming is and what sinking refraction is. So the first one, looming. So where is the AMS looming? There it is. So let's compare what his AI says to what the American Meteorological Service or Society says Looming is an atmospheric optical illusion where distant objects that are normally hidden below the horizon appear to be lifted or looming above it. Okay, so AMS says a mirage in which the image of distant objects is displaced upwards. Because the displacement increases with distance, a horizontal surface such as that of a body of water appears to bend upward, and one's perception is that of being inside a broad, shallow bowl. Indeed, the upward bending surface results in an optical horizon that can be much farther from the observer than in the absence of a mirage. Looming is an example of a superior mirage. The opposite of looming is sinking. Looming occurs when a concave side of light rays from a distant object is down, and thus in turn occurs when the refractive index of the atmosphere decreases with height. This is very common, but the displacement is usually sufficiently small as to be unremarkable. However, when there is a temperature inversion over the surface, the looming can be striking. And also sinking. Sinking is that one. A mirage in which the image of a distant object is displaced downwards. Because the displacement increases with distance, a horizontal surface, such as that of a body of water. I love that sentence. Or just the end of it. A horizontal surface such as that of a body of water. What are these guys trying to tell us? Desert or road appears to bend downwards, and in one's perception is that of it being on top of an inverted bowl, or possibly on a planet with a very much smaller radius. Indeed, the downward bending surface results in an optical horizon that can be very much closer to the observer than in the absence of a mirage. So it makes things look closer, presses it. Sinking is an example of an inferior mirage. The opposite of sinking is looming. Sinking occurs when the concave side of light rays from a distant object is up, and this in turn occurs when the refractive index of the atmosphere increases with height. This only happens near a surface when the heat flux is upward, and so the temperature gradient decreases with height. This is common over a warm surface, such as might occur over a sun-warmed ground or a lake at night. Sinking is often accompanied by a two-image inferior mirage. Both of those from the American Meteorological Society. I like how he comes in and posts up all these things about refraction and lasers bending and all this stuff. He's never actually shown what he claims is happening to us. So, for example, the FE core tests. If he was bringing video that we use from the FE core tests that are showing the lasers bending all around the place, and he was throwing that back in our face, I'd go, yep, fair call, you've got me. But he's never actually produced anything other than the fish tank full of sugar water and all these definitions of refraction actually happening. We're yet to see it. So if anyone at home has actually witnessed Ice JJ Fish, aka Donald J. Epstein, producing lasers bending downwards, please tell me, because I'm yet to see it. I don't think anyone else, I don't know of anyone that's actually seen it. Welcome. There we go. Bible Princess. Oh, the official Bible Princess. I'm sorry. I didn't know there was different versions. Oh, someone else knocked. Welcome. Welcome.
God bless you.
Yes, Earth is flat. You'll learn to live with it.
Well, they have been living with it the whole time.
A lot of them seem to be living in denial. Living with some dream that a kindergarten teacher concocted and handed to them. And they've never really questioned, they've just gone about their lives.
I never even questioned why that person taught kindergarten.
Hmm. I actually do feel sorry. I used to hate school and school teachers, but now I feel sorry for them. When they first start, they've got these aspirations of teaching the youth, pushing sensible data onto children so they can grow up and be wise. And then all of a sudden, after they get through university and finally get to their cool teaching position, they get handed the curriculum. This is what you've got to teach the kids. Oh, poor things. Like you, Fritz. What did they teach you when you were at school? Okay, you're flashing up, but there's no sound coming out, bro. I don't know if you're nervous. I don't know if you're having a microphone breakdown.
Your lights are on, but nobody's home.
Yeah.
I didn't
didn't
call
wanna
the
s-
question because I'm listening to techno music. Could you repeat your question, please?
What did they teach you when you were at school about the Earth, mate?
I don't think they. Oh yeah, no. In geography, we learned about the seasons. Yeah, and seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. Yeah, we learned that. Yeah, that happened. Almost
How
like
did they
second grade.
How did they verify such a claim? What did they do to you for you that proved that the Earth is tilting?
Tilt in relation to what?
We have seasons, therefore.
Oh, it didn't verify it at all. No.
They what?
Oh, we had a textbook. Textbook says something, and we learn it. Why would you need to verify that?
So you know that it's true, and it's not just a
Well,
cool story.
I mean, like in math, we learned like 2 + 2 is 2. It's like 4, and like we learned in
Oh, that's
in
crazy,
Yeah, but you
man.
don't
Hey, it
you
says
don't need a book.
textbook, therefore it's true.
You don't need a book to do 2 + 2 is 4. You can use stones or blades
Yeah,
of
okay, well,
grass, or you can use like dog turds or anything.
Those little
I mean, like
blocks that you used to get as a kid.
textbook also told me like how to read. So like, there's that. Like, why would I question
Hang
the
on a minute.
textbook? The
Hold on.
textbook just always
I've
says
got to
something.
ask. How did the textbook teach you how to read if you couldn't read in the first place?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. That's crazy logic.
Oh, you don't have that in America. It's called the Fibel. Here in Germany, it's like halfway point between like a pictures book and a real textbook. It's used in first grade in order to teach like children like how to like not read like words but like sounds. So like
Oh, so
th
a
like the.
teacher uses it with the student.
I suppose so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because a book wouldn't teach you how to read all by itself, would it? You'd open it up and it'd say on page 1, this book is going to teach you how to read, and you're going to read that and go, okay, now I'm going to learn how to read.
No, that would be crazy, man. No, that we don't. That we don't do. No, doctor, why are you asking?
So that's not the same as
Go
being
on.
told that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, is it?
I suppose not. No.
No, it's not. Same as it's 2 and 2 is 4 is not the same as being told you live on a tilted spinning ball inside a gigantic vacuum chamber that nothing can exist in except for rocks and ice and flying things.
Suppose not. No.
Yep, that's it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't
Just
get it.
the idea does. What do you mean? The idea doesn't work anymore. You can't have water in a vacuum
Why?
because it'll turn into gas.
Why?
Because there's no air pressure keeping it in liquid form.
Yeah, why would the water then turn into like gas?
Because there's no air pressure pressing down on it to keep it in liquid state.
Yeah, but like, what's
Seeking
like the
equilibrium.
physical? Like, what's the equation behind that?
So
Can
if
you
I take a
calculate that
glass
for
of
me?
water, I don't know. We could figure it out, I guess.
That's what
Probably
you
have
don't
to do
know.
it. We probably have to do it about 50 times and come up with our own conclusion because I don't trust other people. So we would do it
Okay.
ourselves. So we would take my vacuum chamber, which is I don't know about 50 feet away from me, and we'll put some
But if
water
you
in
don't
it.
trust other people, why should I
Oh
trust
no,
you?
yeah, that's why I bought my own equipment. Go buy your own equipment.
Yeah, but I can't trust you. Then
No,
you're
then you
trying
can
No,
to
but
go.
trick
that's
Then
that's
you can
why
go
you're
buy your
doing
own
it
equipment.
yourself.
Yeah, you go
So
buy
if you
your own
Fritz,
equipment.
if you buy your own stuff and you get yourself a mini vacuum chamber and you put a glass of water in the mini vacuum chamber, close the lid, turn it on, all of a sudden now the air gets evacuated and the water starts to bubble and eventually evaporates completely. No water left, no air in the chamber.
Maybe there's something wrong with the machine.
No, that's not how that. No,
No.
that's the
Machine
machine's
working
working
perfectly.
properly. Yeah, that's the
So how
machine
many
working the correct way.
How many vacuum machines do you have?
Why would I have a bunch of vacuum chambers?
Okay,
I
so you
only
have a
need
sample
one.
size of one. You have a sample size of one. That's not good.
Why would I need a bunch of vacuum chambers? I can just do it over and over.
Well, you just have one, so that's like statistical. You know, it could be an anomaly.
No, that's not how it
Well,
works.
hey, Fritz,
That's
hold on.
exactly
I'm
how
just
it
going to
works.
ask Professor Triangle a question. Professor Triangle, I have seen multiple videos on YouTube and other platforms where they've placed liquid items into vacuum chambers and water evaporated out completely. Is that what happens in yours? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right, so those videos do show perfectly what happens in reality.
Yeah, you can use those as if I was standing there showing that to you. You got to leave your pump
Excellent.
running because the reason why you leave your pump running is because this is where they fucked up at the beginning. They said there was a big bang in an ever expanding universe. So that means your pressure is always getting lower and lower because that container is getting bigger and bigger. So the container that's creating the vacuum. So you just leave that pump running and you can debunk outer space within 1 hour. 1 hour debunks outer space.
Cool.
Could be something wrong with the machine.
No, that's the machine's working. Yeah, it's working.
You're,
It's doing the
you're
correct.
never
Well, how would you know?
you're never going to convince Fritz. Fritz is just a chronic question
Oh, I'm
asker,
not worried about
constantly
him.
trying to.
I'm not worried about it. I can do this all day long. I'll
So,
make it so
Fritz,
that I'll make it so that he bans himself. Watch.
so Fritz, when you say there could be something wrong with the machine, as in
Yeah.
it's not sucking air out, because that's its job. It's a sealed box with a hole on one side and a tube attached to it. On the other end of that tube is basically a glorified vacuum cleaner. You turn it on, it has one job: suck air out. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. If it does not work, the air does not go out.
Sure, but it could create like an electric field, which is fucking with the water. That's why it evaporates. You know.
How is
Nope.
it going? How is a vacuum going to create an electric field?
Yeah, that didn't
Well, the machine
happen.
operates with electricity, does it not?
Nope.
They're not connected. There's a tube
No.
between the box and the pump. They're separate
But like
devices.
it's operating with electricity.
I could use water power to do it. I don't need to use electricity.
Yeah, then okay, then do it with water power.
Why?
Unless the water might also be charged.
Wow. You don't know how anything works, do you?
Yeah, he has no clue.
This is just so
You're like basically like you're
So,
basically
let me-
retarded. You probably don't have a job, do you?
Let me get this straight. We have a box. On top of the box is a valve. Connected to that valve is a rubber tube. At the end of the rubber tube is a pump. You turn the pump on, it starts sucking air out. The air gets removed out of the rubber tube and gets to the valve. You open the valve, it starts sucking air out of the box. So these two devices are not connected electrically. How are we getting some kind of electrical breakdown between a box
You're
with a
not-
rubber
you're not.
tube attached to it?
You're just being captivated by his
I
delusions.
know, but you
That's all
haven't
that's happening.
explained why the water would be boiling. Sounds strange to me.
Because there's no air
The water
pressure
is not.
pressing
The
down
water
on
is
the
also
water.
not
There's,
boiling. The
it's
water is
not. There's
not
no air.
boiling.
There's no air pressure pressing down on the water, so it has to go somewhere. So it turns into gas. No pressure pressing on it.
The water does not boil. It starts to
I don't
bubble
know.
up because it wants to seek equilibrium with the rest of everything around it. And there's no air pressure, so it starts to break down into gas as it seeks equilibrium.
I don't know, mate. I've seen like fog at like eye level. Like fog doesn't rise that high. You have fog at normal atmosphere pressure. So I
What
don't.
does
I don't.
fog?
I don't
What does fog have to do with anything? That's like that.
Well,
That
you're
means
telling
nothing.
me the water is turning into like fog because of the lack of air pressure, but like I see fog.
No,
at
there's
eye
no
level,
fog.
so-
Forget the fog, Fritz.
There's
There's
no
no
fog.
fog. What up? We're gonna just Jedi time. This is not the fog you're looking for.
I don't know, like this whole water turns into vapor thing because of vacuum. Sounds fishy, mate. You haven't explained anything. You just said like it does.
Why
But
don't,
why?
instead
Because
of
it does.
sitting here arguing and complaining about it, why don't you go and do a very simple Google search? Does water turn back into a gas if placed in a vacuum chamber?
Look,
And
you're
it's
telling me
turned on.
that. Why should I look up your arguments? Like you're telling me that.
Well,
I'm not.
how do you know we're not lying? So you need some kind of confirmation that is not us. We could be telling lies. You need to prove now whether we're telling the truth or not telling the truth. How are you going to do that? What tools are you going to use to validate, verify, or prove that we are speaking truth or not truth?
Being
Because that's the
skeptical.
options you've got. Yeah, you're being skeptical. That is correct. So at the moment, you've got a choice that Professor Triangle is telling the truth or Professor Triangle is not telling the truth. So how are you going to tell the difference? What can you do?
By asking how it works, like maybe he has like some. More
He's already
details.
told you. He's already
he
told
just
you
said
how it works. He
It
told
works.
you
It
what
works because it
happens.
works. No,
Yes, he
there
told.
was
What
no
did he tell you
explanation.
about air pressure? He told you
Yeah.
something about the air pressure. What happens?
Yeah, it turns water into vapor, but not like why. Just happens. Like
Yeah,
why?
because I
Because
removed
of
the air pressure. I removed the air pressure. I lowered it.
Yeah, but like what's called like what's the physical effect here? What's the equation?
It's not pressing
what
down on the
effect?
water as much anymore.
I don't know, like I know, like something only moves when you push something. When you move, you can only move.
Yeah, you
something
can
by
you can push
pushing.
things with air. That's for sure.
Yeah, but like you're
That's
telling
called
me, you take the
pneumatics.
air
That's
out and the
pneumatics.
water suddenly
That's called
suddenly
pneumatics.
moves.
If you use water,
Yeah, but
that
like,
would be hydraulics or oil, whatever.
yeah, but like you're telling me the vapor moves out of its own will now. You remove the pressure and
it
suddenly water
changes
gets removed.
phase. It changes phase due to the lack of pressure. You are
Yeah,
now
but there's
going
no
from
energy.
Like
Like there's
you're
no
going.
energy.
Yes, the energy is getting sucked out due to the vacuum pump. The
Yeah, then why
pressure is
would
getting
water
lowered.
change?
The
I really
pressure
think.
is getting lowered, thus a phase change.
I really don't think Fritz is ever going to understand what you're saying, and at this point, you're probably just getting loose harvested by his incessant retarded
It's okay
questions.
because he's purposely is trying not to understand anything because he knows what will happen if he really does understand it.
He doesn't seek understanding. All he does is seek more delusion.
Right, like you're telling me like water just changes? Like even
Yes.
though you don't apply any energy on it. It just doesn't seem to make sense because every
But
other
you
thing in the
did.
world needs always energy
Like,
to change.
Excuse
even
me.
what you just
There
said was
is
crazy.
energy applied. The energy applied is via the vacuum pump sucking the air out. That's the energy applied.
Yeah, but you're saying it's taking energy out of the system, not into the system. So why would the water change if you take
Because the
energy out of
water
the
So it's
water?
a so
the
you're
water's
agreeing
seeking
that so
equilibrium.
you've agreed, Fritz, that it's a change of energy. That's all we need. Thank you very much.
No. I said you need to apply energy in order to change something. No, you're saying
Positive
you're taking
energy
away
or
from something.
negative energy, either a positive change or a negative change is still a change. Thus, you've got your phase change. There's no rule saying it must be always positive energy applied. Negative energy. Pushing, positive. Pulling, negative. See? You still move something.
I don't know, negative energy. Well, what's that supposed to be? Like an anti-what?
The opposite of positive.
Anti-what?
I think you
Never
are
heard of
just being
anti-what.
deliberately stupid, and I hope you realise this is recorded, and we can play back this anytime we want.
But seriously, negative energy? Like, what's that supposed to be?
Yeah, now you're just trolling. I can
No, seriously,
sense
I've
your
never heard of that
shit-eating grin.
concept in physics. Like, okay, in science fiction, I heard of that, but like, we mean negative energy.
I gave you an example.
But like, what is like the unit used for that? Like,
If
what's
you
the
were to
calculation?
push something, would you consider that positive or negative?
Well, I'm applying force, so that would be positive, of course.
Excellent. If you were to pull something, would you consider that positive or negative?
Well, I'm again applying force, so that's positive.
So it's a negative force. You're assuming it's positive. It's coming
it's
backwards.
positive.
It's negative.
No. What do you
You're just
mean?
assuming positive. You, in your mental construct, have gone, I am pushing. Something is moving, so therefore
Yeah, I'm
positive
going
energy.
forward.
No,
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be positive. It just has to be a change of energy. Not always positive gets the same result. It is a difference from 0 to -5, +5. It's the same amount of energy. Just because it's got a plus or a minus in front of it does not mean it's not energy change. All you're seeing is the 5 equals positive. Doesn't matter if it's got a plus or a minus in front of it. It is still a net change of 5.
Sounds like this antimatter stuff NASA is always talking about.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, what's the difference to this NASA stuff?
NASA doesn't
NASA
talk
lies.
about antimatter.
Pretty sure NASA are like, what was like these Switzer guys, these Swiss guys talking about it.
No.
So, Crimson, do you normally follow this other thing around just to translate?
Follow what around?
Fritz.
No, I have no idea who he is. It's just there are people's psychology is very similar. So it's like if you met one Fritz, you met them all.
You met them
you know?
all.
Oh, I guarantee you, there's nobody like me.
I think you're really underestimating how common your types of delusions are.
Dude,
As a per-
you are like the standard NPC, dude.
Yeah. Not like you. There's an American version called Ice JJ Fish. There's another American version called Dylan. We've had him in here this morning.
What is an NPC? What does that stand for?
That's enough right there.
What do you mean? Like an American?
You don't have to go any further, eh?
So like a person of color thing?
Absolutely.
All right, keep your secrets.
What I always find crazy is like me personally, when someone says something, someone uses a word I've never heard before, my first instinct is to go look it up so that I can obtain that knowledge, so I can never have that misunderstanding ever again. But you'll ask 700 questions. You'll never once do a Google search.
And then when you do finally convince them to just have a quick Google search of some basic definitions, the first thing they type in, how to debunk flat earthers. And they'll get Professor Dave or some other moron. And it's just like, you didn't really type in the thing you should have been researching, dude. So now you're going to get stuck with, are they telling lies or are they telling the truth? And you still don't know because you haven't looked up the definition of the word you're originally after.
Yeah. I find when you look at most debates, most people's disagreements are just because they don't agree in the same definitions of words. So it's like, if you can't meet at that foundation, like, do we both agree that this word means X, Y, and Z? Then we can't even have a rational discussion, right? Because we have an irreconcilable difference. And it's like, even if I sit here and prove to you that my X, Y, and Z is correct, and Y is way more important than you think it is, doesn't matter how much I show you, you're never going to change your belief, because that's the hardest thing to do in any person, is to change their subjective belief. Everyone thinks they know it. Everyone thinks they got it. And in reality, all of us know dick all. We know less than a fraction of a percent of what the hell is even going on.
So basically, from the last couple of years of me being in here allegedly yelling at people all the time, this whole debate comes down to the definition of the word level. 99% of the globers that come in here will grab a broken definition of the word level, and that's what this is all down to.
How come
And
you have so much
philosophy.
free time?
Also, don't forget, none of them know what a triangle is.
I'm sorry, Professor Triangle. No one knows what a triangle is.
Yeah. So what's your definition of the word level? Like I like, in my own ignorance, I would say a level is a horizontal plane.
Isn't that from a video game? You know, you have multiple levels.
The level has been used
Has multiple
linguistically in many
meanings,
different
yeah.
ways. Yeah, most words do.
So how about we go to
That's why you need to know context.
Let's have a look here. Cambridge Dictionary online. And check it out. I'll just type it in now.
He only
The word we're after
he only
is
knew
level.
levels meant that in a video game because he's never been out of his house in an elevator or parking garage before.
Okay, so let's check it out. All the different tags that go with the word level, I suppose, is a nice way of wording it. Start off with the height of something. Example, the water level in the lake is much higher after heavy rain. The amount or number of something. Example, inflation is going to rise 2% from its present level. And then we go down a bit further. Someone's ability compared to other people are classed for advanced level students. That's the example. Next one, a floor in a large building. Ground level. The library has 3 levels with a conference center at ground level. Scroll down. Next one, a position within a system which people are arranged according to their importance. Example, these are subjects for discussion at a management level. As we scroll down.
Now you're just believing the textbook again. Just like
But what are all of these?
I'm not
like,
believing a textbook. I'm reading out text.
Yeah.
I didn't say I
And if you-
believe it. I'm reading it out.
Yo, you didn't check that.
Yeah, but if you would listen,
I
to what he's saying,
haven't got to
then you
that
would talk,
position
then
yet.
if you would listen to what he's saying, then you could talk about what he's saying instead of trying to critique the way he's trying to present information, right? Like, I listened to him, and it's like all of those examples he provided, although many of them were really big different contexts, all of them are basically describing a flat ceiling or a limit, right? like a flat, or we got to go to a management level because we got to go
A limitation.
up.
Yeah.
We got to go up to a higher ceiling here because these people can't take care of it, right? And it's like it's always like a flat level, flat, even horizontal, a place higher up, right? But it's always flat, horizontal.
But wait, Fritz, there's more. At the same height as something or someone, level with, the top of the tree is level with his bedroom windows.
How do you
Scroll down a
know
bit
that these
further.
words mean this? How did you verify
Flat.
it?
How about this? Flat or horizontal. Make sure the camera is level before you take the picture. Place the device on a firm, level surface. Before I bang
How
the
do you
nails in,
verify?
would you say this picture was level? Well,
He
how do I
wouldn't know how
verify
to. He
this?
wouldn't know how to take a picture though. Listen to him talking. He doesn't understand what that means to level a camera. So he would not be able to use a camera. So we can rule him out as a photographer for any jobs.
That's all right then.
But
Having
like,
the
how do
same
you
value
verify that the
or
word level actually means that?
Have you ever used a level, like the tool with a little bubble in it? Have you ever used one of those before? Do you understand the object? Like, have you seen it in a YouTube video?
do you know what
Yeah,
a
but
builder's
I'm
level
serious.
is?
How do you know?
Fritz,
How do
Fritz,
you verify
Fritz,
that this
how
word
do we
actually
know? How do
means
we
that?
verify? You're about to do it. Do you know what a builder's level is? Yes or no?
No, I'm familiar with the term.
But you've never
Have you seen
actually
the? Have you
used a
seen
level
this?
with a little bubble in it, right? That like goes back and forth depending on if the surface is level with the planar field of the horizontalness of our reality.
See, apparently the word comes from the Latin word libella, which is means silver coin, or 1/10 of a dinar. Now you're telling me that the Latin word for silver coin means
Where did you
flat.
get that
That sounds
information from?
highly unethical.
Where did you get that etymology from?
I looked up the word.
On where? See, when I first started reading out all these level things, I told you where I was getting that information from.
Yeah, but where
So
comes from?
you
Where
can
comes the word
also
level?
go to that same spot. So this is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to go to etymology and suffix.com and I'm going to type in the word level. 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 Enter. And it's going to say straight off. And I'll actually, where's my snipping tool? And I'm going to post it directly into the side chat. Control C. Control V. Done. Tool to indicate a horizontal line from Old French livelle, a level. Ultimately from Latin libella, a balance. Level. Also a monetary unit. Diminutive of libra. Balance scale. Unit of weight.
Yeah.
See libra. Spanish niveau.
Yeah.
Modern French niveau. All from the
So
same
you're
source
telling
but
me
altered by dissimilation, meaning position
Yeah.
marked by a horizontal line, as in sea level.
So you're telling me now the old Latin word for silver coin means flat. It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
No, you're
You
inserting
actually
that.
believe
No,
that?
at no stage did I say the old Latin word for silver coin means flat.
You
You're
Yes,
the one.
yes,
You're
the
the
old
one
silver
that
coins were
strawmanned the
flat.
shit.
Yes, the
They
old
were
silver coins
actually,
were
yeah.
flat.
You did say libella, which it was a Latin word, and you did say meant
Yeah.
for
You
monetary
obviously can't
unit.
read. Fritz, English, side chat. 9 minutes past the hour. I posted it for your disability. I mean, convenience.
For your disability.
Yeah, also monetary unit. Yeah, it's the word.
Well,
It's the
well,
old
hold up.
Latin word for silver coin.
Let's
That's
look at
like
this
that's like
critically.
saying a dollar means flat. You know, you're literally saying like dollar means flat. You know that doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah,
So
because you're an idiot. There's nothing I can
right.
do for that.
You're just
It's written
making
down
shit
in
up.
black and white for you.
Yeah,
Dr.
also monetary unit.
Coppertine.
You're telling me the word level also means is also an old name for monetary unit.
It's written
That's
down. You're not
ridiculous.
arguing. Listen, stupid. You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with the fucking source I gave you.
Yeah, and your
Do you
source doesn't
comprehend
seem
that?
very believable. You know, it
Well,
doesn't
if
sound
you don't
believable.
like it, this is what's going to happen. You can go to another source, you can tell us where you got it from, and you can post it in the side chat. So post your
Look,
source up so we can examine that and we can all cry about it, please. Post
I
it in the
don't
side
claim to
chat.
know the truth. I don't claim
Well,
to know the
actually,
truth.
you shouldn't be claiming anything if you're not going to back your data up. I posted the data, you don't like it. That's nice.
So my
I
spidey
don't
sense is
claim to know the
tingling.
truth. I'm just looking for it.
My spidey sense is tingling. So I think what's happening, because I'm really looking at this conversation situation. What if Fritz is actually an NPC made by the Archons, and right now he's doing this like retarded, like questioning and straw manning just to try to get you, Dr. Copatine, riled up, so that these interdimensional beings can loosh harvest all of this frustration energy that you're projecting at him.
Well, what they don't realise is I actually feed off their cope.
Yeah, but like,
so I'm
I-
fully charged at the moment, so it's great. This is good. I've had enough off this idiot already to just go and do my whole day now. And I'll be back here later on anyway, so. The problem is what he's done, he's looked at that and he's gone, picked one word out of that, monetary. That's all he saw. He saw one word which backed up all the stupid that he was saying. But what he didn't consider is the fact that it says also a monetary unit in brackets.
No, it's the first meaning of the word.
The first thing it says mid-14C. Tool
Yeah,
to
well, your
indicate
source is
a
wrong.
horizontal line. So you're
No,
lying.
no.
Why are you lying to me?
It's actually like the number 4, meaning it actually stands for, you know, like...
Hang on a minute. Stop. No, that's a fail. You've typed in libella. No, you should have typed in level. We're looking at the etymology of the word... No. We're looking at the etymology of the word, Fritz. Behave yourself. We are looking at the etymology of level, not libella.
Yeah, but that's the word where level is derived
No,
from.
not yeah, but I want you to go back to that same program and type in the word level and then
Whatever
print
he's
out what
even
it puts
looking at
out.
isn't even in English. Like, how are we supposed to even look at this? This isn't even in English.
Yeah, but English is derived from another language, mate.
No,
It's
but
all
like
made
you're,
up, mate. It's all made up.
So you're trying to show us something. You're trying to show us something as a proof, but your proof has no proof in it, right? There's nothing in there.
Yeah, but like
There's
your
nothing.
own source
There's nothing
refers
there.
to. Let me read this again. Tool to indicate a horizontal line from Old French, ultimately from the Latin libella, a balance. I'm just using the word you gave me, libella. That's the basis for level.
So
Level
you've
comes from
taken
libella.
an entire
Libella
piece.
is
The
level.
word I gave you, Fritz, was
I'm taking your
level.
data, yeah. I'm taking your data, and your
So
data says
I want you
ultimately-
to. I want you. Yeah, you're
libella.
bored. See, cope elsewhere. You're an idiot. Go and type the word level into your bullshit source. Level. Maybe you should go over to the English Hub and practice English, and then come back here and just babble on with shit. Anyways, Crimson, your question about not being able to post stuff, you're only on level 2. In this server, you've got to be level 3 or higher. So it's just a matter of being in here long enough, mate. That's an easy one. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's level 3 or up. That's when you can start posting pictures and things.
Okay.
But if you do want to post something, if you want to send it to me, I can put it up for you. That's not a problem.
Okay. No, I think you're good. And yeah, you can't argue with these people, right? Because and I feel like if we choose to actually engage with these people who are literally, we know that they're just like you said, an NPC, or they're retarded, or they're almost purposely trolling. Like they know that they're wrong, but it's like they have a sunk cost fallacy, so they have to keep it going. And if you just choose to engage with these people, you're not going to get anywhere ever. And like kind of everybody listening too. Everybody listening is also losing, because Fritz is like a giant vacuum energy suck.
Energy sponge, yeah. That's probably why I do so well with them, because I've got energy to spare, so it's great. I absorb all the stupids, and hopefully they all wear out, and then people with serious questions come in, and all the nice flat earthers, AI Overlord, DJ, Cyclone, Indio, and there's a shit ton more. Old dude, obvious. There's a whole list of them that don't deal with these idiots. So I get to come in and just poke them with sticks, and so the good
Yeah,
guys don't have to deal with
as
stupids.
long as you're having fun.
I love it, mate. You got no idea how much I love this.
Yeah. I personally hate talking to stupid people. Like, I actually want to have a discussion. Like, I want to get somewhere. I want to build something
There's
constructively.
purpose. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, let's have a revelation. Let's figure out something no one's ever figured out before, right? But we're not going to get there with fucking retards, right? We're not going to get there with these.
We get them all
These
the time. If
people
you hang
are just
around
a
in here long
problem.
enough, you get to see wave after wave of them, and it's really interesting. If you, one day there, I spent what was it? It was 18, nearly 19 hours straight online, and you get to see patterns of when the clown car comes in. So for me, I'm up at about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. Get up, have breakfast, have a shower, and I'm online. And I'm online for till about 20 to 8. And there's normally already people online, so all the American fellas are online, and then I'll go to work. At lunchtime, sometimes I get to sit on my phone and have a listen, but most of the time it's just lag central, so I just get to listen. There's normally a reasonable chunk for the US guys. That is them after dinner or during dinner. So sometimes there's heaps on, sometimes there's not. I get home from work, and from that point onwards is when the clown car rolls in. So anytime from 4 o'clock AU Australia time, Eastern Standard Time, onwards, the clown car comes in, which is late night alcoholics. So all the guys that are up and around. So for who is it? I think it's West Side. That would put them as the either full tilt alcos that are still out on the juice, or the very early risers like your 4 o'clock in the morning guys getting up. Some of the guys do night shift and things like that, so they're online, which is cool. But yeah, it's very interesting watching the patterns of when people come and go. So yeah, we get the bottom of the barrel, or the very early I'm still scratching my eyes, I can't see yet. Beginners. But no, it is interesting the different clowns that you get, and the fail arguments that they put forward. It's just amazing. I should go and do some kind of psychology bloody course and just sit and study them.
Well, they just don't know how wrong they really are, right?
Well, whether they're wrong or right, it's the fact that they're not looking up the information. They're they're looking it up, but they're cherry picking. I've looked up the information and I've picked the only thing that reinforces my claim in the first place. So with me, I jumped online and went dictionary definition. Okay, maybe that dictionary is wrong. So I've looked up a few of them, and one of the dictionary definitions actually claims level as the distance equidistant from the center of the Earth. That's what it claims level as. So, okay, how did they get the center of the Earth to verify that this equidistant exists? So even within the definition, it makes a claim that can't be verified.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't believe that he had never seen like a level before, like
Oh, he
like a
probably
builder's
has.
level, or ever even used one. Like that little bubble, like 5 minutes with one of those, and watching that little bubble, you'll totally understand what level means.
Yeah, no point higher than another.
It's like the space we occupy itself. It has like a plane, like there's like a plane of inertia in whatever we're inside of, and everything is built on that plane. Do you think that space is fake?
Yeah, space is a violation of the second
So
law
what
of
is
thermodynamics with
so
entropy.
I also think space is fake and gay. But what do you think stars are then? What are when
I
we
don't know.
look
I don't
up
know what they are.
what is that? If it's not
When I
what
look
we're
up,
being
I see
told.
lights in the sky.
Yeah.
What is
I
really
drew it.
cool is some of those lights in the sky move, and they've been named: Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus, wandering stars, planetas. It's interesting when you start look up the where words come from.
Yeah, when you look
But
at
yeah,
a star through a telescope, they seem to behave more like a liquid plasma like light.
yeah, they look like lights in water.
Yeah, they look like a liquid
Yeah,
plasma light. And many of them are constantly shifting like through the light spectrum, and other ones are holding very solid in the light color that they project. I have this one theory that, right, like if we do live in some sort of hologram and space is actually just fake and gay, then what if whatever the stars are is actually like some sort of technology made by God, and it's like a light projector, and the field that we like that the earth, the hologram, is built on, what if it's just like some sort of concave mirror that like condenses light into a spiral, and then when the light condenses, it like basically bleeds through into the physical world, and that's basically what radiation is that light spiraling in on itself. And it's kind of like, because there's two worlds, right? There's the spiritual world, and then there's the physical world, and the physical world is a creation made by the spiritual world. That's what my belief is. So what if the stars are like a light projector that's creating the hologram? What do you think about that?
they could be just holes in the container so we can breathe. So many options, all things that we can't verify what they are.
I think,
That's why it's
yeah,
just cool stories.
it could be that, yeah, like maybe there is light coming from another place, and what we see as a star is like a hole into that light. That light from that other place is bleeding through into this dark place, and we are like the end result of where that light is hitting, right? Because when we look up, all the light of those stars, where is that light pointed? At us.
Yeah, so don't really know what they are. They're just lights in the sky to me. Look cool, lots of cool stories about them. But yeah, pretty hard to confirm who, what, where, when from where I am. So doesn't really worry me that much. You get a lot of globers pointing to the sky. I consider it a mental disorder. If you're trying to describe the ground whilst pointing at the sky, you've got problems.
Yeah.
It is a
Because
crack up.
the sky is quite mysterious, whereas the earth is very evidential. Do you think that we have a secret space program, since the actual space program is a fake crock of shit?
I don't think it's a secret. It's hidden in plain sight. It's there for everyone to see. It's just a version of Hollywood. That's how I see it.
No, I mean, like, do you think that there is actually like a secret space program where they have like interdimensional technology, or maybe like
Well,
advanced propulsion, or like gravitational craft?
I used to read a lot of conspiracy magazines and things that used to follow along those lines. And what I do like about it is everyone just goes, "Oh, there must be space if there's aliens and all that shit." And it's like, well, actually, alien, extraterrestrial, extra land. There's no actual thing stopping what you're talking about. So the shape of the ground has no effect on such a claim, or vice versa. Such a claim has no effect on the ground. So to me, it doesn't really matter. Like, if tomorrow a spaceship comes in, well, that's what we're going to call them, spaceships, or vehicle or transport vehicle pops up, and a dude jumps out and says, "Oh, by the way, I'm from Dimension X. You should come with us." They'd be like, "Well, I didn't see that coming." Probably grab a beer, have a beer with him. That'd be pretty cool.
Nice. That would be pretty cool.
But yeah, look,
You'd
it
be
doesn't
cool
really
with it
faze
though.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be cool. Like if all of a sudden
Yeah.
it was like reality just deconstructed
Like,
around you, and then the actual creator appeared and was like, "Hello, Dr. Copatine. It's time to finally reveal you the truth." You just be like, "All right, let's fucking do it."
step on it. Get it on. Yeah, and everyone else would be freaking out because there's something in their backyard, and it's just like, no, we can't handle this. And I'd be just like, yeah, this is freaking. I'd probably come in here and go, guys, check this shit out. Be filming and that, but get lots of photos. That'd be the way to do it. But no, it is actually quite interesting, all the possible stuff. But also, you got to look at over the years is how much we've actually been seeded with space movies and alien movies and all that kind of jazz. So back in the 50s when they were doing their studying people, all that CIA crap, they already knew that copious amounts of fear when you drive it into people makes them do silly things and think the wrong way. So who knows, man? Like, seriously, the amount of propaganda and stuff that's out there, who bloody knows? That's why we just stick to the basics. Go and measure it. Yep. What was your results? Come back and show us. We've got to ground them somehow.
I think space is one of the hardest things for people to even lean towards, the idea that space isn't real, or space isn't what they're telling us it is. Most people are like, think about how many people are involved, right? How many physicists, scientists, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, and all of these people who are in academics, who are operating big giant telescopes, right? Like, how many people would have to be actually involved in the lie?
Yeah, we get that question a lot. So that means
Yeah.
my school teacher and everyone must be in on it. No. What if it's not a lie? What if it's just misinformation that's been passed down?
That's the truth. Yeah.
And nobody has gone and investigated it because we're so busy with our eat, sleep, work, repeat life cycle that we just don't have time to do it.
What do you say about like the people who are operating these big, huge radio telescopes? Do you think that they're all those people who, like, every radio telescope is in on the line?
Well, I'm not denying the radio telescope or the people that are tilting them left and right. The data that they're receiving, though, that could be subjective. So one person will look at the data being received and just go, "Oh, look, that's just radiation coming from something." Whereas the next guy will go, "Oh, wow, we're being sent a message. This is amazing." You see, it's just pings and whistles and dots that are getting sent, and it's up to interpretation. So, yeah, the reason I'm not so worried about the whole radio telescope is I actually live not too far from Parkes radio telescope. You know, the one when they did the moon mission that they relayed the information from? That was the one.
Okay.
That's not far from where I live, actually. So, yeah. I've driven past it a few times. I've never actually been in there. I wouldn't mind going, just as a curiosity thing. But
But what we're
yeah,
saying
them
is a lot of people would have to be involved in the lie, right? If it is a
not
lie.
necessarily. In what way is the guy that's receiving data? So there's people there that are turning a great big dish. They tilt it up and down and turn it left and right. So they'll turn it, they'll point it towards a star. So let's just pick one, Polaris. Even though it's out of their visual range from here, they point it towards Polaris and they start picking up whistles and dots and dashes and screams. And now it's just up to the interpretation of probably another dude that's just sitting there. He's hearing stuff on his headphones. Beep 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 beep. Oh wow, that's Morse code for
Niggers.
Say again. Unfriendly Geordies, did you have something unconstructive to say?
Look at a Chinese meal.
Australia ain't even real, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Can you speak English now? Maybe take whatever
You
it is out of
speak
your mouth.
English now? Can you get that giant penis out your mouth?
You know what? Let's see if this works.
What an intellectual individual.
Fuck up, retard.
The crazy thing is he's gonna leave this moment and he's gonna think that he's not retarded.
Yeah, I'll make sure he doesn't impart any more stupidity upon us. That's better. Wow. See, and then we get clowns like that. You get used to it after a while. Makes you want to take up a psychology course or something, mate, and just sit in here and study the clowns that come and go. You just love it. Now, did I see Flatman drop in? How's it going, Flatman?
Too much. Just chilling with my cat. Listening in.
Yeah.
Staying mellow. I haven't been here much because I've been busy putting in some time elsewhere. Making a few nickels.
Oh, good form.
Yeah.
As long as it
Be
pays
able
for your
to-
hobbies.
Well, exactly. I want to invest more in my company, so.
No, very good.
Yeah.
Well, I should actually go outside and grab my lawnmower and push it around and pretend that I enjoy mowing the lawn.
We had a tractor. We had a tractor catch on fire where I'm working a couple weeks ago. That was quite a exciting moment.
Oh shit!
Putting it out with
tractor.
sand. Yeah, we were putting it out with sandbags.
Wow. One of the small towns, about an hour a bit away from where I live, they had a service station there and garage all in one type thing, and they fix up lawn tractors, cars, just your usual mechanic stuff. And one of them caught on fire. They had security cameras in there, and it burnt the whole joint down. And one of those little lawn tractors caught on fire at like 2:00 in the morning. They thought it was actually an arson attack. So someone's
Yes.
actually deliberately lit it, But anyways, when they went back and they grabbed the security camera, their saving grace was that security data was off site. So they went and checked the footage, and yeah, the tractor itself caught on fire, whether it was a battery fault or whatever, and the place burnt down because of that. So it's like, wow.
Well, ours happened because they were burning a pile of leaves, and it kind of got a little away from the
Too
leaves,
close.
away from the pile. Yeah, but we got it out.
Yeah, well, they didn't.
Bit of excitement. Right on. Well, I'm gonna get back to what I was doing here. I'm spinning up a Bob Marley. Drace has been contributing a lot in the side chat.
Yeah, he'll keep him honest.
Well, fuck, he's amazing.
Crushes it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I'd actually like to see a lot more of Drace in here talking to these broken souls.
Yeah. They wear his patience. But he does
Yeah, well,
break through to a lot. He does break through to a lot of them, though.
it's because he picks up on it that they're being dishonest very quickly. So
Yeah.
whereas I'll just keep poke. I don't care. Drace will he'll try to talk sense into them, and as soon as he senses that they are deliberately avoiding questions or they are deliberately being obtuse, then it's just his patience level goes from normal to negative numbers within like that.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't. I just like a pit bull with a baby's arm in its mouth. I am not letting go. That's cruel, isn't it?
They should appreciate people like that are straight up, and won't put up with your crap.
Look, they've all got their coping mechanisms, and all the globers are different. Some of them just have. I like the ones that just come in, and you say, "Oh, it's measured flat next thing." Off they go. Let's go full spastic mode, and it's like, "Whoa, this is great!" Press record. Oh, they're my favourite. I haven't seen a good one. Like your typical Donny C type explosion. That level. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh well. Like you get your clowns that'll drop in, that'll noise bomb or drop an N bomb or something like that. But yeah, your full tilt meltdown. Oh mate, they're gold.
Tight clips.
But anyways, I'm gonna go and chuck some boots on and go and push a lawnmower around.
Right on.
Probably, I dare say I'll be back later for more
Cheers.
entertainment. All right, peace, guys.
Cheers.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Can I give you a story time for my day today if nobody's talking?
Go ahead, man.
So I tried to go on a night out, and I walked into the nightclub and I was there. I had one drink and I had a panic attack and I had to leave. So yeah, that's been my day today. I've never felt so shitty in all my life. I just feel like a gimp. Yeah, thanks for hearing that, guys. I just feel like I needed to tell someone, you know. What do you guys think? Do you ever get anxiety? Is anxiety a real thing in your life?
Yeah, absolutely. I used to have it a lot worse when I was younger. Less
Yeah.
and less, but still suffer from anxiety. I think it's pretty common. So
I'm on all these
yeah, it
meds as well,
happens.
but none of them work, bro. Like they gave me like I'm on 200 milligrams of pregabalin a day. I'm on 150 milligrams of trazodone, 40 milligrams of propranolol. They had me on what do you call it, diazepam for a while, and then I was like, couldn't take this for too long because you'll end up becoming a junkie, so I had to stop that, you know.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, my recommendation is definitely don't drink if you're taking things like that.
I mean, like one drink. I was only gonna have like one or two, you know. I mean, they do say you can have like a couple. I mean, I know it's not like great, you know, but yeah. Thanks, ODJ.
Yeah, no worries, man. You couldn't pay me to go to a club or something like that these days.
I know, but I usually enjoy it, bro. You know, like usually I'll go and I'll have a couple of drinks and I'll loosen up a bit and then I'll feel a bit better. But like, you know, it's just one of those things, I guess. Some people just
Mhm.
are made to not go out to places like that. I just don't know how I'm ever gonna like be around people properly. Like all I do is just go to work. I'm a mental health nurse, you know. Like that's like the mental health nurses are mental, right? And yeah, no, I don't know. Like as crazy as a mental health nurse, I turn to myself sometimes and go, I don't even know how to look after my own, you know. I just go to work, come home, go to bed, and then I try and do something out of my like routine, and it's like I just have like a crisis. My whole world just comes crashing down in front of me. It's horrible, terrible feeling. Don't rate it. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for listening to my rant.
Anytime, brother.
Yo, y'all seen the moon landing, right? Like, how's that shit flat?
Bro, you still believe in the moon landing?
You seen them go to the moon, bro, or at least around it, bro. Like that shit was like a
Are you
circle,
kidding
bro.
me, bro? Dude, if I showed you some pictures that they, from that mission, I bet you wouldn't be able to tell me if it's CGI or if it's real. You wouldn't be able to even
Bro,
tell
that
the
shit was
difference.
live, bro. What do you mean, bro?
You don't think that
Can't
you can?
AI it.
It was live. You can't. You can't. You don't think? Oh my god, bro! Just
AI
because
Netanyahu, bro, but not the moon
because
landing.
someone says something's live, that doesn't mean it's actually live. You
What you
just have to
talking about?
trust
Not
them that
live.
it's. Yeah, you just have to
You're live
trust them
right
that it's
now.
live.
You're live right now, bro.
Yeah, that can be confirmed, right? If I was talking on a YouTube channel or something like that, and I said I was live, it would be very easy just to be playing something that says that I'm live, but it's just a recording that was done some other time.
You're coherently responding. Like I don't know, bro. I think that shit is real as fuck, and I think the Earth is a circle, bro.
Yeah, but
Gravity, dog.
it's just a belief. You can't. When we go out and test the Earth, right? Like if you went and bought a high powered zoom camera, and then you went to a lake or part of the ocean, and then you calculated how much curvature there should be over 10 miles, and then you did tests, you would also be able to realize that it's not a globe, because the 66 foot of curvature that would have to be there it's not there. Every time we test it, it's completely flat, just like we experience. And then they trick you
Gravity,
with these crappy. Your gravity would mean that the water would have to be curving. Actually, if that 10 miles of water isn't curving by 66 feet, that would debunk gravity, because gravity dictates that it would have to do that.
Bro, if there was no gravity, bro, if the Earth was fucking flat, that shit would just fly into space, bro.
No. The flat Earth isn't in space, right? That's the globe, right? The globe model's in the vacuum of space, right? And you think that it's in the vacuum of space where water boils in a vacuum.
No. Vacuum's pressurized. Vacuum's pressurized.
No, it's a
Boiling
vacuum.
water is precipitating.
No. If you put water in a vacuum chamber, it doesn't stay as water, right? It instantly boils and evaporates and turns into steam.
Okay, I think we lost the point here. I think we gotta take a step back.
You can't survive in a vacuum, right? You think you live in a
We're in
vacuum
a
on a ball
vacuum.
that's
Our
yeah.
atmosphere is a vacuum.
No. The atmosphere is not a vacuum. The atmosphere is next to a vacuum of space without a container. That's not possible either.
But space is the vacuum. We're within the vacuum, and that atmosphere is within the vacuum,
You
bro.
can't have a ball of gas and water inside a vacuum.
How the fuck
It
is
goes
Earth
against.
there, bro? Earth is a
No.
ball.
The Earth is contained. Okay, if you want to have an ecosystem, you need to have a container. It has to be inside a contained system, right? Like if you have a terrarium or something like that, and you've got plants and animals and stuff living in it, it has to be in a contained environment. You can't put that shit in a vacuum. Everything will die instantly.
But no. But the vacuum is expanding infinitely, so it's
What?
dispersed.
Expanding into what?
I don't know. That's what we say. That's what they say, bro.
Yeah, that's
But
what
it's
they say.
dispersed
But
enough. It's dispersed
but
enough
what?
to the point where it's life, bro.
No. This is a crazy story, right? Thinking that you live on a space ball that's covered in water, flying through space at like millions of miles per hour for no reason, going nowhere for nowhere. Like it's crazy. Like, doesn't it make more sense that the Earth is not moving?
You mean not moving?
And
What are you
the
talking about not moving, bro? What do you mean
yeah,
by
you know
that,
how
bro?
well, exactly what I said, right? Like you don't have any evidence that the Earth's moving. The Earth
What
doesn't
about
move.
trajectory, bro? Like when the moon landing, when they're coming back, bro, they gotta traject themselves out and then come back in, bro. And that's around and around.
All right. Look, I'm going to show you some footage from the Apollo mission, and you tell me if you think this is real looking footage, or if it looks like it's just completely fake. 1 second. Just give me a second. This is okay. All right. I got it on my server, so I'll just got to copy it over into the side chat. 1 second. All right. So this footage is from the Apollo missions, official NASA footage. Here's the first video. Now check this out. Right, there's no way that this is real, dude. It looks like
That
a
does look
little
pretty CGI.
not even CGI. It's like they're using like a little model in a studio. And you know they have all of this, like they have models of the moon and they have models of all of these things. And look, I'll post some more footage. All right, this next footage is meant to be the astronauts leaving the moon in Apollo 17. Here we go. This
What the
is
fuck?
Dude, this is claimed to
What
be
is the
real
source,
footage.
bro? No shit.
NASA. This is NASA. So you could just go on YouTube right now and type in Apollo 17 liftoff from the moon, and you'll see this is on the NASA official YouTube channel and the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum channel. This is official NASA footage. Most people haven't seen how shit the footage is. Like maybe this footage was able to trick people back in the 60s because, you know, they weren't you know, you look at a video game or you look at some movie from when you were a kid and you're like, wow, the graphics are amazing, the special effects are amazing, and you rewatch it now and you're like, what the hell? That's
Nah,
shit.
but look at the new yo, this X post, bro, looks pretty legit.
What's that showing?
Showing the fucking blast off.
Well, yeah, but yeah, you know, they shoot rockets off. That's not fake, right? They shoot a
Oh, but
rocket
look, you
off.
can see a curve, bro. You see a curve.
Yeah, it takes a big parabolic arc and goes out into the ocean, and then you can't see it anymore. Once it gets past a certain distance, right? You just can't even see it. So you don't know what happens to that rocket. I don't think there's anyone in that rocket. Did you know they actually have an escape hatch underneath the launch site, right? Where they jump down a big slide and it takes them down into what's called the rubber room. And then they go through an underground tunnel and there's like an underground bunker that they have all the supplies at, and then there's another tunnel that leads you away and you can exit. It's called the rubber room. It's like an official NASA escape mechanism, right? So the astronauts could have just escaped, like jumped out of the rocket, then they launched the rocket into the ocean, right? Because they're launching it out towards where the Bermuda Triangle is. Right? If you look up Point Nemo, I think it's called Point Nemo. It's like it's literally part of the ocean where it's filled with like rockets and stuff like that in the bottom of the ocean. But the footage is shit, right? People were all complaining about how shit the footage was from the Artemis. Now, look, I'm gonna show you something, right? So obviously the Apollo footage looks ridiculous. I got tons more of that footage too. Most people haven't seen how crappy the footage looks. But look, if I pull up some, wait, let me find some Artemis footage. All right, so here's two images. All right, so here's an image from Artemis of the globe, right? How can you do you think that this could be CGI? Or if this was CGI, would you be able to tell the difference? Like they could trick you if they wanted to by giving an image like this, right? Like I could make this in, you know, in a couple of hours in Photoshop. Do you think that that's like good evidence, that footage that could easily be faked? Is that guy still here? What other things in the night sky? Don't know.
Observable phenomena.
Yeah. And a whole bunch of
Now the
stuff we can't see.
mechanisms. Yeah, the makeup, the mechanisms, the medium that they're in. I mean, there will be a bunch of unknowns. But that's phenomena that we observe.
Remedy, how can you say that the moon is a physical object? You can't confirm exactly what it is. I'll give you that it looks like some kind of object. It looks like a sphere, but you don't know that for sure.
Well, let's say it's a physical thing, right? We see now he's gonna make a claim about what it's made of, how big it is, all the characteristic of it, and what's the next claim after saying it's a physical thing? You're gonna start
Here's some
claims on top of
footage.
the first one.
Here's footage in the side chat of what looks like a wave going through the moon, going over the surface of the moon. Right, here's another one. Lunar wave.
Oh, because it.
So many people in here, but nobody talking. Ooh, veganism.
Bonger. Oh, Bonger left. It's like, oh, veganism, yummy.
Imagine leaving 24 flat Earth for veganism.
Paul 9000. You have 9,000 Pauls? Paul 9000. Damn.
Oh no.
Hi. What does that mean? Paul 9000 is a video game or something?
No, it's just a Discord username.
Alright. Without any meaning behind it?
Yeah, I don't think there's much meaning. I guess you could say it's inspired by the HAL 9000.
The HAL 9000?
Yeah, the AI from 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Oh, Space Odyssey.
Yeah. Shut the pod bay doors, Hal. Then he's like, "I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that."
How you like that movie? Is it good?
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's classic. Yeah.
What do you feel about that setting? Did they describe the outer space setting pretty accurate in the movie, or what do you think about it?
Well, I
Or
think
outer
so, but
space?
I don't really feel like I'm an authority on that. You know, I've never been to space. Plenty of people have at
Yeah.
this point. I'll probably be the last guy
You
to go
think?
to space. Everyone will go to space but me.
Do you think people can go there and do things?
Not really. It's too far. Everything's too far away.
Everything is unreachable, and everything is expanding too, right? The space is expanding faster than you can reach it.
Yeah.
Even if you travel at the speed of light, you cannot reach it.
Even stuff in our solar system is far away.
Would you think that people can go to a place that doesn't exist?
Like another planet?
Not just, like, imagine that, space, right? Space was spoken about before it was discovered. Men wrote it in histories, fiction books, all kinds of storytelling by men before they went there. So space was invented, not discovered. Like part of a story, like the movie that you're talking about, right? Do you think, in the movie, there's this 9,000 robot thingy AI that sounds cool and everything, but it's not real, right?
What do we see through our telescopes then?
Observable phenomena, the night sky, not what you saw on the movie and the TV in like Star Wars or Star Trek or Space Odyssey, not that. You don't see that.
My pen tastes like soap. Does anyone know why?
It could be brainworms that could be causing your taste buds to be different, change. Could be some type of infection that you might having. Just talk to your doctor about it. Don't ask us. We're not experts on that stuff. It could be soap on the pen. So do you think that when you look at the sky, you look up, you look with a telescope, I look with a telescope, I look with my eyes, you look with your eyes. Do you think that you're looking at outer space? Is that what we're looking at? Outer space? Or could outer space be a story, an invention, made up like like Space Odyssey? Space Jam. You know Space Jam? Outer space in Space Jam. Different stories about outer space. Could the idea that you have about outer space in your head, could that be one of those stories? Have you considered that? Damn, why are you guys being so shy? What the heck is wrong? Guy questioned the idea about space. He's thinking about tasting soap. What's happening?
Yeah, it's got a soapy flavor.
Is that how outer space make you feel? Soapy flavor?
Yeah.
How do you think space smells like? If the gases are expanding and not contained, so the gases are moving away from you, away from your lungs, does space have any smell? Because to smell it, you will have to smell it into your lungs, right? Into your nose. But the outer space will be pulling the air out of your lungs. So
They claim it smells like barbecue, like grilled steak or something like that. That's what the astronauts that's what they said it smells like.
grilled steak. That's very
Yeah, pretty sure that was it. I'll check. I'll double check.
I mean, that smells good. I want to go there. Well, how can you smell air when it's going
Yeah,
away from your lungs? It's not going into your lungs.
a
It's going
mix.
out.
It's a mixture actually. It's a mixture of burnt steak, welding fumes, hot metal, and gunpowder.
Damn.
And when you're at Uranus, it smells like farts. That's what they say. They legitimately say
So
that. I'm not
rotten
trolling.
eggs. Yeah, small farts or rotten eggs. Yeah.
And it rains diamonds there as well. Pretty crazy.
Paul 9000. He dropped out. He's still smelling his soap.
Why does my pen
Smelling,
smell like soap?
smelling those fumes could, be dangerous for your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's smelling too much of it. I don't know. That's what he spoke about 80% of the time. Where's the other guy that asked about what's that in the night sky? What was it? He dropped out too? Damn, these people are dropping like flies? Damn. Cleo joined. Cleo. Another shy one. Shut 'em down? Legend? Is that? I've seen that name. Spheroid Pilot? You've been here before many times. Wait, Spheroid Pilot? Wait a minute. Who are you? Seen that icon before, but Canadian atheist? Okay. No reply. Thanks, people.